That is the introduction.
Good day. Good day. Good day.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening. Welcome to the Wide Awake Sunday Show live with myself, 007 Richie, and Mindful Exposures Sarah Esra. And Rox was here earlier, but she's had to go because unfortunately it seems to be coming from every angle. Right, Rox was ready to go, but unfortunately something's happened with Kenny, and he's had to be taken to the vet he's got something wrong with his paw, and he's had to be taken to the vet. So he's going to be fine. He is going to be absolutely fine. He just needs a bit of probably some antibiotics and have his foot strapped up so that it's kept clean, but he'll be fine. But it means, unfortunately, Rox has had to drop out. But I know that she will come back if she can. Her appointment with the vet is at 4:30. So if when she comes out and she's and if Kenny's settled, if we're still going, then she will definitely join the stream. In the meantime, Sarah, how are you doing? You're
good. My keyboard keeps dropping at the moment, and because my dog, I just gave my dog some bacon, the 18-year-old. We're a little delayed for that reason and others.
Yeah. So Sarah thought she'd just make my stomach rumble by showing me the lovely bacon and egg that her dad's cooked for her.
That I fed most of it to my dog.
Cooking me bacon and egg. Actually, to be fair, do you know what? To be fair, my next door neighbor knocked on my door. I said, "Oh, somebody's knocking on the door," and she asked me if I wanted any soup, and I declined this time because I don't think I like the soup she's making because it's got seafood in it, and I just don't ever trust mussels and prawns and I don't trust them anymore. I just don't trust them anymore.
I get that, and it was a prawn soup. It was like a shrimp soup.
No, I think it's like a what's the word? What's the like a gumbo kind of, except it's not Jamaican, obviously.
Okay.
What's
got like sausage and andouille,
version?
Or
the seafood version of a gumbo type.
Well, we make it with fish, shrimp. My dad does.
Yeah.
And it's actually one of the only times I'll eat shrimp, because shrimp for me, it's kind of weird. I've always had a texture thing, but if it's cooked down more, I really enjoy it, actually.
I love shrimp, right? I fucking love. My favorite is king prawns. I used to love sitting there and ripping the shells and the legs off and pull the head off and then eat, bite it off, and the texture of it and the flavor. Always like cooked in really, really strong garlic butter. That was my favorite. Just dip it in the butter and love it. All seafood and garlic, basically.
I will say that I like lobster by itself, but I definitely got to one time do like lobster with some butter. And actually, what was funny is my ex, I don't know if it's necessarily funny, and we would get these huge king crabs, just amazing, just so buttery. Like it was like better than lobster in my opinion.
I've never had king crabs, but I don't like small.
It melts in your mouth.
I don't like crab sticks, I like texture.
But it's so big. It's different, I think. And I didn't like lobster. Anyway, we were finding them at the we kept finding them at the supermarket where you had to boil them yourself. So my ex did some research, and we bought this from Goodwill. We found this big old pot. So we started doing it because we were able. There was like $5. Oh, I gotta clean up.
Nah. All right, no worries. That gives me an opportunity to shout out to the chat room. Callum, dude, awesome. Right, we weren't sure if you were going to be awake or not because we know that you've had your live show, the show basically has been on this heavy metal concert thing. So we weren't sure whether to send you an invite or not. We said, well, let's see if he comes into the chat room, man. Because if he's awake and he's about and he comes in the chat room, then we can say, does he want to come on? So yeah, mate, if you find yourself wanting to come on, just let me know and I'll send you a. In fact, I'll just send it to you anyway, innit? And then you can choose whether or not to. It's got to wait while Skype loads up. Verifying Skype because it's updated. So yes, shout out to the chat room. How are we? How you doing, man? Just JP, not paella, no, because it's a sopa, which is soup. Hang on, Skype's just, oh god, I hate Skype. I really hate it. In fact, Callum, I think you're the only person. You and Campbell are the only two people that I communicate with on Skype, really, because it's just so slow and crap, and I hate it. Lizzo, how you doing? You're muted, babe.
I got it.
Lizzo,
I'm in for the
how
win.
you doing?
For the win. I got it. Skype. By the way, I sent it because I had Skype open just in case.
Lizzo, do I have to do a lunchtime show in the week for you to come on again? Because I'll do that. I'll do a lunchtime show and you
we
can
should.
come on.
Yeah, Lizzo, we haven't seen you in forever. That would be awesome.
We'll do the radio show. We'll do the Real Relevant Radio and you can come on that. Because I haven't done that in ages, man. Real Relevant Radio. Sherry Ives, much love, my dear. Can I just say, Sherry,
Happy Sunday.
It was Sarah sent me a picture of you. I don't know when
you
that
saw it.
taken.
She sent it to you. She sent it to you, but you.
Oh, you sent it to me,
Terry,
but I haven't.
An issue.
Yeah, I don't
Cappy
have it.
Sent emails. Yep, Cappy sent emails, and you didn't get that kind of. Or I. Yep, and
they're
so
stopping me. I'm not getting mail. I'm not getting emails. I'm not getting physical mail. I'm not getting emails. I wonder what else I'm not fucking getting. Hey, but anyway. I sent Callum a. Oh no, you sent Callum. Look, I forget. Yeah, I didn't need to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I had it.
And you've already done it.
God.
Hey, puppy.
So sweet.
So yeah, what was I saying? I can't remember. But anyway, Lizzo.
Hey, Callum. How you doing?
How we doing?
FE Nation, yeah, Callum, mate. How are you doing? How is the concert going?
Well, it's the main night tonight.
Ooh, the main.
Yeah. I came back yesterday, so the show's going. So I've got other operators operating it, and I haven't had any phone calls, so I'm guessing it's going all right.
Nice.
It's a bit hard to know too because it's kind of out bush, out of range. So
are there any pyrotechnics?
No. Not this year. Oh, I think there's fireworks and stuff, but not actually pyrotechnics.
No stage pyrotechnics. Yeah.
No. What a shame. Like, I don't have my license anymore, pyrotechnics license and all of that. So,
because you'll need a license, don't you? You'll need a license for that.
Actually, for this festival 2 years ago, I think, they did have flames on stage.
Nice.
Good thing so with heavy metal, right?
Yeah. Actually, there was one pyrotechnician with one of the bands, I think, and he came along with all his pyrotechnics and set up. It was fantastic.
Nice.
But it's looking good. I think it's looking good.
Nice.
The lights look good anyway. So
I'll just finish off the shout outs. FE Nation, Jolly Man. And that's it, I think. I think that's everybody. Oh, Nathan, how you doing, mate? And Reverend Hull, of course. And that's M's Man World. Are you still here, Em?
Hey, Em.
You've been waiting since 1:30, if you are still here. Bloody hell.
She
I
said she
bet
was going to
she's
try to
not.
stay awake.
She's gonna be asleep, man. She's gonna fall asleep. I hope she's fallen asleep.
Yeah, it's
Just for her,
it's
you
like
know, because she doesn't. Her sleep routine seems to be
9.
really. She stays up and pulls all nighters all the time.
Well, that's like kind of like Callum, actually. There.
There she is. There she is. There she
For
is.
this show for
9.
Sunday, of
Yes,
course.
she's
What?
hardcore, man.
Hear me out.
She's hardcore. Listen, that's what I was like when, and man, probably for the first I don't know how many years. When I first started searching the truth, right? When I first went down the rabbit hole, I was pulling 18-hour days, just sat there at the fucking computer, like every day for 6 months or something. I was like 18 hours a day, just sat there,
I
going
remember
through
that.
as much info as I
Well,
possibly
my
could.
thing, yeah, because like my thing was like I never did that. I love sleep, and I think that's what's humorous about me getting into the career I got into. But I just know that I always felt really good, and I'm starting to think now. The more and more I think about it too, like I do think sleep's important. I don't think it's like it does not have to be in though the exact order. So like even with M, if she sleeps later this afternoon and she gets really good, deep, solid sleep,
Yeah,
then and
doesn't matter
eventually,
when it is.
let's say she just sleeps 6 hours this afternoon, but then maybe she catches up, gets a 2 hour nap, or maybe not today. Maybe the next day she sleeps 10 hours instead of 8 hours.
Micro
However
naps.
you get it it's what it is. That's what I mean. It's
Yeah,
it's
if you're
put so much stress on
if you're
it.
in a position, if you're in a position like I am, in so many ways, in a fortunate position to be able to not be ruled by a diary or by any sort of time schedule other than walking the dogs, really. That's the only thing that I have to go outside
It's
and go
more on
and
a
take a
schedule,
walk
right?
to go to the toilet as a schedule thing. But other than that, if it's 8 o'clock in the morning and I think, oh, do you know what? I need to go to sleep. I can sleep for 4 hours and it's okay. And I wake up. And then at 3 o'clock, if I want to go to sleep again, I can do that. And if I want to stay up all night and sleep all day the next day, I can do that. And so it's like it's only the constraints of the matrix where you've got a job. And so you have to be awake for these certain hours because you have commitments, you have appointments, you have things that you have to go and do. That's when it gets shit. That's when you lose sleep and you'll start to lose energy, isn't it? Because your body's not having a chance to refuel itself when it needs to, or to recover. Whereas my body might get pushed to the limits, but then I'll recover afterwards.
I think too that if you're not getting your rest, sleep doesn't matter much. So long as you're building that rest, because sleep's still work is work, and sleep is work. So you need that nervous energy in reserve to actually be able to do that work during sleep.
100%
So if you're not
agree.
getting that, then the sleep doesn't really matter,
And
But if you are getting that, then the shorter amounts of sleep are
we
needed.
talked about that you can reach, like you can daydream and reach certain stages of sleep when you're actually technically awake in a sense, and you can actually gain a certain type of rest. And this is the same reason why a 20-minute nap can be extremely effective versus so that's why what technically what M has is called well, it's actually would be extreme. It's actually would be sort of like an extreme they would call it an extreme circadian rhythm disorder, because if she's like back and forth from night to days and sort of all over the place, it's like they just call it a regular circadian. But if you have nighttime
it's
patterns,
only really a problem, because these are cycles. And everyone has their certain cycles that they're comfortable with and can slip into too, and they know them, right? I can go into this pattern fine. I've done this before. And then so there's no barriers in the mind there as well. So, unless we're cutting into our own we know that it's against us, then it won't work that well. But if we slip into those cycles where you already know, like a daydream is a full nap as well. You're releasing all of those chemicals. You're getting that pump, that sodium, that salt as well. So that flux of energy comes back. So these are massive, but very short periods of time. Like just going in and out of a daydream is quick too. But if you do it a lot.
You can reach delta, and delta we're showing is, restorative to the whole body function.
I just
and this
I
is
just want to
interesting.
interrupt.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to interrupt a second, and I just want to address this just for a sec. Gummy Bear, dude, there's a lot of wrenches, right? Because I like to give everybody that I recognise and everything, everybody that's not clearly not in to cause trouble there, and they just want to take part in the conversation, and they, might even have different opinions, but not a troublemaker. I'm free with my wrenches, and I kind of recognise you. I've seen you before. I'm sure I've seen your name
You've
before.
been on here quite a bit lately, yeah.
So I think, dude, have a wrench, man,
Or a spanner, depending
or
where
a
you come from.
spanner, depending on where you come from.
Slash spanner.
Have a wrench, and yeah, no worries, mate, no worries. It's everyone gets a wrench basically, unless they're because I don't like. I don't know. I don't like having to pick. Oh yes, you and you and you will be my moderators. I want to just be able to say, look, everybody in here is cool, so you can all fucking moderate. Like just catch them, because trolls usually let themselves. They identify themselves so quickly normally.
Very quickly, yeah.
And you can
well, with a
tell
wrench comes great responsibility.
You can normally tell by somebody's name. So Gumby Bear, I'm hoping that you are a bear from Owen Benjamin's. If you're a bear, then absolutely you get a wrench, mate. Because bear, we're an extension of Beartaria. It's just Owen hasn't. I haven't had a chance to ever have a chat with Owen Benjamin about
the official.
He's never officialized me as 007, not Bond Bear, because that
Treehouse Bear.
No, not Bond Bear, because I'm 007.
No, Treehouse Bear.
Well, I guess I could be Treehouse Bear now, yeah.
Tree Bear.
Or would I be Mindful Bear?
Mindful Bear, yeah. You'd have to be Mindful Bear, definitely.
I have actually. I almost did join. I kind of went back and forth, but the only reason I didn't is because I felt when I was first watching, because I finally found him. I was having a hard time finding. I didn't know he was on BitChute actually, and I've never really gotten into BitChute, but I found him on Rumble eventually. Anyway, and I know he's pretty religious just with how he talks about certain things, and I don't 100% resonate because I see things a little bit different, but at the same time, if he was open to that discussion, cool. I just don't. I mean, if he wants to establish his kingdom, I don't want to challenge that, right?
I'm not gonna. I've seen this stuff come out. People are saying that Owen is a shill. They're calling out Owen Benjamin. They're calling out Jeranism. They're calling out people that I know from the Globe Denial community and stuff. They're calling them out as shills now, and I'm like, I don't know, man. There's a lot of what Owen Benjamin has to say that I agree with. There's a lot of stuff that he has to say that I think you didn't really need to say that, did you? We didn't need to know that. You didn't need to share that information. That's just
not our channel.
He's got a big ego that he hasn't quite recognized yet, or maybe he has recognized it. I don't know. I haven't watched him in a long time, but
I see him as quite genuine.
I like what he's done with Beartaria. I really like what he's done with that, and I would love to have gone and been involved in that. And be a part of that. I would love to go and move to Beartaria. And be
the whole thing, Richie, supposedly is that he's started this, you can get an app, and that there's people all over, maybe not as much out of the US, and you're supposed to be able to connect with these people and kind of start your own thing, which is really exciting. I'm not going to follow a really religious pathway, and that's the only reason.
I've got his I've got his app, but I couldn't afford to join it. So I can't actually
$15 a month, I think. Yeah.
It's not like the Flat Earth one is only 99 cents a month, or 99 cents or 99p a month, whereas his is slightly more expensive. But like you said, for me, he's too stuck in the religious dogma, the religious paradigm of God, the patriarchal man that's there and is going to judge us, and people are going to go to hell and stuff. I think he was still I don't know if he's grown at all out of that? Or
And maybe
I-
Callum, because I don't watch him that enough to be able to say.
Well,
So
I only started watching him. Well, I sort of came across him when he was realizing flat Earth or globe deception.
I loved it when he realized that.
What's
That's
his
what
journey?
attracted me to Iron Benjamin, right?
Yeah,
Because I didn't
I
think
saw a genuine
he is quite funny as well. He's
discovery.
quite a good stand-up.
oh yeah, he's been on.
stand-up.
He did a
Hmm.
great talk on Alpha Vedic, which is what made me even want to look into it. And honestly, again, like his concept is exactly what we're all talking about, and I think we might
Put
even
into
all
action.
agree. Even he might agree that okay, so yeah, you want to conceptualize very similar ideas to me, but maybe your narrative's gonna be a little different. So why don't we have these separate groups, right? Like there's no harm, and I could see us coinciding with them very, very peacefully.
Yeah, I see no harm, and it's do no harm. So
Yep.
with a lot of everything there for Owen Benjamin, I don't see
He
any
has the
harm.
Christ consciousness.
Yeah, that's how I
He
feel
has-
too.
I think he has the Christ consciousness.
Long as
That's
he-
the most important thing.
Yeah,
Yep.
as long as he
And
doesn't
there's
feel like
a
black
way
people
for
are
that.
less, then yeah, it's like that's all
Mhm.
I gotta say. You just treat everybody respectfully. That's all I ask.
Like every sort of with religion too, like every group, there's certain ones within the group, and sometimes the majority of the groups, they kind of don't get what's going on, and they see it in a way that's more corporate or commercial or Hollywood sort of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
And it's those ones that haven't really woken up.
Flat thumbs to Campbell.
And so they're still followers. Hey, Campbell. So they're still followers. When you look at that too, when you're going into it to be a follower. But it's when
Yeah.
you realize that
Yeah,
you are the leader and the follower all in one. With
Exactly.
aligned with,
yeah. And I think that's where we're a little
he talks
different.
about it sort of like his words that he uses. You can see this when he talks about the Trinity and stuff like that. It's, there's a level that he gets that I'm comfortable with. It's like, do no harm, and I don't see any harm being done. So that's why I wouldn't say shill or anything like that. But everyone has their truths as well. It's
Now,
when some people are
Brand is-
manipulated and they don't know themselves that they're manipulated, and they might be pointing into a different direction. But again, for most of all of us, these are just steps along the path. It's holding on to something that is the thing that stops us in a cycle.
Yeah.
It's we leave these people, we get what we need, and then there's a time to sort of let it go as well and move on to the next step. So that's ourselves doing that. So if anyone's a shill, it's yourself becoming
Or are we
the
creating-
shillee.
This kind of
Yeah.
goes back to like, are we creating this reality ourselves? Are we creating these characters? So like, did I create? Because this is a conversation Richie and I had before, because we've talked about Russell Brand before, and there's a little controversy because I found this post on Instagram and it ended up getting removed, and it's this, just like, if you guys haven't seen this, I immediately was like, I don't think I can watch it.
Just to reconfirm even more for anybody that's wondering if this guy might be legit. He might be the real deal, though. Yeah, but he's talking about connecting with the consciousness, man. Yeah, but no, but he's all enlightened. He speaks to Sadhguru, man. He speaks to Sadhguru. Yeah, Sadhguru has bum sex with Klaus Schwab as well. Sadhguru and this piece of shit.
There's a money trail behind all of this here.
Oh,
Yeah.
massive.
And a corporate image, branding. I mean,
But
Russell
think about
Brand.
he's publicly defacing these guys. He's on his show. He's straight up saying these guys are not good. This is fucked up. But then this comes up like,
but he's skewing people to a certain thing, which is the
What's
new
the book?
age.
What's the book there? Is that
Culture.
Klaus Schwab's Fourth Industrial Revolution? What is the
Let
book?
me look,
Or is it his
hold
book?
on.
It's
Let
it's
me pull
the,
this up different so
That's-
we can see the picture better.
what's his
Close.
name? Youssef. Is it Yusuf?
Yuval Noah Harari,
Yuval,
that guy.
That's it. No, Harari. That's it. Yuval
Yeah.
Noah Harari.
He wants to be God. He thinks he wants everyone
No,
to be
he
gods.
thinks he's better than God.
No,
He
he
thinks
That's better than.
he
Yes,
thinks
better.
he doesn't. Yeah, he wants us all
Uses
to
that
be
word a lot.
cyborgs.
but
I think
he thinks that his
he thinks that
intelligence
COVID was it.
he thinks his
That's what he
intelligence
said.
is greater than. He thinks he's more intelligent than that which created him.
Mhm. But it's done as a warning too. You see how he also speaks with
fucking
that
is.
warning of elites. Elites can do this and elites can do that, and that is what they're doing. You know,
I love
but
you,
there's
It
a
is.
warning. The choices.
I love you, babe. You're awesome. I want someone to tell him that. I want someone to tell Russell Brown that. Like, yeah, Russell, yeah. You know you're a wannabe, don't you? You'll never be Richie. Who the fuck's Richie? What are they
But
on
look
about?
at the
I'll never
bookie.
be
Yeah.
Richie. Yeah, you'll never be 007. Yeah, I know I'll never be double. No, you don't get it, mate. No, I don't get it.
So what's this book? What's this book about? I hadn't heard about this book. This guy's kind of new to me. I actually haven't, funny enough, you'd think I know all about Klaus Schwab and stuff, and some of this stuff's a little newer to me, but what's this book about?
Which one? The
This
one that
21 Lessons for the 21st Century, this book that Russell's holding of his book.
I actually don't know. I didn't even know that it existed. Maybe I should, but I do not. But I imagine what it is. It's just, hey, Bernie's just messaged me. Hey, Bernie. We got to get Bernie. We got to get Bernie on, man.
Yeah, dude.
Hang on.
Yeah, sometimes I talk like such a bro. Yeah, dude. Hey, guys. Hey,
Totally,
Paul.
dude.
Like, for real.
Oh, Paul, Brian.
Hi, guys. Hi, Sherry. Hi, Brian and Enz. And Cam. I think I already said that, but
I should probably get up and start my day. Listen, dude, I'm going to send you a link, all right? And if you want to join us, you can.
Dude,
But if
please,
you've got shit
Brian.
to do, I don't want to make you late or get you in trouble. So if you've got shit to do, you go and do your shit, man. But otherwise,
We need to arrange, regardless. I was thinking about this. I wanted to set a time for when he could come on.
Yeah, for a
and
proper.
again,
proper
Cam,
organized.
like we need to arrange. Like, actually, I said I would really like for Cam and Bern. I like to do a special with you too. We could. Oh, speaking of which, I had something I wanted to share with you guys. I have some potential antiquitac. Can I share that real quick? What I shared with you guys earlier?
Yeah, go for it. I'll just say, hey, Paul, how you doing, man? Good to see you.
Related to this. If you had a bunch of chemicals and you built a tower, could you make it rain?
No. M. Hatfield. Well, he said for $50 he could deliver. Well, Los Angeles farmer said, we need rain. Will you make it rain? He did, and they were so happy they paid him $100. Well, there was a lake in the area, Lake Hemet. He said for $4,000 he could deliver 4 inches of rain. So he made this tower and he mixed up some chemicals. Guess what? 11 inches of rain fell and it rose 22 feet. Operators say it was the best bargain they'd ever had. There was another area that needed it. San Diego City contracted him to fill Lake Marina in 1 year. If he did it, $10,000. If not, he didn't get a penny. January 1st, he put his towers up and started sending his chemicals away. January 5th, it began to rain. January 10th, heavy rain kept going. And by January 15th, it had been a downpour for nearly 5 days.
Okay, so the rain did come, and apparently it was Hatfield that was doing it, but look what happened after that. On the 19th, Marina Reservoir filled. The 26th, record-breaking rains were still falling, and the next day, dams were rupturing, huge amounts of water pouring out of the mountains, heading into San Diego. 20 people lost their lives. 35 inches of rain fell that month. Well, you can imagine there were lawsuits in the millions. The city council...
So there you go.
So there you go.
unmuted. And the city
And
council refuses to
Black
pay.
and
They
white.
didn't finish it. Basically, what happened was they
Move the
skirted
crowd, yeah.
around, they passed the buck back and forth, and nobody was actually held accountable for the how many people was it that was killed?
In the mud flood.
It was up to 50 potentially
Up
people.
to 50 people killed, and nobody at the end of the day was held accountable, even though they have this evidence. And looking at it again, Sarah, I agree what you said. Yeah, it was definitely a chemical reaction that was sending that stuff up into the air. That it was like there was a chemical reaction taking place.
Have you guys seen any of the footage of what they're doing in the California hills? They have these like little devices that cloud seeding. Oh, they're all yelling about it apparently. California. It's and it's like, let's see if we can find an image. It's like these, and they make these little like it sounds like little firings going off, like tiny little, how did I describe it? Little explosions.
Yeah, like fireworks.
If I can find a depiction, and they're these like little like stem tree things and here they are, bam, right here. See, and you see how it's like a chemical reaction that's occurring in probably when it hits the air, probably, and then puts out this smoke, and then this is how they're creating rain out of California, and this has been going on now for a long time. So people say like weather modification isn't real. They just call it cloud seeding, not chemtrails.
Oh yeah.
Oops, we just got shit.
They call it cloud seeding, or they call it like when they first admitted spraying lithium into the air. That was to follow the air patterns. It was basically to slip, because the lithium slips into the slipstream or whatever it is, and to show the air current, because it caused the clouds to change color where the lithium was, so they could see the movement of the clouds or something. But basically the color that it turned the clouds is like the red, and when we've got red sky at night, you don't really know if it's because the cloud's full of fucking lithium, because it's a chemical reaction that takes place.
Well, you get a whole bunch of colors for each metal, so if there's a bunch of chemicals, you get a bunch of colors.
Look at the rainbow clouds that we get. The clouds that have got rainbows around the outsides of them, or maybe half the cloud is a rainbow, or maybe the whole cloud is a rainbow. It doesn't seem to follow any real pattern. It could be the outside of it, just a little edge of it. It could be the whole thing, could just be half of it. It's really weird.
When it doesn't match what you observe naturally as well, which is a natural sunset and stuff, when you see something that's off to that, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And Cam, if you are listening, mate, I scoped you a link. With nobody, like if you're knackered and it's the end of the day for you, and you're done
late night Cam in the van.
That's then that's absolutely cool.
That's all.
Cam in the van.
Oh my god, that's a show I want to watch.
Late night Cam in the van.
Totally do
regardless,
that.
Cam, we'll get you on. Let's schedule a time.
Van Cam.
To get you on.
Van Cam.
It's a van
Tartarian van cam.
It's a van cam with Cam van.
Tartarian van caravan. Caravan of van. Tartarian caravan of van. Wow.
I'm trying to think of something funny.
Look, the other thing about the cloud seeding business is, like, think about how many ways there are to make rain or manipulate the weather, shall we say. So when I study things and research things, I always look at, so this is what we're presented with and stuff as well.
Yeah.
And I always look for different ways of doing things, like what would be a natural way of changing the weather or communicating with the weather, manifesting, if you will. Because this has been done for a very long time, and then when you look at technology is just us. We are the technology. We are the highest technology, everything here, right now.
Yep.
Right. And we take little bits of that, little limitations of that, and we turn it into a little mechanism and go, wow, look at this. And our chemical nature is one part, you know. But also you can change the weather with vibration, with sound, with light, with heat, with pressure. All of these things, each one, you can do it. Each one has this little change you can make to affect the weather in a big way. And we have a lot of them. we have all of them. So when we put it all together, when we put it all together, we have control over these things.
Have you seen the footage of people showing when they, you know,
which is why we can control it the other way. I just want to finish that. Sorry, Sarah.
Sorry. Yeah, no, it's
Which is why we can control it the other way and block certain things or change and manipulate our own reality when we become aware. Yeah.
And that's what I was going to get at is there's footage of people showing that they're doing like Qigong moves and chi, like bringing in their chi, and then all of a sudden they're turning around and they're manipulating the water right in front of them, and they're changing the flow like right in front of your face. It's pretty amazing.
And what are we working with rain?
wonder.
It's water. It's water
Right.
in the atmosphere. There's
so
much
conjuring
water.
up clouds, yeah, like a storm even,
So
like that.
I've seen them doing that, right, with the water flow, manipulating water flow, causing it to spiral out of a tap using frequency. So I wonder if these people that are, you know, how legitimate these ones doing it with their chi, how legitimate that is, or if they're actually using some sort of frequency generator.
That's good. Okay, good point. And this is a good discussion because we also should consider like what's the legitimacy with those. There was a group and they were going to be, I think I showed it on one of our shows. They were going to be featured on like a major news broadcasting network. This was maybe back in the 70s, I want to say. And this group said that they could levitate, I want to say, something like that. And they were able to move. They were able to block people from touching them with just by putting up their hand. And this is stuff that we've heard about. This has to do with the whole Shaolin monk concept that they have these abilities, or that this has been known. So is there legitimacy to that, or is that bullshit too? I mean, I'm just asking because I was telling you, like Russell Brand really threw me off. Like, and it's not threw me off, but like what's legit in some ways, right? Like, how do we truly believe in what we're hearing? So anyway.
So you've seen my That's not showing on my chart. Right, hang on.
And I cry a lot now. Oh, those bears, they're always crying.
I just read that too. Where's how far away is that from me in Oregon, I wonder? I'm going to have to look it up really quick now. Well, Gumby Bear, I'm like 6'1". And I want to grow and pretty much believe in the same thing. And I do cry a lot. I think we already know that. So.
Well, that's really the secret to rainmaking right there is emotion. Like I was saying before about putting it all into a package and releasing it. That's feeling, thinking the whole package into one, feel it, and that's your rain dance. You know, that's what I do in the desert here, and it seems to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you going to record yourself doing this? Can we get a recording of you doing a rain dance? I would love to see that.
Just sitting there. I'm just sitting there.
Oh, okay. You're doing more of like a manifestation thing then. You're like meditating, manifesting. So I tried to do that. So yesterday, I went out. I got a little sun yesterday and like sat out and did some little swimming and stuff. Well, the clouds actually disappeared and I was in the water. It was kind of chilly and I wanted the sun to pop back out. I didn't have a ton of luck. I had a little bit of luck, but I also was a little distracted because there was a lot of kids like making noises like real close nearby, you know? And so you're trying to meditate on removing those sounds. I mean, I did a good job of that, but then when I tried to focus on something else, then it like came back in kind of, you know?
So as a hypnotist, if I'm hypnotizing someone and there's heaps of sounds around, all of the sounds around you only making it more and more effective for you to just relax with every sound, allowing yourself to go deeper and deeper.
And that's what
Bang.
I was doing with the meditating. It
Well,
was
you
like
use-
to use the
Use
manifestation.
Use everything.
I need to meditate.
It takes energy to block, right? It takes energy to block something.
So
And that's what, like the chi and moves and all of that too, is you're not blocking.
Gotcha.
You're
what I was
using
looking
everything.
for, what I
Flowing.
was looking for was the on my 007 channel before it was deleted. The opening video for anybody going to my channel was about chi, and it was a number of demonstrations of old Chinese men, and also there's that guy. He's American. Looks American, but he sits there and he wears all the get up and everything, and he pieces of paper catch fire in his hand, and he's melted plastic in his hand. He's it's all using this chi, and I mean it's all very, very convincing. It's like, wow, that's legit. He just opened the bowl, drank some of the water, poured the rest out, cut a bit off the plastic, put it in the palm of his hand, and then you watched it get melted in his fucking palm, and there was nothing near him. And he's like,
Yeah.
there you go.
This is sort of the bending spoons thing too.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no,
You know?
remember, there is no spoon.
There is
That
no
was right.
spoon.
There is
I
no
always
spoon.
come at this from a very different angle, though, because I was a magician. I'm a magician. I don't perform now, but I see everything as a trick first, you know. So when I'm looking at that, I mean, I know how to do that. To fool people, it's a chemical. The way I would do it is a chemical, and it looks like that's what I'm seeing on that video. But it's hard to say in a lot of things. But in quite a few things, I can see that there's a very simple method to be able to do a lot of these things, you know. So a lot of the free energy stuff as well. There's very simple tricks to a lot of that as well. I
Nice
see them
one,
everywhere.
Bernie. I have actually emailed you, so
Bernie.
you should have that email. He's gonna grab something to eat. Nice one, man.
Yeah. I fed my
Oh,
dogs bacon before we got on, so you're good.
Little buddies all fed and happy.
So listen, guys, the reason why we're sort of talking about this, and the reason we brought up the thing, have you actually? We didn't really. We've digressed. You realise that, Sarah? Because
We
we
always
started
do.
talking about
What else we
magnetic
do?
rain. So let's go back to magnetic.
connected.
What they were doing, it was basically what they were showing was this was back in what year was it?
Oh, the video. Yeah. It was 1915.
1915.
And it's called electromagnetic rain.
And so what they were caught, they were basically, there was some sort of chemical reaction going on. It was causing steam type plumes to go up into the air, which was seeding rain. One of the things that I said to Rox was to Rox to Sarah was I don't know if you can seed clouds like it depends where those things were, right? To try and create rain for where he was trying to create rain. Presumably, these things were like a couple of miles in a different direct upwind, basically a couple of miles.
Yeah, probably
upwind.
up on a mountainish,
Right.
maybe not super mountainous.
And they do that, and it seeds the rain. They've been doing this for a long time. Then there's Project Popeye.
Many different ways.
Project Popeye during the Vietnam War, and they also did it in the Korean War, didn't they? Where they basically extended the monsoon season and tried to drown out a lot of the Viet Cong out of their little rat holes. Tried to drown them out.
Big old fat rain, sideways rain.
They've been seeding.
There was even rain that went straight up.
They've been using ships. I tried to find some footage, but I can't find any. But I've definitely seen it. I will find it. I've definitely seen it where this ship. It's a US I think it's a US naval ship, has basically got these generators on the back that are just pumping this stuff out that looks the same as when they test the space shuttles. So they did it with Jeremy Clarkson, where they said they were testing the space shuttle, testing the rockets. It sends out just this huge plume of whatever it is up into the air, and then
Just space
3 hours later it's raining. They basically seeded clouds. So
You see, they do it for profit all the time as well. Like if you have hydroelectricity and you need your water filled up, well, bang! Doesn't matter if it floods this or creates problems over here for
look at
someone
that.
else.
I mean,
but
that's the exact
we need the
story.
electricity.
That's the exact story. Is that they wanted San Diego? They said, "Oh, we want you to fill this reservoir. We'll give you 10 grand if you can fill this reservoir." Yeah, all right then. Overfills it. And it bursts and kills a
It's a
shitload
mudflood.
of people.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
nobody
flood,
holds them
flood.
responsible
19.
for it.
Think about
right?
that. Think about the time that happened too. That's what I'm saying. We all kind of think there was like potentially right around that time.
When I research things, I mean, rainmaking has always been the biggest sort of thing. You know, like 40 days and 40 nights, blah blah blah. It goes back through everything, manipulating the weather.
Yep.
You know.
So
Shamans do it by exactly how I said. You know, think of all the different ways you personally know about it as well, like orgone generators, that cloud busters, you know, and then there's another method with you record lightning, so that's like sound and vibration. You know, when they're only like tiny little things, you know, the vibration of it, and you place them in certain spots and whatnot, and bang. You know, but
So-
like in everything like this, when you find all these other methods and natural methods of doing it, why is it always the worst one, like the chemicals, and creates all these other problems? Why is it always that one that's chosen? You know, same as when this is why I didn't like maths. I stopped at one certain point. I was liking maths up until I realized that, you know, when you do a times table, there's 7+ methods of timesing something together. You know, and working it out and doing it. Different methods. Do you know? Does anyone know about that? Because what they teach is one method, and it's the worst one from what I've seen. It's the hardest.
there's a much better way for long
more.
multiplication and long
Many.
division. There's a much. I saw it. I saw it in the last few years. I've seen it, and I was like,
Have a look.
wow, that's
Because
like,
there'll be one method that suits you.
yeah.
You know, that you go, that's what I did naturally.
That's really simple, but that makes sense.
But they wanted me to do it
It's
this way.
That's a logical way to do it. It just looks logical. Anyway, what I was trying to say though, what I was trying to say before was what Sarah was looking at this thing, what she was looking at about the magnetic rain, and the synchronicity was that I'd been watching this guy. This guy is what's his bloody name? Peter. Hang on, where's it gone? Patrick Moore. That's it. Patrick Moore, PhD. He is a scientist, and he's one of the founding members of Greenpeace.
Yep.
And I'll just play this for a second.
Hello, my name is Patrick Moore, and I'm going to talk to you.
Oh, hang on.
I need to find the best way to learn math and science.
Piss off.
Oh, wow. Were we just talking about maths, learning maths?
And I'm going to talk to you about my new book, Fake Invisible Catastrophes and Threats of Doom. I know that sounds a little bit sensational, but I think you'll agree with me that it's a good title for this book. First, though, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my history. I grew up on a tiny floating village, a logging camp, on the northwest tip of Vancouver Island in the rainforest right by the Pacific. This was Winter Harbor.
I'm hoping that playing this at 1.5 times speed will help us for
biology, biochemistry,
things.
genetics, a bit of forestry, because that's the industry I grew up in. And life science became my passion. It was in the late 1960s. It was the height of the Cold War, the height of the Vietnam War, the threat of all-out nuclear war, and the emerging consciousness of the environment. I learned about the word ecology from a professor of ecology at the university, a word that had not yet been printed in the popular press. Ecology is about how all living things are interrelated, not only with each other, but with the earth, with the water and the land and the air. This is me on my way to Amchitka Island in the Aleutians on a protest voyage, the first voyage of Greenpeace against United States hydrogen bomb testing.
The reason I'm playing this, guys, is to just give you the little background of who this guy
The
is.
United States was detonating 5 megaton
And look
hydrogen
at that
bombs
70s
underground
stash,
out
man.
in
That
the
was
Aleutian
awesome.
Islands, where except for Alaska, they were actually closer to Canada, Russia, and Japan.
He's the
than they
real
were to the
deal.
United States. That was one thing we didn't think was fair, but we also thought it was time to bring people's attention to the continued threat of all-out nuclear war between the United States and what was then called the Soviet Union, Russia. This is the crew of the Greenpeace boat on its way to Alaska. I'm under the P. We all look like a bunch of hippies, but actually we were mostly pretty much professionals. I was doing a PhD in ecology, and many of the others were journalists and doctors and lawyers, geographers, and people who were interested in the world and studying hard and wanting to do something to make it a better place. President Nixon canceled those hydrogen bomb tests in 1972. Thus, we won. And much to our surprise, we had actually created a spearhead for the campaign against nuclear testing by going out in the boat and aiming it towards the nuclear tests. This got us on TV around the world. And before long, people were marching in the streets by the tens of thousands, calling for an end to the nuclear testing.
Right. Don't anybody go jump into any conclusions right now about him, what he's going to say about nuclear, because I was very surprised. And what I want people to pay most attention to is what he's about to say about CO2.
Well, we've done that job, and we decided to turn our attention to another really important subject. And that is, at that time, in the early to mid-1970s, Russia and Japan in particular were killing 30,000 great whales a year still. Very few people even knew about that because it was going on over the horizon, out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, in the Antarctic, and a bit in the Atlantic. So a whale scientist are based on things that either are invisible, like carbon dioxide, and physics, called the unified field theory, where it's thought maybe someday all aspects of physics, magnetism, gravity, the whole electromagnetic spectrum, will all be put into one formula, sort of like E equals mc squared on steroids. That may never happen, but I've got a unified theory, and it's about scare stories. It seems to me very clear that virtually every scare story there is today, and there are many of them, are based on things that either are invisible, like carbon dioxide and radiation, or so remote, like polar bears and coral reefs, that no one can observe and verify it for themselves, at least almost no one. So it's easy to make a story up about something that is invisible or so remote that you can't go and see it for yourself, because how can you check as to whether it's true or not? Take GMOs, for example, genetically modified foods. They say there's something dangerous about them. It must be in them because they're saying you shouldn't eat them. What is the...
Right. I'd just like to take this opportunity to say, technically, what he's saying is true, but the issue isn't what is it, that they're poisonous in some way. The issue with GMOs, with GMO food, particularly vegetables and fruits, the issue is that they do not contain the nutrients that the natural product, the natural earth-born product actually gives. It's fake, and therefore it's not as good for you as the natural thing, and therefore it is possibly detrimental to your health. So I don't agree with what he's saying here fully, but I can see where he's coming from, because they can't say exactly what it is. There's nothing toxic in GMO foods in that sense. There's not like a toxic chemical that they can give a name to that's in GMO foods. They're just because they're modified at a genetic level. So it's like they're not what if it says it's an apple, if it's a GMO apple, it's not an apple, it's a fake apple. That's what it is. It's a fake apple.
Like a synthetic apple.
Exactly, a
Yeah.
synthetic apple. That's all it is. So yeah, I'll just point that out.
dangerous thing?
Yeah, there's actually a study
First,
out
it must be
about that
invisible.
too in the GMO foods, which shows nutrition and stuff too, and it's like
That's-
40% less or something.
And Callum, was it the CEO of Monsanto that came out with that statement saying like organic was harmful and he had to retract it because of that study, because they shoved it back in his face? Was like, no, dude, you're completely wrong. It was exactly
There's one of your peer-reviewed studies, yeah. Yep.
because no one has shown us what it is. And GMOs have been around for 25 years. Oh, then what's its name? If it is invisible, it surely should have a name and a chemical formula like everything else in the world does. There's no thing that doesn't have a name. Well, the thing in GMOs doesn't have a name. So that's about all you need to know that it's a hoax. There is nothing in GMOs that is harmful. And if there was, they would know what it is.
Sorry, I have to mute myself and unmute myself. And also, it's sort of, I can get on board with that as well. That really, there doesn't actually have to be anything harmful about GMOs because of what I feel about our perception of ourselves. I feel that it's my perception of myself that allows me to not get sick and not ever sanitize shit, or that I don't care about germs. I don't give a shit about any of that crap.
Idea of even needing the food to begin with, and then if you're already pretty pure in a sense, if you're already pretty clear, if you do take in something like this, the main thing is that you're just not going to get as much energy from it. Like Calvin's done a really good job of explaining that with like taking in raw, exactly, like you'll process it and you'll pick out all the nasty shit, but you probably won't gain much from it as like drinking Coke to gain energy. It's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like I do, drinking
comes with effects, right? Comes with effects.
Drinking coffee sweetened with condensed milk for energy and stuff. It's like, I mean, it does the job.
Yeah, well, that's a lot better than many other things you could be, many other sugars that you could be taking, which are
I mean, I'd rather that's sort of like the lesser of 4 billion evils, really, isn't it? the lesser of 107 evils. But it's
we all have these choices too, which we look around and what we have to use, what we have in front of us and stuff as well. And there's a right choice for you. You know, your body will move towards it as well. It's like what we were saying. If you hold something in front of you, your body will move towards it or move away from it.
Yeah,
and I will say it's a step thing for me.
That's the amount.
This is what you need at the time, because things are going to change. Especially like this is why I don't like getting into food when it comes to health with people that much. You know, there's certain things that relate to everyone as a whole. But when it comes to food, a lot of it's very exactly right.
Yep.
And there's certain times for certain things. It's like when people try and put it all as one thing, like, oh, don't eat this and don't eat this. It's like, when don't I eat this? And when do I eat this? And when don't I eat this? And what type of this and that and all of that. But when you bring it back to the simple things, it's like people should get their water sorted first before they think about food, because that's something for everyone.
Get on with a little bit about climate change. I can't give you even 5% of my knowledge about climate change.
I'm just going to start this again because otherwise
one goes up, the other goes down. When one goes down,
keep us on track, Richie. Keep us on track.
And carbon dioxide history, it takes longer than the whole hour and a half to do that. But here we start with the history, the last 570 million years of history of temperature and carbon dioxide. So this is the center of the debate on climate. They say that it's carbon dioxide that controls the world's temperature. But if you look at the big circle there, you can see nearly 200 million years where carbon dioxide, which is the purple line, and temperature, which is the blue line, are completely out of sync with each other. When one goes up, the other goes down. When one goes down, the other goes up. This is not good evidence for a causal relationship between two different factors. Of course, there are times when they are in sync with each other, but out of sync with each other at least as often as they're in sync. Many factors that are even correlated strongly are not a cause-effect relationship. Quite often, a third factor is making the two of them look like they're in sync with each other, or that one causes the other, but it's not the case. This graph is all you need to know that CO2 is not the main controlling factor of global temperature. But most people in this debate don't even want to talk about anything before 1850. And if you'll see on the graph there, I have a pointer to 1850, which shows
1850. And what happened in 1851? The first World Fair. The Queen Victoria's World Fair, Crystal Palace. where they first, where it's been speculated that was a reset event.
Where life started in some ways,
Where we humans started putting some CO2 back in the atmosphere where it had come from in the first place. As you can see on the purple line, there's been a general lowering of CO2 all through the last 500 million years. It's gone up and down at times, but the net effect is a strong downward trend from about 6,000 parts per million to only a couple of hundred parts per million before we came along. You can also see some ice ages there, in particular the Silurian ice age on the very far left, which shows that the ice age occurred while CO2 was up over 5,000 parts per million, which is more than 10 times what it is today. There is simply no good evidence to indicate, or certainly not to prove, that CO2 has very much to do with global temperature. Here's the last 150 million years. There's the graph for CO2. You saw it in the previous slide, going down continuously for the last 150 million years. It shows there that the present level is 420 parts per million. Indeed, during the most recent major glaciation, which was only 20,000 years ago, which is a blink in nature's eye, CO2 went down to 180 parts per million. The death of plants occurs at 150 parts per million. Plants don't just need CO2, they need a certain amount of it in the atmosphere. It's actually quite amazing that vegetation, plants, can survive with a 180 parts per million CO2. That's 0.018% of the atmosphere. It's almost insignificant, and yet plants are able to still survive at that low level. Why has CO2 been dropping continuously through the long millions of years of ages? A simple answer that very few people know about. About 500 million years ago, marine species, which had evolved during the Cambrian explosion of life when multicellular life first began. It's also important to know that for the first 3 billion years of life, it was microscopic unicellular.
All right, listen, we do have to just say right now, all right, this is all evolution BS, absolute BS, but they're all going by their fucking official narrative for their climate change BS.
And what are we pulling from it, right? Like we always talk about this. What's the relevant information that we're getting from this?
And let's just apply a bit of their BS back at them to prove that with their own BS, they're disproving the BS that they're putting out now with the BS that they put out before. But it does, yeah. I mean, like you said, Sarah, exactly. What information can we glean from this? Because it's, I'll let it play. I'll continue.
And confined to the water, mostly to the oceans. There was no life on the land for the first 3 billion years of the Earth's life's existence on the Earth. But after the Cambrian explosion and the existence of multi-celled species, like hundreds and thousands of species evolved at that time, they also soon learned, many of them, to make armor plating for themselves, shells, out of calcium in the sea and carbon dioxide in the sea. There's 50 times as much carbon dioxide in the oceans as there is in
by
the
trial and error.
So that is a very rich.
They learned by trial and error that they had to grow
CO2
shells
out of the water to make these shells for themselves, like a knight in armor. In fact, they also pulled CO2 out of the atmosphere to make up for the CO2 that was lost in the oceans to sediments. All the limestone, chalk, and marble in the Earth today, the White Cliffs of Dover, for example, all the marble you see in all the cathedrals around the world, was made by these marine calcifying species. All of that marble and limestone and chalk is of life origin. It didn't come from a volcano. It came from life, and it came from life that was sucking CO2 out of the ocean and putting it on the bottom as sediment, thus taking it away from the circle of life between the atmosphere, the oceans, and the living world, reducing the level of carbon dioxide available to life. Here's the last 65 million years of global temperature. We know this to be the case. This is a fact from marine sediment cores. Drilling down into marine sediments, there are isotopes that can be looked at and can see what the temperature was at that time. The Eocene thermal maximum 50 million years ago was one of the warmest times in the last 500 million years. There might have been one other time that was as warm or warmer. Then, a 50 million year cooling period with a bit of a pause between 35 and 15 million years ago descended into the Pleistocene Ice Age. The Pleistocene Ice Age is said to have begun 2.6 million years ago, and we are still in it. This is an interglacial period in the Pleistocene Ice Age. There have been about 40 to 45 advances of glaciers during this period, the last one peaking 20,000 years ago. But there's been interglacial periods, of course, in between each one of these glaciations. That's what we're in today. So in fact, it's colder now than it has been for about 250 million years. It was warmer all the way back to the previous ice age, which was called the Karoo. The Karoo ended 250 million years ago, and it got warmer and stayed warmer until we came into this ice age 2.6 million years ago. Here's the last 5.5 million years. This shows the gradual descent into where they say, okay, this is now the Pleistocene ice age. As you can see, it's not a great big drop all at once. So you have to draw the line somewhere, though, when all of a sudden both the North and South Pole are covered in huge sheets of ice. That would indicate an ice age. And when mountains all the way down to Mexico nearly are covered in glaciers, that is an ice age. And this ice age continues. As you can see, the lower temperatures at the bottom there indicate that the ice age is actually still getting colder during the glaciations that occur. We have no idea when this Pleistocene ice age will end. The last one was 100 million years. This one is only 2.6 million. There is no way anybody has a clue as to whether or not, going out of this interglacial period, we will go into the next major glaciation, which would be about 80,000 years from now, the 100,000 year cycle you see there. And then it might just keep repeating itself for who knows how long. Here's getting closer to the future, to the present. These are the last 4 interglacial periods, showing also the last 4 major glaciations, the lower part of the curve. As you can see, the Earth comes out of the major glaciation quickly into the interglacial period and then slowly descends back into the major glaciation. We have a lot of information about what happened during these periods. And as you can see here, through these glacial periods, CO2 and temperature have been in very close sync with each other. So the people who claim that CO2 is controlling temperature say, look, there you have it. CO2 and temperature are in perfect sync, so CO2 must be what controls the temperature. But no, the temperature could be controlling the CO2. Cause and effect works so that there's a cause and then an effect. The effect never comes before the cause. And when you analyze these graphs carefully, you see that it's temperature that changes first and CO2 follows. That makes sense because these 100,000 year cycles are based on what is known as the Milankovitch cycles. It's caused by the gravitational force of Jupiter. Unbelievably, but it is. The tides of the Earth also have a factor of Jupiter's gravitational force in them, along with the moon and sun. And we know exactly what these forces are. So it makes much more sense to think that the changes to the Earth's orbit and the changes to the Earth's tilt, which are caused by the gravitational effect of Jupiter, are what is causing the CO2 to change. Because when the oceans cool, they absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and when they warm, they give off carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. And this one slide we could talk about for another hour, but got to get moving. Coming very close to the present, this is the longest temperature record by a thermometer. Thermometers weren't invented until around 1650, where this graph starts. And as you can see, the black line is carbon dioxide, the rate at which humans are putting it into the atmosphere. Now, up until around 1950, there was almost no change in the amount of CO2 going up on a fairly steady curve. Then all of a sudden, it shoots up from about 1900, and then after 1950, just becomes almost like exponential upwards. The temperature curve is not responding to this in any significant way. Actually, if you look back at the beginning of the temperature curve, you can see a period that goes from about 1690 to 1730 or 40, where the temperature rises for a longer period and more degrees than it ever does again in this curve. So this is an indication that CO2 and temperature don't have an awful lot to do with each other, that they are not a cause-effect relationship. So after that brief introduction of climate change, carbon dioxide, temperature, and the history of life, let's talk about some of the issues in my new book, Fake Invisible Catastrophes and Threats of Doom. We have to admit that polar bears are not invisible, but they are very remote. Very few people would be able to. So to conclude, fossil fuels are 100% organic.
It's just one more bit, right? One more bit that I want people to listen to. And it's about this. It's about energy. And nuclear power.
Didn't accumulate. But the fact of the matter is, all the Chernobyl reactors outside Russia have. He is telling us a lie, which we cannot. Walrus sanctuary. This particular. Clams and other species in the mud below. He said, I just say what they write for me. That is not becoming of a man who is an expert in wildlife and birds. This is a perfect example of the universal theory of scare stories, things that are either invisible, remote, or both. This is the aftermath of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant explosion. It's the only nuclear accident in the history of nuclear energy that has killed people. 56 people died as a result of the Chernobyl accident, according to the World Health Organization. Other people say it's 300,000, like Greenpeace said it was 300,000, but these are people with no names.
According to the WEF, according to the WHO, sorry,
56 people
the
I know who
WHO.
have died. Most
Who'd
of
you
them were
say?
firefighters trying to put out the fire that blazed for 10 days in a huge piece of carbon that was the moderator of the reactor. Graphite, which is pure carbon, was burning there, continuing to send radioactive elements from the reactor core.
There was no explosion, by the way.
Chernobyl
There was never
a
an
stupid designed
explosion.
reactor. I can only say it like that. It was a reactor design that had the potential to be a nuclear bomb under certain circumstances. This didn't happen during normal operating procedures. It happened when a group of engineers from Nuclear Central in Moscow came down and told the operators what to do. One of the things they told them to do was to shut off the safety systems. That's what went wrong. They put the reactor in a condition that resulted in basically a nuclear bomb, slowly exploding, but causing a huge amount of damage, as you can see. Both
There
Three
were
Mile
no
Island and
explosions,
Fukushima
there were only
meltdown
fires.
accidents are completely different than this accident. In those cases, there was no massive explosion of the nuclear core. In Fukushima, the hydrogen that was coming out of the core was allowed to build up and explode in the containment structures, which was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen done in my life. But that's what they let happen. They didn't have to. They could have easily let the gases out so the hydrogen didn't accumulate. But the fact of the matter is, all the Chernobyl reactors outside Russia have been shut down, and all the ones inside Russia, I believe there are still 10 operating, have been completely modified so that this can never happen again. And this can never happen in any of the other reactors in the United States, Canada, Japan, etc., China, India, because they have not been built in a way that could have this accident happen. Here's 2 of 4 modern nuclear reactors in Korea. It's neat. The Koreans actually try to make their nuclear reactors look kind of nice. They put marble on the walls inside, whereas in most countries, they just leave bare concrete. I think it would make a lot of sense to follow the Korean example and make the nuclear reactors look just a little bit pretty, because they are producing a huge amount of electricity. These 2 reactors are capable of supplying electricity to 2 million homes, just those what are not that large a structure. There are
Unclear nuclear.
We can probably actually start discussing that now. So the whole point is they're lying. They're lying to us about everything, and they're lying to keep us away from certain technologies. And they're I'm echoing back really bad. That might be you, Cam. Yeah, it is. You were echoing about me. Just make sure your echo thing is switched on, or switch it off and back on again in the settings. So Chernobyl, me and Rox were talking about it, or it was me and Sarah. I can't remember, but we were talking about how we think it was a controlled op. It was to create a narrative to scare people away from nuclear power. It sat alongside the nuclear bomb theory, and it just made nuclear energy scary and really, like, oh God, no, we don't want a nuclear power station near us. Oh my God, we'll have 4-headed fish and 3-headed deer, and But
what did he say? He said hydrogen bomb himself too. And you go, what are you talking about? Are you talking about a hydrogen bomb? Or a nuclear bomb? Like, because there's a story around the whole nuclear thing. But if it's just a hydrogen bomb, I see hydrogen as just pressure anyway. It's just like everything has a buildup of pressure when you heat things and put under pressure and whatnot. Where does all that pressure go when it can't go anywhere? Stored in material and is released from material.
I think that's what Fukushima and not Fukushima, Nagasaki and the other place. They weren't nuclear.
Fukushima.
They were. Was it Fukushima? No, Fukushima was a nuclear power plant. No. Nagasaki and
I keep forgetting the names of these things.
Oh God, where was it?
2 places, and I only remember one.
Bombed.
Someone will write it in the chat for
Not
us.
Nicaragua.
For sure.
For crying out loud! Who said Nicaragua? I didn't say it. It wasn't me. I just had this Nicaragua in my head. What? No, yeah, wherever it was, Fukushima.
Hiroshima.
No, Hiroshima. Hiroshima.
Hiroshima.
That's it. Hiroshima.
I know it'd come eventually.
And Nagasaki. I think they were probably
Just
hydrogen bombs
Yeah.
that actually created the
Big-
devastation.
Big bombs.
Really big, the mother
That's
of all
what
big-
I've always said there too. It's like because of the evidence and stuff, it's big bombs plus a story. And the
Yeah.
story is the fear. Like, why do you need to create these things when you don't need to? It's just the fear, the story that
They want
look
the
around
narrative.
you. Look at what
They
all
want
I
the
see
narrative.
here in this whole climate change stuff too is another test demic. Test for CO2. You get a little test, little app that tests this test. We can test everywhere. And then that just keeps going up because we're testing, test.
But
For
this-
an invisible thing, which I don't even think, like when you look at that too, I mean, remember that first bloody hockey stick from, what's his name, right at the start there, you know? And again, it's like, well, the CO2, your little, whatever you say CO2 is after the temperature. You know, there's the temperature and there it is going afterwards. So it's
And
against
it's
what
a
you're
building
saying
block.
anyway.
It's
Right there.
it's a fundamental building block of life here on Earth. Like life couldn't exist without carbon and carbon dioxide and carbon.
Well, it's the dioxide I'm not sure about. I know there's carbon, but
No, the
but
carbon
what-
dioxide is what any plant that photosynthesizes uses carbon dioxide as a fertilizer feed. Basically, they photosynthesize using carbon dioxide, and so one of the things he says in the video is, I haven't because I haven't played it all. He says about how China and the other countries that are contributing to the CO2 and they're not bothering with their carbon footprint. They don't care, and they show the factories chucking out all the shit. Well, actually, it turns out that the Earth is greener now as a result of it, because the carbon dioxide is feeding the plant life. That's what he says. So
Because
there
we're
is
getting
this
closer to
like,
vapor
and
canopy.
also he says one of the things he says is that the carbon dioxide, all they're doing is putting it back in the atmosphere. It used to be in the atmosphere, and now there's less of it in the atmosphere, and they're just putting it back. It's the natural cycle of gases
I just see it's a release of that pressure. So that pressure was put in and it's released again, and then it's
yeah.
Which
put in.
let's talk
Like
about
when you
what we were
create
looking at that
a
one day.
crystal or something, too, you're creating pressure, and that pressure's got to go somewhere. It's a storage of energy, and then that energy's released again. You know,
And this
Hey,
is why I
Brenda,
like this idea that if we live
Instant
in
release.
this dome concept, right? And we saw this, we were looking at the picture of the Egyptian, right? That with the equalizer, and then we were talking about that concept. If there's a frequency and we raise in vibration, if this is kind of like this controlling factor, that all kind of makes sense. That's a pressure concept, right? Because it would hold frequency. It's all that molecule. You know what I'm talking about. I can't talk as scientific.
Well,
as
that's
you
why
do.
everything's instant as well, because it is a pressure container. When something new comes into the world, creates a pressure. When you talk, it creates a pressure, and it's those pressure changes that is what we're reading. And
your heart
any
releases
change,
the pressure. Yeah.
we all feel. So we all feel everything at once. Whatever's happening right now, we all feel it. It's just at a certain level.
This
Right?
is like
But it's all
getting to
there,
know-
and you all feel it. Yeah.
I feel like I can't
Instant.
hide anything anymore, is how I'm starting to feel.
Mm.
Like, and it's great because it's
Nor
actually
should you.
checking myself. But it's like
Yeah.
I know, like all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I know he knows what I'm thinking about. I know. Like I need
Well, I
to
think you have to give it
check
all back
that.
anyway. You have to give it all back. You can't keep anything. What you hold on to is an attachment. Just release it all. No secrets. You have to give it back. You don't take anything with you.
That echoes exactly what I say about like one of the most important lessons to learn as a avatar
Sure.
is to let go, to let go of things, and it's letting go of things that you are emotionally attached to, and it doesn't matter what that emotion is, whether it's love or hate. They're both the same thing.
Releasing it.
You need to release it and let it go. And it's like the old
Releasing
adage,
it is learning from it as well. Like you've learned from it, so you can release it. You can
Yeah.
only release it when you've learned from it.
and you can only move on if you let go.
We've all learned.
If you don't let go of it, then if you do and you hold it here somewhere, you don't. No, I'm not going to think about it. I don't want to think about it. And you don't let go of it. It will come back into your life, and you'll react. You'll have the same. It will take you back to that place you were before. Whereas if you let it go, and then it comes back into your life, and you've moved on. And so maybe it will never come back, but maybe it comes back into your life, but it sees you in a different place, and you're able to. And you don't react. It doesn't affect you in the same way because you've let it
You
go.
have a different perception.
You have a different perception of what's going on. You have the knowledge that hey, you let it go once before, and look at that. Look, it came back. Oh, let it go again. See if it comes back again. You know.
And that's kind of your ego sort of protecting you and all of this as well. You know, it's kind of that's what the ego was trained to do. And does very well, you know, doesn't really know there's another way.
Yeah.
You know. But that's the other thing too. If you don't give yourself time to do it, the ego's just doing what it's supposed to do anyway. There, you don't have time. That's why you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And now you've got time. Now you can sit there and think about it while you try and go to sleep. All right? Because this is the only time that you have. You're busy during the day. You're busy. So if you don't set yourself time, if the body doesn't know there's time to process these things, you don't have control over it. They keep coming back, you know. Keep coming back.
That's been the gift to me. That and this is the thing about perception as well, right? So like people can look at what's gone on in my life over the last few years or whatever and go, "Oh fucking hell, man, shit, wow." But it's like, yeah, but look at all this time that, because of the way my life went, it meant that I just naturally had time to be able to look into things and to be able to do these things where I sat there and I reflected on everything and tried to work out what the fuck was going on because
and what you needed was time.
Yeah, that's exactly what I needed.
So
time.
You got exactly what you
needed. For not being further, being somewhere else is irrelevant because there's a reason that it took you X amount of time to uncover or for something to happen, for a door to open for you to see this pathway, right?
Right.
And it's like, even as we talked about our idea of trying to make the healing center happen, this is a process. It may not happen exactly how we said, and we need to just kind of let it go because something will happen and we will manifest relatively what we want. It just may not come the way we think it's going to come.
We always see it in hindsight.
Best part,
What you're doing now, Richie, it's like, but I needed that time, going through it was didn't feel comfortable.
It's like what you said, Sarah, about me not being able to perform to people, me not being able to use my music to attract people and whatever, meant I was forced to try to use a different aspect of myself to try to talk to people and bring people together into a safe environment.
And as much as I love your singing, I don't know if I had found you on YouTube through your music that I would have continued to follow you, to be honest.
Because it's not your music, it's not your style.
For me, and now it's like, wow. And then when I found out you, I was like, wow, you're so talented. That's amazing, so cool. Oh, you like that chair creaking sound?
I mean, the thing is that I was always disappointed with my streams because they never see, and my gigs, like my gigs. I remember when I first started performing to people in 1999, right before the millennium, when I went to Greece, the first time I ever got up and I just started busking on the side of the road, and then this guy came up from Australia, and he had his guitar with him, and he was like, you know, do you mind if I join in? So we joined in. We started playing some songs together, and then this woman in her 50s turned up. She was from Canada. She started just singing along with us, and we were doing these 3-part harmonies on Cat Stevens, James Taylor, oh God, what are they called? Just all the old bands like that, you know. And we started gigging. We just started gigging, and I've just completely forgotten the point of why I'm gone back into this history. What was I going to say? What's the point of me fucking launching into this?
You know, I got distracted too. I just read Bernie's comment there and just completely distracted.
Oh, listen. I'm sorry. I'm not talking to you anymore, Bernie. You're cheating on us.
Whoa.
No
But look at
way.
this shit.
No way. So seriously,
No, dude,
gonna
we're
let you in
we're
here
getting
now, man?
targeted.
Do you think that means that just because they deleted the alien scientist live stream that we're gonna now, because you got deleted, you're gonna join in our stream? No, they deleted it because you joined the stream, dude. You just got his stream. Come on, you've got
Yeah,
the link.
get your
Mate.
ass
Come
in
on.
here. Get your ass
Get
in
your ass
here.
in here, boy. Get your
Let's
ass in
shut
here,
down our
boy.
stream. Let's mess these people. Let's mess them up. Because the more we
See,
just keep coming out, the more we just keep
dude,
reinventing ourselves.
listen.
They can't
If you
do. They
come
can't
on,
do crap about it.
if you come on this stream, we get deleted. That'd be proof.
Man,
son.
we should all. There should be like 5 projects going on for building this hydrogen fuel cell, just based on the fact, because I know this is partly connected, because we're talking about it pretty heavily. But I can't tell you how I'm spreading the word. I have sent that video to so many people.
Yeah,
And there's
dude,
pressure in
definitely.
everything that people have made as well. It's like the water car, the hydrogen car, or whatever as well too, which electrolysis, and I just see it as releasing that pressure. Like, what do you put in there? Salt, you know, in the water, and that releases, or you know, the metal, you know, as well, the electrodes, they're getting eaten, broken down as well, and they're releasing the pressure that they were made, you know.
Well, I love it, right?
A lot of energy went into it.
Diesel engines, the whole point of diesel engines was so that farmers would be able to create their own fuel and not have the worry of having to pay the expense of fuel for their diesel engines. That was the whole point. And as soon as they cottoned onto it, as soon as they realized what that would mean, and it was something they said no, and they changed the design of the engine so that now you can jimmy it, kind of thing. You can jimmy it and put it back to being able to run on vegetable oil and stuff. But they have done. You have to do. It used to be that naturally diesel engines would run on vegetable oil if you wanted them to.
Well, my mum's car is diesel V-dub, I think, and filling it up, you know, it says, you know, no biodiesel or something on there.
Yeah.
So
in the
they
US, that's what they're doing with vegetable. And like when a car drives by, it smells like French fries, and you're like, "What the fuck?" Oh,
right,
biodiesel. It does, you know, it doesn't happen all the time. But
the other thing they do,
but there's a fear of going against as well, because if you've looked at the Jeet engine, have you guys seen the Jeet engine, JEET? It's a very simple way of running your car on bloody anything. Diesel, petrol, whatever engine, so long as it's a combustible engine, you know, you do this little conversion, which you can get all the parts from a hardware shop. It's just pipes and stuff. You put it together.
Like the new DeLorean.
But I mean, it's the fear, right? So if I did this to my car, then I can't register it, and then there's trouble on blah 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 blah.
But hang on, all that registering it is doing is making it property of the state, and therefore then you are driving a state vehicle,
then they can come and
you have to get
confiscate
a
it.
license, and then blah, 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 where and they don't.
Which is why the guy who the security guard who passed away in the shootings, you know, in Michigan, should have never gone on the news. He should have tried to just get it done, and then get as many other people making it themselves. It has to almost be a little bit of an underground movement.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you look at all of these things, it's really the system. It's the way of the system that tainted it all. You know, like that, like diesel starting out as something that's, you know, good that people wanted, and then somehow got corrupted within the system for profit and for jobs and stuff like this as well. So these communities, I mean, on a community running around in whatever you need to run around in to get things done, hey, you know, when it's its own private thing as well, or separated from the system as well. That's why a lot of people have their private ranches or whatever as well. You do whatever on your property, separate from the system. You know, it's when it's all these, you know, and council and all these the regulations and all of that. That's the control, and that's that system where in that system it costs a lot. Everything costs.
Yes.
How many taxes Americans pay? Like I saw a list of it all too. It's like, wow.
You have no idea how much money comes out of my paycheck.
Looking at it, I just go, that's a nightmare. That's a headache for anyone.
Well, and it's like different from state to state. So like in my state, we don't have sales tax, okay? Which is wonderful, right? But here's the problem. Tourists who come in, they don't have to pay sales tax either. So then in turn, I get 15% taken out. So I get 30% total because there's X amount of taken out of federal taxes out of my paycheck. And then I get
this is the proof you don't own anything, by the way, as well. Tax paying.
Yeah, you already don't own anything. That's it. That's by 2030 you won't
own
anything.
Yeah, because the state thing is another 15%. It's like bullshit. Right. I could have a house. This is what I'm saying. So like a medium house price. So the hospital I work for is a very like exclusive situation where it's like that's pretty much your only choice. Okay. And then not for my degree technically, but anyway, regardless, don't need to get into the details of that. And then so what's happened is the medium house price is $500,000. And what I make and what I do for a living, I should easily be able to buy a house at medium price in the place where I work, right? Nope. And this is the hypocrisy of, it's like, this is supposed to be the American dream. I'm supposed to have worked for the American dream. Where is it?
Well, I mean, this is the thing. The American dream has always been a lie. Yeah, the American dream has always been a lie. And the thing is about dreams, there's the thing about dreams as well. You've got to wake up at some point. You want to go and live the American dream, you're going to have to wake up at some point.
So it's the American fantasy.
They've always been telling you, like, it's there in its description, in its title, the American dream. Come and live the American dream.
But the hypocrisy of that too is that I always used to ask, well, if this is a hierarchy system, how is that possible? How is it possible for everybody to come and get out to the top? Somebody's got to work for somebody somewhere.
For the hierarchy.
Somebody's got to fuck someone somewhere. That's how it happens. The only way.
That's what I come to learn.
I don't just mean like that. No, I don't just mean like that though. I mean in both ways. Yeah. Like sexually, women can get ahead by and even men as well. Because it is a fact.
Acting industry, I know that.
It's a fact that in the army, I know certainly in the American army, probably absolutely definitely in the British army, there's the Cherry Boys, the Cherry Brigade. You only get up to, you only get 4-star general if you've sucked the right cock.
Mm.
It was who was it? The wife of that president that basically came out and said everything she knew about. Can't remember what her name was. Really nice woman she seemed like. But
how much you're willing to twist yourself to do all these things as well.
How much you're willing to compromise yourself.
If you act like a psychopath, you go very far, successful.
Yeah,
in this dream, in this fantasy.
No psychopath wants to be known as being a psychopath because there's such a stigma attached to it. Now the thing is, I think this is really important point to make again. Just because somebody's a psychopath does not make them evil. It doesn't mean they're evil because they're psychopathic or pathological. That doesn't, because you have successful people I do believe there are successful people that are not evil. They're not part of a sick agenda. They're just psychopathic and pathological, but they've chosen to take the good side without compunction. It's, you know, I've got a choice. I can either do it this way or I can do it that way. They're all doing it that way. Everybody seems to be perceiving them in this bad way. Hey, I'm going to do it that way. I'm going to do it.
There's
like
an overall lack of empathy in
Yes,
the
here
world
he is.
anyway, as we see.
Drum roll, please.
It's
His
funny 'cause
first
I feel like
debut
I have-
appearance on the Wide Awake Show. Can we get together, please, now and introduce the one, the only, Burn Eye, Mind's Third Eye, Science Guy.
Sorry, I started taking a little bit of flap over on the other alien scientist stream, as I guess after he stopped sharing the video, they like let the live stream go again, and then it's like I made him end it, and then people were mad at me for some
Turn
reason.
your mic up, bro. I've
I
just
don't
turned the mic right up. I've turned the adjust mic off, and I've turned your mic up because we were a bit low then. But you're good now.
Good now, very good.
Good now, mate. Because you've got a mic, you've got a proper microphone, haven't you? So it's good. We can turn the
I got the Snowball Blue.
Yeah, yours is similar to to Sarah's. What have you got, Sarah?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's similar.
mine is the Snowball Ice, but mine doesn't have that cool chrome cover.
Right? Ooh,
right?
It's got the
And I don't have a screen, and I also was gonna get an arm so I could like
Right, I got
pantyhose and a coat hanger.
I was so chuffed that this came as part of the thing that came with it. I was like, oh wow, that's like a proper recording studio spit guard thing, man. You know,
right? Catch that spit when you
And
get
it was
too
incredible.
angry at them.
It was
Start
incredible.
yelling.
It's great stuff. But yeah,
Oh,
I used to do it with a coat hanger, pantyhose. When I first started recording in my room, it was with a coat hanger and pantyhose.
Yeah,
Nice.
Just as well, man. Just as well.
works a
So,
treat.
Mr. Bernie, dude, your first time on the Wide Awake Show. How you doing?
Good. I thank you for having me on.
Oh, mate,
Pleasure. I'm not
honor.
quite wide awake yet because it's 10 a.m. where I am, but I'm awake.
Hey, I'm impressed you're awake.
That's early for you.
What time did you go to bed?
Yeah.
I actually slept for like 24 hours or something like that. Ridiculous. So
Catching
that is
up.
why I'm awake in the morning today. I slept for a full day.
Nice, man. Nice. I just want to take a little timestamp here. What are we doing? We're saying like 1 hour 30 timestamp, just so I know where to clip for our little shorts and stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Who's
man.
wearing shorts?
yeah.
I'm wearing shorts.
Oh, they should. They're not short shorts. Who's wearing short shorts?
Oh,
They're not short shorts. They're fucking nice shorts. Do you know what? I haven't got any shorts. I don't know where they've all gone.
Look at you guys go. Fire!
We're on fire.
Get out, man.
I had to mess around real quick because
Hey, and we've got the Burn Eye, Mind's Eye, third eye, yeah, Mind's Third Eye Science Guy logo.
The guy that plays the pun on Bill Nye, the fake science guy.
Do you like it, dude?
I
you
love
like
it. Sarah
I had
did
a
an
little bit of
amazing job.
input into it. I had a
Nice.
little bit of influence into it. I'm very
yeah.
Rich.
Richie's kind of my creative like go-to.
we're a good team, man.
What do I
We're a
do?
good
Like,
creative
okay,
team.
here you go. Now tell me. And he'll literally say, "Do this." And so for yours, he goes, add a little bit of purple and blue, and bam,
Right?
it just like pop the
Look
whole.
at my room, right? It's like we got some orange, some yellow, some purple, and blue.
I think
Yeah,
maybe that's where it was coming from, man. Like
I love making that
subconscious
one.
memory
I'm
of
not gonna
your-
lie.
Yeah.
all the heavy
I like
metal ones are black and white. Black and white. All the band
very
names, everything, all the
Freemasonic,
labels I saw.
Very
And I can't
Freemasonic.
read the name. I just can't read what the actual band name is. It's like it's
Interesting.
weird. I'm like, oh.
Oh, the
Black-
graffiti,
black and
the
white,
heavy
dude.
stuff. Ooh, there we go.
They're cool looking. They're very cool looking.
Freemasonic though, black and white. Very
Yeah,
Freemasonic.
black and white steps there, the tiles. The checkerboard.
which is really, if everybody accepts it, is what religion, what the Catholic religion is, what Christianity is. It's black and white. It's good and evil. It's the God versus the devil. It's just a black and white paradigm, like one side versus the other, which ultimately is only positive and negative, which is electrical.
Yeah, the bipolar world.
Which takes us, I think it's a good time, as you've joined us, Bernie, to go back to because I know that Sarah wanted
Okinawa. It was called Okinawa. That was the second spot. The Hiroshima and Okinawa that got bombed.
No,
That's it.
Okinawa,
Which is interesting because that's such a huge marine base now.
Okinawa. No.
Right?
Okinawa was Karate Kid. Okinawa was where
it's the second spot Japan.
Mr. Miyagi was from. He was from Okinawa.
No, it was Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Nagasaki. Hiroshima, Nagasaki. You got it.
Hiroshima.
Right.
I won the trivia. Whoop! Just kidding.
Okinawa's the island below that. You're right. It was further up on the main island.
But isn't it interesting?
Okinawa is where the main U.S. Marine base is.
Exactly. Yeah. Isn't it interesting that the first time they introduced Okinawa to the public consciousness was through Karate Kid, and it was Mr. Miyagi came from Okinawa, and he was, he was the ultimate ancient wisdom, karate, could catch a fly with his fucking chopsticks. That was Mr. Miyagi coming from Okinawa. So Okinawa to me when I was a kid was just this outskirts fucking place near Japan, and it didn't really mean anything. But in reality, Okinawa is a naval military base. It's it's a nuclear.
And it kind of looks like a square island, and there, I think. I
wonder if it was a star
island just right off of the coast, like the southernmost tip of Okinawa. I think
the amount of bombing that's gone on in the South Pacific and stuff, where they've been bombing.
There's a big star fort there. I think there's a citadel.
Exactly. It's just another example of how they bring our attention to things that really we should know about, but what they're doing is they're painting it with a different narrative. So,
a big question with the Japanese star forts, because there's like a whole bunch of them, including I think the Japanese Imperial Palace. That's a star fort as well.
Bloody pyramids, mate.
There's a really interesting relationship between
pyramids too.
And the megalithic structures that they said were natural. Crazy.
Japan was cut off for this like 500 or 300 years or some shit that they claimed. And then it's like, but they were building star forts at the exact same time everybody else was building star forts, but they separated so that they weren't doing the same thing that everybody else was doing. But they were doing star forts.
All the same designer.
Adds a little bit more question to it.
Just share the designer around. Architect. Same architect everywhere.
Here we go. Dun, dun, dun.
Visuals.
Visuals, man.
This is totally a copy break for me. I'm going
no, what we do is we'll have it without sound. We won't bother having any sound because it doesn't matter what they say. They're talking horse shit out of their ass. Actually, I don't know what they're talking about in this. They might be. So it's Japanese pyramid unveiled, right? They tried to pass these off as natural formations.
Do we get to see it?
Yeah. I'm getting a new cool overlay ready, so give me a second on that.
Can you? Oh, hang on. Can you not see? Oh, rah. I thought you were watching what I was fucking. Rah.
I had a feeling, Richie. I had a feeling.
Here we go. Here you go.
That's awesome.
Yeah, this is Yanaguni right here.
Actually, do you know what? We've still got this on. Oh no. There we go.
Sunk by an earthquake. Nicknamed the Japanese Atlantis, the Yonaguni Monument, which is 165 feet long and 65 feet wide, is now thought by many to be a remnant of an ancient culture, in some way similar to Stonehenge. But what exactly could this lost culture be? Well, it may be a magnet for Atlantis theories, but Atlantis isn't the only lost city or even lost continent out there in the world. The lost continents of Lemuria and Mu, for example, are said by some to exist beneath the Indian and Pacific Oceans. At one time, it was proposed that Lemuria was once a sweeping land bridge, enabling animal species to migrate out from Africa, specifically explaining how lemurs, hence the name, could seemingly be found in both Madagascar and India, despite such a large ocean between them. Ideas on Lemuria are now very outdated, but they did once serve as a genuine scientific theory on migration. Mu, though, has an even more contentious past, with little to no scientific thinking on where it should be or why it should be there. Today, it's widely billed as the product of 19th century pseudoscience, but in the eyes of some, it's another Atlantis candidate, and the Yonaguni Monument is evidence that Mu did once exist. For Mu hunters, Japan's underwater pyramid could be a relic of an ancient civilization, and there could be more sites just like it all over the ocean. The idea of lost continents isn't without precedent in this part of the world, at least with Zealandia, home to the New Zealand archipelago, representing a significant chunk of the Earth's crust almost entirely submerged by the Pacific over millions of years. But is the Yonaguni Monument really evidence of an ancient and long-lost entire civilization somewhere off the coast of Southeast Asia? Though Masaki Kimura brings some credibility to his side of the debate, there's mounting opposition to his ideas, with various claims that the monument isn't a monument at all. The relevant Japanese authorities, for example, appear to completely disagree with Kimura, seeing as the supposed pyramid is not a protected site and no preservation has been carried out. For them, and for many others, this underwater wonder is just a natural, if quirky, rock formation, as intriguing.
No, no, no! Don't protect it! Don't protect it! Let it get destroyed! Fuck! Shit! No!
It is
Don't
natural.
bring
It is natural made squares underwater. It is a natural pyramid.
Like, so let's yeah, we don't need to play anymore. We know what we're talking about. I don't know how we got onto this subject. What I was trying to do is bring us back to magnetic rain. To magnetic rain clouds that we were talking about with Sarah. Because about
Ooh, look at that fire.
that's oh shit, that's hot.
It's hot.
Whoa!
Hang on. Hang on.
We need to modify it a little bit. But...
Leave it up. Hang on.
Isn't that cool? But think about this. We can make all kinds of fun stuff with this.
Right?
So, Bernai, if you want me to make you, right?
Please do definitely send me these and we'll share 100%. I would love to use them.
Yeah. I feel like I need to make you a cool intro too.
I appreciate that.
I was like already trying to think about, I want to do like a weird science. So like kind of like weird science, but then also like, yeah, I got to figure this out. And also I was thinking Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, like a little bit of combo. We could take a little few of those clips and sort of intermingle it.
She blinded me with science.
Mitzi, do you mind? I'm trying to share a little share screen.
Yeah, please do.
There you go.
The Yanaguni Pyramid. What you were just showing there. And this is the Faram Foundation's work on the Yanaguni structure. So this is like what that pyramid is that they were diving over. And then he measures the angles, plots out the angles, and literally the angles of the Yanaguni Pyramid go to each of these precise spots directly. And boom. Same spot that the Japanese decided to take and own during World War II is the exact same territory that the Yanaguni Monument maps out underwater. So if that is not man-made, I don't know what to tell you. And then some more glyphs just off the island right by there. But it goes into showing massive amounts of catastrophism and ancient pre-cataclysm societies and ruins. So I recommend everybody check out the Yanaguni Pyramids link. Fairham Foundation.
Did you hear that, by the way?
Fairham Foundation.
Could you hear that, by the way? In the background.
Who you
Like
asking
a bell?
me?
Maybe?
Did you? Yeah. Hang on.
What are you trying
You
to
can't.
play?
You can't hear it. You know.
No. What is that?
Very, very low, Lee.
Looks very low.
There you go. Yeah, sounds like cave. What's going on here? You playing some sound effects for us?
Dripping in caves.
Kind of not a little bit off topic, but Bernie, have you heard of that website called Fortress Earth? Is that what you guys have used for the Star Fort? To
I have
collect some of
not.
here to that guy's website. I wanted to share it with you because I'm trying to find it right now. I should have it handy.
Yes, please. That sounds bad arse.
And so because it shows, it's supposed to document all like on a Google map, like all of the star forts. And I was talking about it earlier, but I'm not sure if you heard, but I actually lived where the Goonies was filmed, is where one of the star forts is supposed to be. And I lived there, and I'm gonna make a trek back, and I'll show you because you can clearly see it on Google Maps that it's got the battery where the battery is. It's got the clear shape, but you can see potentially that they inundated it with water, and they supposedly dredged the river to allow all these major ships to come through. But what if that was to bury and allow water to flood in, right? Hold on, I'm gonna pull up that. I misplaced it.
They're everywhere. It's ridiculous how they just keep popping up.
And I've been really trying to look at the Oregon coast because there's so many lighthouses, along it. I mean, understandably, right? But just like, it's a very interesting area. And it's very remote in a lot of places. Even like parts of the coast are some of the most remote places. But Washington's like that too, because they have a lot of reservation areas, so you can't even get to the coastline. So I'll find that here and pull that up.
They just love blocking the access off to anything interesting.
Yeah, they don't want they don't want anybody basically digging too much, right?
Yeah.
As soon as we do, we can see that their narrative doesn't hold together.
I want to dig in. Ooh, JacobBogle.com. Okay.
I'll put it in the chat, and I'll put it in private chat.
Yeah, that's awesome. Because I would really want to do, once the war is over, go over to like the Russian, Ukrainian area of that Great Wall of Tartaria, especially even through the Siberian part where it's not even documented. And it's like, there's literally a star fort every kilometer or two for 1,000 miles straight. It blows my mind.
And this is so cool. Like,
star forts
like, thank you for doing this, because if you guys hadn't seen this, it's like, oh look, we can check anything.
That is awesome.
And so this is what I like. Look at on the West Coast. This is the only one, but let me show you. It's clear as day and I've been in this park, and there's so many underground bunkers in this area too. But look at that shape. Bam. Right effing there.
Yeah.
Okay. Now get ready for this. So there's this. This is called a battery. From this view, it's not showing us that, but it'll say it's like battery. Well, here's battery Pratt. But there's another. This is named something else. And see, you can look at the shape. Look at that.
Yeah. Oh, they'll say, yeah, they had guns mounted.
Cannons.
There. That's what that was. There were cannons mounted there.
Now watch this. So like you can see over here. Okay. And this part goes all the way out here, but watch this. If I come over here, I think this is, yeah, look, battery Murphy. Battery 246.
Hi, Alex.
And it comes up over in here.
And Kevin.
Hey, Alex.
How you doing, man?
And then there's I'm pretty sure if I remember, yep,
That is
battery old flying.
giant artificial coastline along most of that area.
So this is supposedly where they dredged it out, like all through here, and like it's so wide. So here's Astoria. This is part of where the Goonies filmed. The Goonies was also filmed down all the way here, and there's supposed to be. Talked about this with a woman named Jenny who's been on Arthur's channel, but she thinks she's heard of a what do you call it? A pyramid that's supposed to be right in this area, and so we've been trying to kind of map it out based on like this view too, and I found like some interesting shapes.
Really?
Over in here, yeah, and potentially I don't know if we can get access to it because it's some of these logging roads are closed off and you have to have special permits to get back in some of these areas. But there's just interesting mountain ranges all throughout here. And Oregon, again, is like, this is all national forest area. Nobody lives. Let me show you some really quick. Nobody lives well, I shouldn't say nobody, but very few, like one trickle two in between, all in this area. Okay, same thing here.
Right.
This is all
So what you're saying
national
is
forest.
basically this is like
They all live
right, like prime
cabin-
time for where
cabin
you'd
village.
find stuff. I guarantee on the oldest maps of North America, you'd see probably little castles all throughout this area that they
Oh
just
my
don't
God.
discovering.
Okay, now look at this area, and some of that shape patterns and stuff that we
Christmas
see.
Valley.
Yeah, right. Isn't that interesting? There's some. Oregon is such a gem, you guys. I have so much exploring to do to
Fort
share. There's
Rock.
this place called Fort Rock. Look at this. Oh, this might not be the right way to show. Look at that. Just vastness. This is like a totally different. Look, see, there's the shape. This is called Fort Rock. Just sitting out in the middle of this vastness, right?
Wow, looks very similar to out here, actually.
Yeah, actually, that's Callum. I think I've kind of said that, but this is the whole eastern part of Oregon. This is also where the whole uranium thing went down that I've talked about. With the whole Malaheur Refuge, and there's a Mason Lodge right there.
Fascinating.
Oh, let me show you something. Let me show you something else with Oregon. There's an area really close to here called Hole in the Ground. Look at that.
There's a giant hole in the ground.
And there's
just a hole in the ground.
Right. And there's a place called Crack in the Ground, not too far from here either. Oh. This is supposed to be lava. Like it's very, very interesting.
Badlandsy type, like former plasma catastrophe potential sort of areas.
Yeah. This where you're looking now looks like sort of the hills have eyesville. And where you were looking before looks like the Cabinville,
Okay, this is where I want to live. Let me show you this place. This is how different Oregon is.
There's an airport there, man. Oh yeah, I'd love to live somewhere like that. Yeah.
It kind of is like where high desert meets the mountains. So I love it.
What that reminds me of is basically hiking down on the back of a horse as Arthur. Like Red Dead Redemption 2. That would be living my dream. Absolutely living my dream. Living somewhere like that. Just getting everywhere on horseback.
Ooh.
Oh,
there's a star fort right there.
You know this is my Las Vegas? Look at
that.
this.
That's identical to the ones that are in like Siberia along that Great Wall of Tartaria.
Go over to the right.
Look how close this is to Vegas. Where was I? Look here's Las Vegas.
Right, can you go up there? That's to that dark rock. What is that?
Turkey Mountains? How ironic with what you just said. That's kind of weird, dude.
Don't you think that's a bit strange though? That's like it's come out of rock that's come up out of the
doesn't look that high, but yeah. Look at that, almost looks like that Fort Rock in a way, but not maybe quite the same shape or as high.
Yeah. That looks like
an eye, doesn't it?
During
Look
the
at all-
San Madrid, no, oh god, what was it? The New Madrid earthquakes or whatever it was. Maybe like
Yeah.
the liquefaction of the land is when you'd probably see something like this happen.
Yeah, good point. And you know what they're saying could happen with all this talk of the shift is that naturally we'll get an earthquake off the Pacific coast like they've talked about, right? It will be big, but it won't be the biggest one because what will happen is it will ricochet an earthquake here and actually split the land where the Mississippi River comes down right here. And if you look in here, you can see the land change. You see that shift, that huge, like almost like it was an inland sea at one point. Look at that. You can tell.
Right. This is actually a really good point. And then, like the Great Lakes, like they didn't appear in the earlier maps. Was it during those earthquakes when it was said that the Mississippi ran backwards for a few days or something like that? These actually might have formed and that everything like went all effed up per se, because wouldn't that have been around that same time that there was that inland sea map of Australia that Campbell went over, or was that like a little bit older from the 1700s or something like that?
Ooh.
But it's like if there was a major shift or like plane wide
Yeah. They're saying it could happen again, like with
a couple hundred years ago.
They've said this with the New Madrid fault line, which is really the Mississippi River.
Oh, there we go. That's how I was just really pissed off how StreamYard was covering you up then, with comments, dude. So there we go. That's how we stop that from happening.
Oh, good. But now I'm covering up Houston.
Interesting. You can't even really see this one.
We're
Whoa.
hunting.
That's a pretty intense canal right there.
Look at this too. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, look at the so it's I can't quite see the shape, but you can look at that inlet and look at this lake. It doesn't. It looks weird.
That is not a nice looking lake.
Is it a lake? Is it still a lake, or is it a dried up lake? But they still call it a lake.
It's called a mushland. It's just like mush.
It's a mushland.
Swampy
No, it's
mush.
not marshland. It's mushland.
You would not swim in that. You probably would
no
not.
marsh. It's a mush.
Probably.
Well, it is in Texas, so it's mushland.
Like when you pressure cook
Look at
carrots,
Houston.
and then you get a potato masher, and that's mushland. So
I'm very sorry, guys and girls, but I have to take off here. I got to get my day going. I've promised my dad I'm going to clean out the spare bedroom as his brother and wife are coming to stay for a few days. So I've got
company.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much for coming in, Bernie.
But we will schedule
we'll
a full. We'll schedule a full stream very soon.
Yeah. Yes,
That's not wonderful.
definitely, man.
Much love and respect to all of you, wherever you are, whatever time it is that you're watching this. Have a blessed day. Love you all. Catch you on the next ones.
Catch you on the next
Love you,
one.
Bernie.
dude. Peace out.
Bye.
Love Bernie.
Ta-ta-ta.
Good man. Good man. Blessed to have him on the. We're honored to have him on the channel for the first time.
Look at what he left behind.
What I was trying to do with that key map was find my fire, because I've got a fire.
Now, whatever
crackling
else.
fire sound effect.
Do you want me to get like dinosaurs in here? Should we be stampeding with dinosaurs? What would you like next? Should we be inside a star fort?
We could have some nice pussycats laid down and sleep.
Oh, I could definitely do a cat theme. I could definitely
we could do our pets theme. We could do our pets theme.
I could have like a cat tree coming up and around and have a bunch of just cats like laying all around us.
Well, we could just have.
I gotta do a
we
good job
could have-
of getting it off to the side,
we
you know.
could cut the background out of pictures of
Sphinxes.
our pets and just put them all around the outside, just like
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
We've got, you know, we got Jitterbug and Alfie and I can't remember what your dog's name is,
Yeah,
Callum.
and Buddy and
Well,
my
Buddy,
and
he just,
Buddy.
Ruby and
he just made
Bernie's
the
Remember
noise.
dog.
Don't
Because
forget about me.
my mate here's
What?
got a boxer called Buddy, and he is the cool. Like I love him so much. He's so cool, and he's like, but he's a buddy.
I know.
He's like,
I've never met a dog
Buddy.
named Buddy that you don't like.
It's not cool, man. No, they're all cool. Their best dog's name is Buddy.
He's
that's
everyone's
exactly
buddy.
what
That's
they
what I
are.
thought too. I had a
That's-
tough time trying to find a name. I'm like, you're just my little buddy.
Buddy,
So
yeah.
that's who you are.
You guys see that commercial from the 80s of the did you guys have that? The toy and he like came on a tricycle and it was like my buddy and me. No, I gotta show you that. That's good. Yep. Don't you love those differences when we find that? It's as cheesy as I sung it too.
I just want to hang on. I just want to send
there
out
it
some love and like healing energy and all of that for
Ian.
for Kenny, who
Oh,
is
Kenny.
currently will be having his foot treated. So yeah.
A treat.
Hmm?
A treat.
No,
A treat
his
for his
foot.
foot.
Yeah, well, he'll get a treat afterwards. He'll get a treat afterwards. I know that Rox will give him a treat when he gets back from the vets.
Mm.
But what they think it is you know, when dogs can get a grass seed that goes in between their paws basically and punctures the skin or causes a sore that then gets infected. So
That's a hard
he's got
one getting out.
a huge open sore on his paw.
Yeah.
Then it just needs to be cleaned out. They need to see what's
Yeah.
got in there, clean it out. There is a chance they might have to operate on it, but just hopefully it'll just be like some antibiotics, wrap it up, let
And
it heal.
probiotics.
Just wrap. They listen. They're gonna have to wrap it up, dude, because he walks.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not
In
gonna
raw
stay
honey. Actually, vets do this now too. They get bandages with raw honey as well. It's
Yeah.
amazing that happens in the veterinary industry, but not
Right,
in
exactly. Okay, so they can bandage it up with raw honey, and it'll be like just
A lot of-
bandaging it with a thing. Yeah, maybe not.
They
Actually, I
don't
should
use
say that to her. I should
the
mention that.
pasteurized and whatnot is what you just get perfect raw honey, just good
Yeah,
natural raw honey has all the nutrients and stuff.
proper,
that
real. Yeah,
repair as well.
Yeah.
That's why when you put honey on yourself, repair a heal much faster.
and
Much
aloe vera as well. If she can get some fresh aloe vera, I'm sure if you mix that with honey, it will make it doubly effective.
Yeah. Well, castor oil too. So you can mix castor oil with honey, and that gives that's great. That works really well. It's more penetration as well. But
Funnily
that honey
enough-
sort of seals it. Is
Right.
yeah, as well.
Funnily
It's an
enough,
environment. It creates a great environment for healing
I was watching Timcast IRL
and
yesterday.
energy.
And one of his guests, Lauren, I can't remember what her name is. I can't remember, but she's been on it like 2 days on the trot. And on the first day, she drank all of his $1,000 a bottle whiskey. And she was drinking it out of a paper cup. So that was the big joke. She was drinking $1,000 a bottle whiskey out of a paper cup. So then the next day, she called it her paper cup. She was the paper cup something or other. But the next day, because they'd run out of the whiskey, they were drinking this really, really expensive Patron, but mixing it with this super, super healthy natural honey that costs like $600 a jar.
Holy shit.
And it's bitter. It's quite bitter. It's not. It doesn't taste like normal honey, but it's meant to have all of it's magic. So she was mixing that with her Patron.
That sounds
Saying it's
interesting,
not
actually. Like
it's
the
sultry.
taste. But I'm 10 days alcohol free today, and I was telling Richie that I want to enjoy mocktail type ideas because I know you can make your own like herbal
Virgin
tonic kind of thing that gives you like the taste that you're looking for, but no alcohol. So
I
I
don't
want to
like
try this honey.
mocktail.
That would be cool.
I don't like mocktail. It's just virgin cocktail.
I like mocktail.
Milkshake.
I get no, yeah, mocktail.
Or juice.
Oh look, we've got a porn thing on.
Oh no!
Come on,
Matt, get them out! Get
Come on,
them out!
Spanners.
come on, nice one, just JP. Yes,
Push
we're
him.
getting spammed by the porn bots, dude. Bernie, mate,
Yes,
they follow you everywhere. They follow you everywhere. Right, I'm just gonna go in and report this guy. Just bear with me 1 second. Go and report this person and block them from my channel.
Yeah, Manuka's the way to go. But you know, go for a good raw honey that's local as well.
Yeah,
You know,
and we
the
have this.
freshest. Yeah, it's all right there at the beginning. The moving around of things is what takes a lot of this nutrients and stuff out as well. Hey, kitty. Oh,
Yeah, they're talking. Say,
Brilliant.
somebody go Cleo.
I like honey too.
She loves being called Cleo, Pio.
I do
Literally,
it
I
for
can
my
call
dog.
her.
Dip in the honey and he licks it off my finger. He loves it. Animals love it. They know it's
Oh, I tried to actually give my dog honey, and she didn't like it. And it's raw. It was raw
Really?
honey. Yeah.
got to be
But
raw.
also, I tried to give her
I'll let you
coconut
know.
oil, and I thought she might like the taste of it in her mouth because I was going to try to clean her teeth with it, but she didn't like it, and she got all weird with me.
They'll like MCT oil. If your pets have like a food problem, if they're eating too much and stuff as well, they can't stop, eat too much, you can put some MCT oil in with their food, and that will satiate them as well.
Oh, okay. Because
Yeah, so they'll
lady
feel
is
hungry
a
from it, and they'll eat less. Yeah.
nice. Okay, cool.
1985, man. I was 8 years
Yeah,
old.
this is the year I was born, but this was like I think I had one of these at one point. This was like a big time toy in the US in the 80s. I'll play it's 30 seconds, obviously. It's my buddy and kid sister. So it goes, my buddy, kid sister, my buddy and me.
What you do is you hide them. Like either block them or either block them or hide them. Time out. I'm gonna go in straight away. I've gone into this one. And
I think you have to block them all, Richie. Because if we block them, then we're just blocking them from our own channel.
No, that's when you've not got a wrench. When you've got a wrench, you can hide them from the channel.
From the channel, cool.
So you hide them, but you don't block them. It just means that none of their comments can be seen. But I've gone in and I've blocked him, so that channel won't be able to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Are you gonna play this commercial, man?
My cat's having a moment. She just slid off. It was a whole. Okay, I'm sorry. You couldn't see it. Oops.
Can't hear it.
I forgot that I'm having a weird sound. I don't understand why you can't hear it. That doesn't make any sense. Let me try.
I can hear it.
You can?
Slow, but, yeah.
Oh,
slow,
yeah. See, it's like, why is the volume always so low for me? I don't get that. That's been my constant issue.
Well, it's almost as if it's picking up from your microphone, because when you mute your microphone, it cuts the sound completely and we can't hear it at all. So it's not sharing the sound, which it should be because you're on Google Chrome. Are you definitely clicking the share my audio box?
Well, I don't get that. I don't get that with this.
Oh, I thought everybody does.
Oh. Oh, that might help.
No.
It was on for a bit, and then it was off.
Is it? But you've muted, and now we can't hear it. It's ridiculous. It's not sharing it properly.
So can you hear the sound now?
Very faintly.
Yeah.
That's so weird. All right, it's not worth playing again.
A real
anyway.
pal. A real
Yeah.
pal.
Mm-hmm.
Not a fake
A real pal. A
like,
true
is
friend
Buddy what
was
they
the other
base
one. A true friend.
Buddy's what they base Chucky on, isn't he?
Ugh.
Probably.
Buddy does look a little bit like
yeah, a little borderline Chucky. You're right.
Well, I don't know. Buddy looks like he could psycho out on you, man. He does look like he could turn into Mike Myers.
My mum always had this weird ceramic face doll.
Precious moments.
Porcelain.
Precious moments.
Yeah, porcelain. Ugh.
Have you seen you don't know about the Precious Moments collection? Come on.
Maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
Is that like Humbles? I don't know.
Cherry knows about
evil?
the Precious Moment collections. I know
Are they little
she knows.
devils inside them?
They're pretty much.
I mean, the heebie-jeebies.
I'll see if I can find some pictures, but they're these figurines and they're super popular here. And people have all these cabinets, like these, women in their 50s have cabinets full of these things. Figurines. And they're worth a ton of money now, of course, right?
Yes.
And they're like, oh, first kiss, like that kind of weird shit.
Get passed down.
Like, oh, brother and sister.
And they get more and more evil looking as they get more and old and stuff as well. See, in an old dusty house. Ugh.
Oh, Disney moments. They've upgraded now. But see, they have like just big eyes, like almost no face, kind of. It's like, yeah, like this was a really common one you'd find. So the idea was you kind of bought them for like your milestone in your life, right? And then you put it in your cabinet, like, this is what I did with my life.
Wonderful.
All right. Anyway, that's enough share. Oh wait, did I actually share that? I didn't actually share.
No,
it,
I didn't see a thing.
That's always good. Richie, what are you doing?
I'll be happy not to see it, to be honest. Yeah, or not as creepy as I thought. Actually, not as creepy as the one Mum has.
Okay. There's creepier ones, but you see what I mean by like there's almost no face. Look, and the eyes are always kind of sad.
This is what my nan had.
Yeah, like soulless.
Yeah.
Soulless little things.
Yeah.
Same as gnomes. Just weird.
When you don't think you have peers anymore, you're like, oh god, visuals. I know. Richie, we can't see it.
It just makes me remember the
Got it.
Mum's one. It's like, oh.
Go back.
You can't see it. Are you kidding me?
I got it. I pulled it up. I just pulled it up.
Yeah, now that sort of thing.
Yeah,
with the old dress and stuff as well.
Yes,
Puffed
yes.
arms,
There's a lot of this around there too. Yeah, for sure.
Freaky.
The porcelain with the eyes that move. So my aunt actually had a collection of these, and she made dresses because she's a seamstress and a quiltress, and she made dresses for these. So when we go over to her house, I actually used to play with them when I was little, but I had to play very carefully.
My childhood. Yeah,
I used to play a house a lot.
Well, don't look into the eyes. Don't do it.
Well, now we know Callum's fears, Shadows and spiders, but the dolls is another story.
I might have to look into this.
Ooh.
That's just bringing us to a whole other level. You sound like a heavy metal band I've been just listening to.
Oh, you mean Guar?
They had a yelling workshop as well at the heavy metal festival. How to yell properly.
Hey, look. I'm just so chuffed. I'm so honored that this this person, wanted to take the time to come in to my channel, and what a wanker, eh? Huh, literally.
I know. That's a Bernie fan. That's a Bernie
Yeah,
fan.
that's so look, it
You gotta-
blocked and reported as well. But yeah. What's an asshole? Sorry. There you go. Right.
I used to make little carts, horse and wagon carts out of popsicles. And there was a little horse and everything too. I made and my
Out of
grandmother, she used to do flower arranging. So there'd be a flower arrangement in the back of the horse cart.
That looks like gore.
It is.
There you go. This is a heavy metal.
I remember
this.
from the 90s. There are 90s heavy metal bands.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
They're
And
right
I
out of the
found out
90s.
about him from that movie Empire Records. Remember that one guy used to watch him all the time? He'd always geek out. He'd get stoned in the back room, and then the other guy would glue quarters to the floor. And Empire Records. You guys see that movie? That's classic.
Thing is, they've all got either erectile dysfunction or penis envy. I mean, either way, it's penis envy, isn't it? But they're all seems to be, fairly obsessed with just trying to be. It's just about trying to be shocking, isn't it? It's trying to be trying to be shocking to people, trying to be as disgusting and like, yeah, you're terrified of demons and rotten flesh and everything's, huge penises and.
A lot. They're very nice people. That
Actually,
it's so weird.
You would never believe it. He was sat there with all his flesh dripping off his face. We just sat and enjoyed a lovely cup of lemon tea and
Had a
discussed
wonderful chat with him, fellow.
how wonderful the what's that plant in it's like a tree in Japan. It comes out in early spring and it's got all those lovely
cherry
flowers.
blossom.
Yeah, the cherry blossom. Yes, we sat there and drinking lemon tea, talking about the beauty of the cherry blossom in early spring. It's quite a delightful chat.
It's so delightful.
I found out he did bonsai as well. We both do bonsai. We had a wonderful chat about little trees.
I mean, he took it a little bit far, frustrating himself.
And then he went and did a sacrifice thing on stage. It was, it was bizarre.
Here he is Mr. Jedi. Yes, they are indeed. They are indeed mushrooms. But they're actually called that because they look like penises, isn't it? Don't they actually look a bit like penises, and that's why they're called penis envy? I don't know. I don't know what they look like. I've never tried one. The only mushrooms I've ever done were English, homegrown English, like natural. I went out, picked them, came back, made tea, and then afterwards ate them. After you've drained all the tea off and all you've got all the mushrooms all sludge in the bottom of the pan afterwards. We stood there, right, taking handfuls of it, going, ooh, and then a mouthful of water to just wash it down quick. It was like eating cold eels, right? Having cold eels and washing them down with water. But I mean, we were fucked for about 4 hours, man. It was really good. Really. And then we went and got some LSD. That was brilliant. Or actually, this might be another reason for them to be called penis envy, because whoever it was that discovered them might have been thinking that it was a really ingenious way to admit to everybody that he had penis envy. Or that, yeah, you can say, yeah, I've got penis envy, man. Mushrooms. I've got penis envy mushrooms. I want to try them. I really want to.
Sherry. Microdose.
What are Liberty Caps? What are Liberty Caps? Are they the English ones? Are they the English ones?
Probably. Or are they American?
I do think it's interesting that it depends on where you live as to the variety of mushroom that you get. Like the mushrooms that grow in America are different to the mushrooms that grow in the UK.
And
The
here, I
difference-
wonder what they're called here.
Or if, I don't know, if you go to like Italy or Europe, somewhere else where it would be the conditions are there for mushrooms to grow. I mean, I know that you can get the spores, can't you? You can grow mushrooms yourself, but you have to be so careful with cross contamination and stuff. With some of the mushrooms that people grow, they've got to be so careful.
Sterile.
Yeah, sterile. Not
get the
contaminated.
lighter out and you're sterilizing everything.
Yeah.
But all you need to do is just, slice open any mushroom and take a little bit from the mushroom and put it onto an agar plate, seal it off, put it away. Then you're growing the spores yourself, Very cool, very easy too. But yeah, you have to make sure everything's sterile and clean and perfect to do it.
Growing the English ones is easy, Red Eye, but like I don't think it's that easy to grow penis envy. I think penis envy, it's certain conditions that have to be simulated for penis envy to grow.
I think we were talking a little bit about this last time as well. It's like also the phases of the moon and stuff like this are winter harvest, which would be in a lot of stories and stuff as well.
Fly agaric, what is that? That's I've heard of that before.
I don't know.
I'm growing them myself right now in the bathtub. Growing them in the bathtub right now. I've been growing them in my ears. I've been growing them in my ears, but I'm not sure if they're actually psychoactive.
Oh, harvest
hang on.
brand.
Wouldn't that be also awesome if you could grow magic mushrooms in your own ears? That'd be amazing, man.
You want to show that? Do you want to show what you just pulled out close up?
I didn't actually get anything out.
A proper jab.
I'm teasing.
I thought there was something there, but no. Right.
Yeah, the red and white ones like that. Yeah.
Amanita.
Yeah, the ones in the cartoons.
Yeah. That's the fly agaric.
Smurfs.
Yeah, it's meant to be poisonous, but they've discovered that it is actually it's something to do with the dosage, and they do have psychoactive properties, don't they? And actually, do you know what I mentioned? I mentioned Red Dead Redemption 2 earlier, and in Red Dead Redemption 2, you can eat mushrooms that make you sick, and it's fly agaric. It's fly agaric mushrooms, and that they're to be used in the game. You use them to make poison arrows or whatever, poison knives, whatever. Yeah.
Interesting. Didn't there tribes that make poisonous darts off of a poisonous frog?
Do that, Sherry. Do that.
They use everything.
Say that again.
Venom.
About a poisonous frog. There's a frog that is it Bufo?
Yeah.
Suck on it.
It's like in Africa, I want to say this is, or South America. I can't remember.
I think Bufo is from frog.
Well, and then there's a psychoact. There's more of like there's like where it's not necessarily super poisonous, and like that's the joke of licking the back of a frog, right? Like they do that in some cultures. There's like a cleansing thing with it.
It's the toad. It's not a frog. It's a toad. But there are.
I mean,
frogs.
That's what happens when you take a poison as well. You go into a detox, so it can ignite a detox as well. So if you need to detox a little bit, that's why where poison does sort of work a little bit.
Well, that's why they say that
initiate.
all mushrooms. That's why they say that all magic mushrooms are actually a type of poison. And what you're doing, your body is reacting to it. It's like a chemical reaction that happens in your body. Like they try to scare people.
Most of all of these trips, you see that detox effect, you know, in some shape or form too, in many levels of it as well.
Look at ayahuasca, right? Ayahuasca, there's a huge purge. You actually enter.
Well, think about like some of the rituals with pain, as far as like to experience it, right? Like to go through a ceremony with it, as almost like a right to, like, that's how you activate your brain, is to come to this sort of acceptance. And this is to do again with what Callum, you continually talked about, and I think about a lot that now too, like putting this like pressure into something, just so you can release it, because there's this whole aspect to what your body does when you do that. I think it regenerates itself.
So focusing as well, a focusing of the energy as well. Yeah.
So Kev, my friend from Hungary, who she was a waitress in the bar that I worked in, that I was singing in. We did she was actually on the she's in the where I was playing my gigs. I was playing the video of my paragliding. She's in that video. She's the girl that I'm sat next to in the bus with the long curly blonde hair. That's her. But she did Bufo, right? And when she did it, it was so profound what happened to her. She didn't really want to talk about it. But when I was talking to her recently, and I was telling her about my plans, and she said, "Rah, now's the time to tell you what I saw when I did Bufo." And she said she saw me doing what I described to her, right? And it basically, she said when she did it, the guy said, "Don't," like the whole deal was she wasn't meant to know what she was doing, really. She wasn't meant to research into it. She was meant to just do it and have a totally green experience to it. So she did that. And he said to her, "Your body will tell you, like the Bufo will call to you again when you need it again." And she's just recently, she's been feeling maybe she needs to do Bufo again to gain some more insights about the next few years.
Interesting.
This is what I say about, similar to what I said about the food and stuff as well. It's a very individual thing with psychedelics and stuff like that as well. It's like people say, "Do you recommend it?" or stuff. It's like only if you are called to it in some way, shape, or form. If you have to do it, otherwise, no.
So to be honest,
for you,
and that actually really resonates with me what you just said, because I'm down to do it because I want to try things for experimental reasons. And if that opportunity shows itself, I already know the environment I want to be in, if it's going to happen. But I don't have a calling to say I have to go do this right now.
Right.
Now, the microdosing shrooms actually is the only thing that actually is kind of resonating with me closely.
That's different.
I do want to try it. And we've talked about that being a bigger part of our healing center, more than Bufo or ayahuasca or any of those things, because we're not really looking to that kind of experience. We're looking more for maybe a microdosing method, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right. Microdosing microdosing alters your perception, right? It alters your perception of what you're experiencing, but it's not like a hero dose, which will cause or can cause ego death. So it's like it's just a subtle change
comes back
to your perception.
People don't say, your ego dies, but it comes back.
Yeah, but I forget who it was we were talking to.
So you can look at your ego and see it for once. It has to go away so you can have this comparison. So when it comes back slowly Have you noticed on DMT?
Actually,
Take like 3 days to come back.
Actually, with ego, with my ego death, it was different. It wasn't like the ego coming back slowly like that. It was like it was my consciousness realizing that I was no longer in my body, but my body was still sat there breathing, because my consciousness was where it was. Because my consciousness still existed, it meant that my avatar, my body, had to still be existing. And I knew that at that point, that if anybody tried to interact with me at that point, I was gone. So I didn't know how my body would react. And my body, I knew in that moment, I knew my body was my ego and my consciousness was me. That was my true self. That was where I was. That's what ego death was for me. But where I was in hell, in a level of hell, in a version of hell, in a perception of everybody else's hell, I don't know. Where I was really scared. I was like, how the fuck am I gonna get back? And how am I gonna get back in time? And then it literally the same way as I went there is how I came back. So the way I went there was I was sat on my bed, I was talking to my friend, and I was seeing out in my peripheral vision there were demons, and I could hear them. I could hear the demons, but every time I turned my head to look, it's like I caught them. I could see them just ducking out of the way to where I couldn't see them. Right, I'm dead, and then suddenly all of reality shifted, and it went zoom like that, and I went from being sat on my bed to being in hell. So, and that's how it came back. I was in hell, and then it went, and I was back in and I sat there and went, whoa, gee, what the fuck just happened? And I looked at my mate who sat on the other bed, and he's just looking at me, pissing himself with laughter. And I'm going, what just happened, man? Where the fuck did I just go? I was just in hell, mate. I was just in it. And he was just laughing at me, saying, I don't know, mate. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck just happened. I don't know. What's that?
Lion's mane.
Show the bottle again.
I was trying to show I wanted to show the dosage too.
1.3.
1.3 milligrams.
This is local. This is real close by.
Sweet.
Oh, they're back. Rich, we got him again. Ha ha.
Who?
Same one.
Oh, wait. Why can't I? Okay, you block them? Okay, good.
Who?
Sweet. Sorry, that's exciting. Okay.
It's back. How did that happen? How did that person come back into my
I'm gonna see. I'm curious where this guy is, so I'm kind of scrolling down right away.
Because it's still blocked on my channel. So how have they done that when they're still blocked on my channel?
Because is it coming through on my channel? Maybe.
No, no, it's on my channel.
Oh, I'm gonna mute myself there.
He's in my channel.
Huh. Then it's the name is slightly different, probably. Yeah.
No, but I've blocked that channel. If he changes the name,
and what I'm telling you is, it's a different channel with a slightly similar name.
No, it's the same channel because it's still blocked. I'm there now and it's still blocked.
I don't know.
It's the same channel because I've taken it from the. I haven't searched it.
I understand what you're saying. I don't know.
Because you go to channel, you go to channel, and then you block them. Spamming my live chat with porn.
The porn bots only arrived when you rocked up, Bernie. Did you bring them?
Look at those mushrooms. It's so beautiful.
It looks like cauliflower, right?
Yeah. Look at back in here too.
Looks like a brain.
Huh? The Microdosing Institute. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Where is this guy? I'm just trying to figure out where he is. I'm just curious. Is this what I think it is? Is this the guy out of
I don't know. I think
Eugene?
it was Kevin saying it.
Yeah.
Just prolongs. You're just prolonging. Oh, Red Eye Jedi. Microdose
No, it was.
is prolonging.
Sorry,
Macrodose.
this was
will
from
get it
Kevin
done.
though. This Paul Stamets that he asked me to look up this specifically. This Paul Stamets, and I'm really
Yeah.
curious. What I was trying to figure out is if this was in, because Oregon is, I think, pretty much one of the only areas right now where they're doing this. I can't find it right now, but
So there's the quick way, and then there's the long and slow and steady way, right? It's like
yeah,
this is our option in nature
and
that
I
we
think
get.
this is my way. Yeah.
Mm. And it's something like microdosing too will change change the feel of the day, change your state a bit, which will allow you to see as well the change within yourself, which is something that you control. It's just giving yourself that pattern and that recognition as well, and doing something continuously, so you can get those patterns as well.
What's that? Yeah.
I find it fascinating. Like, you don't need the actual substance as well, or to take the substance as well. Like I say with the DMT, I just smell it. It's just an aromatherapy for me there. Sends me back. That's all I need of that. And that's the information where we can get a little bit of information. We have the entire package of information there. We might just need one thing becomes a trigger, or an anchor for us.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
Same as like a smell you associate
like
to someone, or this or that becomes that memory, where it's all you need is that smell to trigger all of that experience.
This might be partly why I feel like I don't need the heroic dose, and I've never really wanted to do drugs to any higher extent. And some of that comes from, I might have past traumas I carry with me, but I did not have a very traumatic life, so I have.
But also sometimes that heroic dose is too much of a shock for people as well. So the way that it would help them is the way they feel. Same as what you're saying. I don't feel that. I feel this is what I need. It's like, that's exactly what you need.
Yeah. And I think that some people probably should have done it in a smaller dose, maybe where they did a lot.
There's a whole social thing about this as well, and you have to see it from your own terms. So it's getting rid of those beliefs again, so you can see what it means to you and whether it's something for you or not. And that's a very subtle thing with yourself as well.
Yeah.
So when it's influenced by this, it's not necessarily the way that's best for us, A lot of the time, like I've just been at a heavy metal festival, and there's
those kind of vibrations. You wonder.
For me, that's not a place or a time to be taking it. That's for a different reason, a different purpose altogether. They're very hard. Like, that's why I'm not there for the actual event as well. I did the first night to set up, to make sure everything's fine, to make sure my operators know everything, there's no issues, and then see you later. I need my heart rate to come down.
Too much of that energy to deal with for a week. I wouldn't be able to do that now.
There's a lot of sexual energy as well. It's a campsite with a lot of people doing a lot of
a campsite
stuff around you.
It's a campsite.
So think about the energy going on, and then, like, if you're aware to I'm very internal about these things of where my energy's going and whether I have control or not as well. So when it comes to these positions where it's very hard to control, I kind of want to get out of there as well, because just what I've gone through, for me, that control, that's not to say it's like, because most people, their fear of doing something like this is losing control or whatever. And if that fear is there, I wouldn't do it,
Yeah.
I
then
don't
have a
I
different
definitely-
relationship with it. Like the microdosing will break a lot of that for you as well. So then it might be a step later for someone to actually do a macro dose.
Yeah,
But-
yeah.
I've
Trying to see
never
if I can
done
find the place that I'm gonna go to this place. It's a couple hours south of me. I'm gonna rent a house in this little town for a month, and I'm gonna spend some time there and see if I can interview this guy and get some information.
Cool.
I've never done a hero dose of mushrooms, but I've done a hero dose of LSD.
I have. And as a lighting designer, magic mushrooms are a very cool thing. I really like it. But really, like at the moment too, I don't feel it necessary for. I microdose magic mushrooms, but I don't feel it necessary as well.
If I could
heroes
get
stuff.
mushrooms, right? If I could get mushrooms that I trust the source of, I would microdose. I would
do
be
it yourself.
Yeah.
Also, I've microdosed San Pedro as well, quite a lot, which is wonderful as well.
I trust. Like I'm not gonna do LSD again, but I would like to do. I would like to do DMT. I would like to do ayahuasca. I would like to do mushrooms. I would like to do. What's it called? That other plant. You smoke it.
There's a lot of smokables.
Oh god, it's really.
Iboga. There's Iboga.
No. The reason I know about it is because of bloody American Dad. She smokes it. And she says, "Oh, I've got a like salvia." That's it, salvia.
I was thinking
divinorum. Salvia divinorum. That's the one. What happened there?
I was trying to unmute myself and I removed Callum instead.
That was quick.
Because I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, I love it. I love
Salvia
it.
divinorum, man. I'd like to try salvia
Never double
divinorum.
it.
But because I agree with, I'll say what the weed man says again. The guy that I listened to a couple of times, like a weed guru, saying about how weed is a psychoactive drug. Also, all psychoactive drugs, what they're doing is they're showing you what's inside. They're showing you what's inside of you. And it doesn't really matter which one you take. It's just who's going to show you. You've got the mushroom.
It's a different
elves,
perspective of the same thing.
the machine elves with the mushrooms. There's different machine elves with DMT. There's but it's interesting. It's machine elves. It's like they're the ones that work in the back, like that we can't see them. They're the ones working in this realm in between that we have no perception of. We have no perception of, but it's happening right next to us. And you do it, and you do it with respect, and you get you get to see things. My thing with LSD, right? When I did LSD, I was very respectful of it. When I first heard about it, when I was off my head doing cocaine and ecstasy and smoking weed, and I'm there, and we watched Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and I said, "Shit, man, I want to do LSD. I'm ready." But I know that if I'm gonna do it, I need to be in comfortable. I need to trust, feel I can trust everybody around me. So it was a little while before this was in 1999, and then Christmas came up by New Year, the millennium, right, 1999 to 2000, the millennium. I'd gone to Greece, and then I came back with this girl. We were together, and we went to a party in Torquay, where she was from, and it was just brilliant, man. It was absolutely the most amazing house party I've ever been to. We walked in, and in the living room, he'd done it out like a nightclub, and he had a DJ booth and a DJ there doing it. I sat down on the sofa, and they came around with the tray with a selection of pills or Coke or like whatever you want.
Candy.
And they had, and I'd already been doing ecstasy. I was on ecstasy, and I was starting to come down. And I said, do you know what? I'm ready to do acid, man. I'm going to do a tab. So I did an acid tab. When I started coming up on the acid, it brought me up on the pills again, on the ecstasy. So I was like, both going on. And I had some really freaky visuals going on, like people turning into zombies. I was on the set of The Walking Dead, and people's jaws
sounds very familiar.
People's jaws were dropping down to the floor and then snapping back up into their faces again. And they all looked like they were on The Walking Dead, man. But I was having the best time. And I'm just sat there laughing.
It was all okay.
It was all okay. I wasn't. Nobody was
all okay. This is strange and weird, but it's okay.
Just like, yeah, it was exactly that. It was like my girlfriend's brother. I looked at my girlfriend's brother and I was like, no way, look at that. Wow, look at that. His jaw just went all the way to the floor. How did that happen? That was like a cartoon, man. Right. And then the next day I saw him and his face was out here somewhere. And he's like yes. Dude, what happened to you? What happened? Did you somebody smash you in the face with a fucking baseball bat? What happened? Oh no, mate. I was chewing my lip, basically, and I chewed a hole in my lip. And he had literally chewed the whole of the inside of his cheek out. Like all of the inside of his cheek, he chewed it all out. There's a gaping hole in his cheek because he was so off his head, gurning and chewing his cheeks. It was both cheeks, basically. He chewed both cheeks out where he'd been like this all night. Wow.
I give those people water. Yeah,
I chewed my cheeks, but never that bad, man. And chewed my tongue as well. And I had my tongue pierced. So every time when you did pills, your tongue would swell up. So my tongue would swell up, and it'd be the size of the fucking bar. You know, it'd be really swollen right up. Like, I don't know if that's why the gun came from, but yeah, man, heavy days, hedonistic, very hedonistic.
I watched a lot of people do drugs. I can say that much. I didn't do as much, but
I'm definitely.
I was around. I was sort of like the
right. I can absolutely say it was doing drugs that put me off the rails. It was doing Class A drugs that knocked me completely off the rails and put me off road, basically. And I've been off road ever since. Maybe I've driven close to the track and I've, tried to keep up with the train, but I've just been off road, fucking either running or I'd steal a van or, fucking, yeah, but
still trying to find that wagon. Where's the wagon?
You have to stop running in the end. Now I'm not running anymore. Now I'm just like, all right, I'm going that way. I'm just going to walk. I'm going to walk that way and see what happens.
What the hell am I running for? What?
Yeah. Why am I running to keep up with that?
Well, just take it easy.
So that place, we think it's getting there faster, but it's not. It's going somewhere else. It's going all around the houses to get there. So yeah, I'm gonna.
I've talked about the hands-on healing where I've showed you the different ports and stuff like that, the different polarities and stuff like that. Where I got that information too was a guy that did a lot of studying of it, but he also studied drugs as well, a lot of pharmaceutical drugs, where he put it in circuit with his body. And so he experienced the effects of all these drugs within 2 minutes. It basically comes on by just putting electrodes into the drug.
I'll be back in a second.
So you don't even have to take the drug. It's like what I'm saying with the smell and the memory and all of these things was the package, the information is all there. And that's really all you need. That's the same as homeopathy and all of that as well.
And maybe some of that
it's
you can
just
get
that
out of nature too.
Yeah. Well, if you're appreciating it too, these are plants. If you appreciate and look and talk to the plants as well, you are getting a lot of that information. We just don't perceive it that way, or we're not aware of it as well. And that's how you know what a plant does and everything as well. It's just a mystery to the Western because of how disconnected we've become with it, with that subtle energy, with that subtle art of communication in nature.
Yeah, it's that indoctrination that we're so easy to just die at the drop of a hat. Like anything can kill us so quickly. Welcome back.
It was just such a good theme that Richie was sharing there, and I wanted to come in and just give a little psychedelic story, but now I've already forgot it because right as I was logging in, it said that I have to
It goes, dude. You'll forget it as soon as you come in because it's just they're bastards like that. They're like,
right,
yeah, you want to tell the story?
But also, I apparently have a restream on my channel happening live right now, a video premiering. So on that note, I might be back. Love you all. We'll see you in a little bit, one way or another. Love you guys.
Bye-bye. Much love.
Take it easy, man. I've sent actually, if Kev, if you're still there, mate, I've sent you an invite on Signal.
Oh, good. I actually was thinking about that earlier. It's like every time we start talking about psychedelics, it's like, where's Kevin? Get on here. He's got more info than that, but
I don't know if M's about. Like actually,
are you awake? Did you fall asleep?
Are you awake, babe? If you can make it, if you're awake and you can make it, apologize it's so late for you. But
thank you to anybody who's been going over my channel and liking it. Like, I want you guys in Richie's chat. So, but the fact that you just even hop over there, really, thank you. It's very sweet.
Tyler, look up cooperative healing. L. Eamon, Dr. Eamon.
Eamon.
How about you spell that? And I'll look it up.
So Eamon.
E-E-M-A-N, I think. L. Eamon. Yeah.
Not Lehman.
But if you look up cooperative healing, you should be able to find the PDF, the book he wrote on. He has quite a few books, actually, that are all fantastic. They're amazing, really. It'll open your mind to a whole bunch of things. You know, like we have a lot of the nocebo stuff as well, where this is not going to work, this is not going to work. But this is some science too that will open your mind up to a lot of things. You know, and he started just hands-on healing. That's, you know, from the Bible. You know, what they do in the Bible, hands-on healing. So he decided to study it, to do some research. You know,
there's this super old image of his book. Like, someone selling this. Like, really, this is. I want this just because of the rusticness of the look.
Oh yeah, that's it. L-E Eamon. That's why it's hard to. I know there's a lot of E's in there. Like, yeah, Lehman.
The curative properties of human radiations. Fascinating.
Which is our subtle energies, but he goes through that polarity thing a lot as well. So when you change the position of the hands, the effects change. And he did many experiments with many people as well. So you like cooperative, the more people you get into this circuit, the more healing will be accomplished. You know, the stronger the effect. It's like when we have more people in a mantra or in all of these things as well, or in a meditation, or it's that communicative healing, you know.
magnifying
yeah.
the intention,
And,
magnifying the
Sort
intention.
of like we talked about, like,
Yeah.
I think the purpose is to be around other people because of the unlocking concept.
Healing
And then
will occur when two or more people gather. Yeah,
Where's that from?
that's the Bible.
Oh,
I think.
really?
When two or more gather,
It's a good book in a lot of ways. Yeah.
in my name. When two
Yeah.
or more gather in
There
my
you go.
name, isn't it? Basically, it's
There you go.
kind of when two people agree on something, it's even more
That's healing.
powerful. It's 10 times more powerful or something, you know. I'm really pissed off that I have blocked and hidden this love chat XYZ, and it's still able to come on. Still able to come on. How does that happen?
Oh, just an FYI, if you hop over, you probably just saw me do because I realized I'm sharing my screen. If you hop over into my chat at all and you ever leave a message and, you know, I already know you, then I'll make you a mod. Not that that's so exciting. Woo, party. All right. What were you going to do? Richie, were you going to put, no, you had to disappear on us for a second. Exciting times. I was trying to, and I apologize, I'm always so distracted. I'm trying to look up stuff, but I was trying to look up this place in Oregon, and there, I think I just found it.
Oh, there you go. Look, Jolly Man's put up the link for everyone. Lovely.
Thank you, because I want to copy that.
Yeah, Jolly Man, it's the same channel, because when I do the go to channel, it takes me to the same channel that I've already blocked.
So it's got to be the same one.
So it's the same channel. That's what I don't get. That means that they've got somehow they've got themselves extra privileges, or they've got some sort of algorithm. Right. It's what it is, isn't it? It's an algorithm that allows them to bypass the censor. Anyway, thank you to the mods that are keeping well on top of it. Nothing I can do now.
Lots of distractions today. That's always cool.
I like, you know, they've got tenacity. Tenacity's always you don't get anywhere without it. So, you know, fair play.
There you go. Yeah, if you run through it, actually, you'll get a bunch of nice photos. Visuals.
Might as well.
See exactly what I'm talking about, right? Very quickly. You know, because even and then so there's another one which is called Drugs and Blood, I think is the one where he'll go into the drug experiments that he did more.
Dragon Sage, I take it. I don't take it personally like that. Actually, I'm like really like yes.
There's probably no one behind the wheel in terms of choosing the accounts and stuff as well that it spams. It's just an algorithm they've set that your site pops up and spam.
I mean, they're the ones that
triggers something.
They're the ones that can get your channel deleted for indecency. You know, indecency. That's what happened to Bernie. It was a porn site channel that got his channel deleted straight away. Kevin, how you doing, mate? How you doing? Yeah, look, he's facing the camera. He's facing the camera. Look at that.
That's so cool.
AI. He's got AI in its room.
Get it to come in.
Wow.
Can you get it? Can you get it to zoom?
I'm trying. It's my hand. Wasn't that zooming?
Come on, zoom, man.
So now I think I've turned off the pan. Hold on. There we go.
So this is not, let's just
the AI is not listening.
Okay. These are not Freemasonic Illuminati hand signals being given.
No, I just got this.
Controllers.
It could be as well.
Midnight Coco camera, and it can like follow me around.
There you go. There's the basic one.
Like
left
I should
hand.
be able to go down.
If you're left-handed though, this would be opposite. Your right hand would go to the back. And your
That's
left hand
insane. That's insane. How can it
The
have
reason
it
it's not zooming.
it goes underneath you and it also goes up above you as well? How does this happen, sir? This looks like sorcery. to me.
Looks fun.
This looks like bloody sorcery.
Oh wait, you know
There's my
what?
copper handle.
I'm gonna
There's
do
my copper
something.
handles.
Yeah.
To show you I do this. But also like just connecting your you want to see that? You know, I've got just clips so I can clip it on earthing pads and whatnot to make it nice and easy. You know, or you can click these onto the electrodes for the drug concoction that you use as well.
Or you can put them on your nipples.
Yeah. If you're into that sort of thing.
My God, would that hurt? How much would that hurt?
I got instant pain. Yeah.
I've got really sensitive bee sting nipples, so it's like, wow.
I'm sensitive now.
Ew. Oh, this is so cool. So I can
Dude, your
upload. Guys,
camera's
ready for
fail.
this? I can upload that file, and I can have it so Callum, I think, can scroll through it, unless you have to be an admin. But
Oh, do you know what? You've just reminded me of something, Kevin.
What?
no, it's too big. It's too big. Sorry.
To attempt something.
Good
now.
read.
Oh, come on. Okay.
Mine's not doing any of that.
Mine doesn't move at all. How the fuck do you get that to happen, man?
This is hilarious.
There we go. Run. Go. Zoom.
Over here.
Oh, now that's working.
I just swing myself.
I could sing. I could do karaoke. And yeah. Anyhow, that's my new toy.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Remote.
So yeah, I want to play with it while I'm high on mushrooms. That should be fun.
Is that facial recognition? Is that what's going on there? It's recognizing your face.
I think it'll follow anybody. I don't think it really likes me. Yeah. I think if somebody else came in,
follow everyone else but me. That's like my dog.
Like probably it would go for the better looking, I don't know.
It's a good AI.
Yeah.
What are you sharing with us, Richie?
I'm trying. Right, I was thinking
Editing.
about this yesterday. I was thinking that there might be a way that I can share the OBS, because OBS there's a lot more. You've got a lot more control over certain things with OBS, and
this is what I was saying about the free open source stuff. It's just harder to learn. But once you learn it, you've got a lot more options usually. It's just tricky.
I want to take the time to learn.
Yeah, there must be like much better tools to use, like say out of Linux or something like that.
Yeah.
Like there's a good video editing one I found too, which is Olive, which is fairly new. And that I've used that a couple of times for a few different things. And that works really well.
Linux based.
It's on everything, but it's on Linux as well. You can get it on Linux as well.
I know that
there's source.
That sounds very Linux based. Olive. Sounds
It is,
very
but
Linux-based.
I've also used it because I used it on a Windows before I have Linux now.
There's one called Ubuntu Studio.
Yeah, I was
and
just
it
going to
comes-
say Ubuntu.
It comes all pretty much prepackaged with all you
Mint.
can choose if you just want the audio or audio and video. So
there's
that's
Mint.
actually a pretty good sort of like nice GUI interface. You have to do some stuff in the background, but it's supposed to fairly well be out of the box.
Mint
The only
is
problem is like my computers now are really old ones. They're like Mum's is a good one on my mum's computer here, but my old ones are like these really old laptops, like 32-bit and stuff like this that have resurrected out of
like
the bin
notebook
sort of thing, you know.
Yeah.
So they got
Yeah.
Linux Mint on them, you know.
Yeah.
I don't have any.
So I'm not even going to try video editing or anything like that, on it, let alone streaming or anything.
Maybe some crypto coin.
Well, the problem now is like with
in
my
slow time.
video editing software is like there's so many backup files for everything, and that's the whole reason you even need to have like mass RAM. It's just because.
Well,
like,
and look at everyone wants the HD. Everyone wants high definition.
Oh, that
know,
too.
so
Yeah.
it's just more and more bandwidth, more. You know.
Yeah.
Does Tyler Arnold need a wrench?
It's funny. I'm wearing my Toad shirt today. It's the
Toad of Light.
The Church of the Toad of Light.
Toad of Light, dude.
We were just talking about.
Yeah.
That is hilarious. Yeah.
Was that started by Mr. Toad? Like, did he? Well, he left the Wind in the Willows, migrated to America, and started the Church of the Toad of the Light.
The incredulous.
Really?
There's actually a program going to kind of protect these toads now because they're being harvested beyond their ability to reproduce. The climate's not been good, so
Yeah.
if you do want to try that stuff from now on, you can just go the route of the synthetic DMT 5-MeO. It's pretty well the same experience, and you can do it with the conscientiousness, knowing you're, utilizing better living through chemistry, better living for the toads through chemistry.
Yeah.
Dude, it wouldn't surprise me if the girl I know that did it, when she did it, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what it was. It was synthetic 5-MeO DMT.
Yeah.
But he just called it Bufo because that's what it's based on.
Right. That's the natural source of it. And then, but it also has the bufotine, which also the bufotine can be like, they can say it can be kind of a dark trip or heavy.
Like nicotine
has the dark side.
Is bufotine
to me,
a type
it's
of
all
nicotine?
Oh, no, it's not quite the same as nicotine, but
what? But all the teens like turpentine.
Yeah, maybe
nicotine,
they're in that same chemical family.
bufotine.
Yeah.
The terpenes.
Probably a type of a stimulant.
Its receptors.
Mm-hmm.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we were going for 3 hours and 12 minutes.
I need a toilet break, so I'm going to take a toilet break.
I was going to roll a spliff. Spliff break?
We'll take
Spliff
a
break.
we'll take a little
another
promo
coffee.
break. We'll call
Okay.
this a promo break, and we'll see you back here shortly. In it.
Yeah, in it.
In this life in the, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really, is how to turn something around when it's going And it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, you know? That's why I treat it like voodoo, 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 voodoo. I do find I still have a talent to like cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. But hopefully, that hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed.
Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Oh no, no, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted. And then I was gonna do that. And that.
Rest for the weary, just another day grinding up stones till they turn into dust. It's tough times in the rough. Diamonds ain't enough to cover up a corrupted and fucked up legacy of strange fruit, bloody whips and smallpox. Trigger happy cops, barbed wire and fire water, y'all, it don't stop. When the colonizer came with the cross and the sword, I threw the first spear and said I declare war. I'm a battle scar wearing heir apparent, descendant of a long lineage of proletarian and peasant. So check the work ethic in the name. The lessons might change, but the essence of the message is the same. So when they say anything, say why is it? Class is in session till the teacher gets a big slip. I ride the rhythm and imbibe a little wine. Talk head, get the concrete to line with your spine. I speak to find peace, but it's war all the time. It's deep like the drive from Renton to Shoreline. I'm a more mindful guy ever since finding out that I'm about to be your father. And doubt is not an option. And now I can't be getting crunked and faded as often. So get your hands dirty, cause a prayer ain't enough, boss. What cross? We got crucified by buckshot. 1 million Jesuses and Judas got his nuts off pages. Torn out the memory of those who remain shackled in the chains of international capital gain. They claim civilized with the animal ways. Peace to Oakland, I've never been a fan of the A. But some days you can find me inscribing my soul on the page. Every crime has an alibi. Disciplined and organized is how I handle mine. New Jacks is spending mad time on they battle rhymes. I can't knock it if you find it entertaining. I rep those whose labor ain't compensated. So check the work ethic in the name. The lessons might change, but the essence of the message is the same. So when they say anything, say why is it? Class is in session till the teacher gets a pink slip. 40 to a class, no wonder we delinquent. Half the school district district never make it to commencement. I bend the spine of the track until it snaps. Pop's working overtime and he got a broken back. Got 3 little sisters, 1 brother in Iraq, and mom prays novenas to keep the fam intact. But this song ain't a song waiting for God to answer. Brothers call me dog, they got the letters backwards. I'm back with a plan of attack to repossess my name, face, and history, y'all. Who wants test my capacity to spit caliber shit into a rhythmic lesson? And edutainment's a legitimate weapon, igniting the cipher sessions. I'm deciphering life and blending both theory into practice. I write vernacular and actual fact, God, no posturing. 1,000 pointing fingers, I defied every one of them. I ride for my brethren who carry the burden of a future uncertain till the fall of the curtain. You better move. Hold your head high, soldier, it ain't over yet. That's why we call it a struggle. You're supposed to sweat. Check the work ethic in the name. The lessons might change, but the essence of the message is the same. So when they say anything, say why is it? Class is in session till the teacher gets a pig slip. Crazy landlady trying to switch upon the lease. If she raises up the rent again, it's time to say peace, peace, peace. And that's my peace. It's still all about the bullet in the belly of the beast. From the east, my brother, we came. The lessons might change, but the essence of the message is the same. So when they say anything, say why is it? Class is in session till the teacher gets a pink slip. So keep marching till your feet split open. No rest for the weary blue scholars. Keep going. About the album, we're gonna talk about more matters that you can relate to. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the whole mission. Everything that we try to do, trying to connect.
I actually tried to fade that out, and it didn't work. I did it really slowly, but it didn't actually. That's not what it actually did. It didn't fade out slowly at all. I was shite.
I would call that a
once
snap.
again, loving chat XYZ, best adult dating site ever. Thank you very much.
Got a shout out.
We don't want you here, man. Come back with a different name, and don't try and post anything about porn, because I noticed they're not actually saying anything bad. They're not saying anything bad at all.
Get thrown out.
They're look, if you look at what they've been
Yeah.
saying, you can't see it, right? But if you look at what they've been saying, it's been like love hearts, and they've been leaving nice messages, and we're just deleting them off straight away. But the thing is, it's a fucking crazy porn bot. So no,
Probably porn addicts' lives matter too. So
we don't like. I'm like, listen, okay, I'm a fucking single. I'm a single man. 45 years old soon. I'm a fair. I used to watch a lot of it, and I don't anymore. So you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time there, man.
Yeah, it's the wrong crowd.
Some of us have realised we don't spill the cup of Hermes.
It's when you wake up as well. When you wake up, you realise that your dating crowd or whatever shrinks.
Oh
who you
God,
can
yeah.
be
You look
around,
at women.
sort of.
You look at women in a completely different way when you wake up.
what kind of hole are you looking for?
Yeah.
Hole.
I mean, I'm honest, right? I like traditional. I've got traditional values as far as men and women are concerned. I think men have got their role, in the relationship, and women have got their role in the relationship. And one of those roles is to cook me food. Because what I need, like, I just have this inability to cook for myself on my own. I can cook for other people if I have to, and then I'll include myself with the meal. But always by that time, I'm not hungry anyway. But
that's why you have raw food.
But if somebody puts a meal in front of me, I'll eat it, right? So I just kind of need a woman to just put a meal in front of me like 3 or 4 times a day, and then I'll put some weight back on, and I can be a. I can be.
You need to live in a commune.
I can go out and get the, bring back the bread.
You make the music, somebody else makes the food.
Yeah, I make the music, man. That's it, exactly. I make the music. Somebody else makes the food. Might be a. No, actually, we'll wait till Sarah gets back.
Everyone's got their talents. Bring your talents to the party.
Yeah, man.
Share
That's
your
it.
talents.
I was talking to.
I'll be making the coffees, right? I'll be making the coffees. There you go.
I was talking to Sarah about this the other day and saying, like, I realized a while ago when I sort of first realized, wow, we're in the end days now.
I'll be right back.
I was like, that makes no. Where are you going? Your camera's following you, man.
I'll be right back. Come here.
That's like DJI technology. That is. That's DJI technology. Don't you have to put your hand up like that?
Stay.
Stop.
Stop. I'm telling you. Okay. Be right back.
No, it's following you.
Good.
Right,
good little cam. That's a good little cam. Good boy.
The cat, and you watch the cam nods its head.
It's wagging its tail, going side to side.
That would be freaky, man. But what was I saying?
You don't like cooking. I never like. I loved cooking, I should say, but I never did it as a job or anything like that. Like I did real 5-star sort of cookery and stuff like that, but I never did it as a job because I'd lose that interest. And I'm like, dude's got to eat. You always want to be interested in food, to some degree, to eat and taste and all of this. So I never wanted to lose that sort of interest. Whereas I think in a lot of jobs, you go to lose that interest and you're over it. So you move to the next thing, or you just get a dull life that you keep going back to that same job you're not interested or something for the rest of your days. Horrible.
Yeah.
But now I guess actually it's very different to what I used to cook because it was so full on. Now it's very simple what I do now. So it's the opposite. It's gone backwards. Sorry, dude. Cut you off.
Dude, Halo. So Bernie's, are you talking about the computer game? Or is that Halo?
Halo.
Indigo Day, how old are you? Are you male or female? Where do you live?
I'll meet you on XYZ dating site. We'll...
No, I don't do dating sites.
That was a perfect time for me to come back in. Do we need to make this happen, Rudy? I'm just teasing.
No, but Sarah, we were talking about. I was saying about how I was talking about the end days. And that makes sense why I've always wanted to. I never really wanted to try and play the electric guitar because it always made sense to me to have an acoustic guitar that didn't need amplification, because then you could, if the worst comes to the worst and there was no electricity, you can still provide music. And in a dystopian, post-apocalyptic future where there's no electricity for whatever reason, then people who can sit there and make music with acoustic instruments and sing, we're going to be quite.
I think we
it is the entertainment, by the way. Too. I mean, there's a festival going on, but what is it in the end? It's a bunch of people sitting around a fire listening to music.
Angel Wings.
For me, the amplification, the hoorah of the whole thing for me is I just want to be around a fire listening to someone acoustically sing or sing. That for me is amazing.
Thanks
I do that over a million festivals,
Thanks
Or
for coming
moderators.
in.
Thanks
Thanks
for
for
coming
sending
in,
it all over,
Wings.
Bernie. Bernie, jump in again.
I know you.
quiet
I know
profile.
you from Bernie's channel, so you get a
Oh, look at
sail
Sage there.
away. Sail
Mandolin,
away, sail away,
ukulele.
I'm trying to look up, but when I look up, my camera
Sage has
follows
got
me.
to come
Oh, dude, sorry, hang on.
in.
Every time I want up,
You have to do the soft puppet.
It's trying to see over the top.
This is
It's
probably
funny.
the better way to do it, isn't it? And then if I make this smaller, oh no, it just makes it bigger.
Or you can put us
no,
on
that's
the
right. Yeah,
top.
no, that's good. That's good, like that.
Now I can read it. No?
Bernie, I'll make sure I watch your premiere later. I have it pinned. And I actually have a folder for you and Cam now, so 'cause I'm supposed to be clipping videos. I
You've
have a lot
got
of
your
work
own
to do.
folder.
Okay, Bernie. Bernie's
I'll
going to
file
go back
that away in Richie.
Listen, you have absolutely no idea how organized this girl is. Like she's the girl that you want in a disaster situation because
I'm already prepared.
she'll know exactly
You're
how
on the
much food
apocalyptic
is there.
contact list.
She'll know exactly who to contact. She'll have all
Emergency.
the contact details of everybody, all the
If you are a Goonie,
emergency. Like seriously,
if you are a Goonie, I have an emergency list for us that I'm going to be sharing that. So we have each other's phone numbers. We know what time zones we're in. And it's got our birth dates in there too, so that we can make sure we always say happy birthday to each other. And Kevin, I need your birthday. You don't have to tell me that.
July 3rd.
All right.
Callum,
Cool. Wait,
too.
really? July 3rd? That's my brother's birthday.
Oh, yeah, that's my birthday.
Okay, and what year? Or do you not want to tell me?
64.
64.
Yeah, I'm a double dragon. I was born
Oh,
in
interesting.
Hour of the Dragon, the Year of the Dragon.
Double dragon.
I'm a double ox. I'm an ox and a Taurus.
Like
You're the
Bruce
ox.
Lee, but I
I'm
didn't
a
get
fucking
off.
snake. I'm a fire snake, and I'm proud of it.
Oh.
I think snakes.
So what do we got?
are
We've got a
raw
snake.
deal.
What are you,
Snake?
Sarah?
I'm an earth ox. I'm a Taurus ox.
An
Like, you know,
ox.
ox.
I'm a rooster. I'm a cock. And what were you, Kevin?
I'm a dragon.
Dragon. Sweet. We've got a good lineup.
Yeah, dragons get along. Dragons get along with
Dragon
all the
eats
signs.
everything.
Dragons get along equally with all the signs because they're all food.
And
They're
a,
all
fu-
in the food
and a
chain.
fire snake. All a fire snake is a dragon without wings.
That's right. And you
Double
know,
dragon is beer made in Llanelli, not Llanelli. It's a Welsh name, so it's right difficult to pronounce. It is Llan, isn't it? That's how you pronounce the double L. In Spanish, it would be Yanei. There's two L's. There's a year.
That's a lot of L's.
An Aries sun,
Oh,
Capricorn.
I'm a
moon,
Leo
Aquarius
rising. I think that's fascinating.
Damn it, sir. You've got it right down to the bloody rising and everything. All I know is I'm a fucking Libra Virgo cusp.
Scorpion rising.
Interesting.
I remember looking to find out if I was Jupiter
Into
rising.
the Sagittarius.
Me and Sarah
Yeah, I
actually
got
were talking about we were talking about body marks yesterday, weren't we?
Yes,
Sarah?
and
We
actually,
were,
yeah.
we were
Richie and
talking
I-
about moles and stuff because there's meant
Richie
to
and I have
be
a ton of triangles from all our moles. It's like, and they're like perfect triangles, and it's kind of
perfect equilateral triangles.
Yeah.
right? And
Maybe
that's
some
meant-
UFO encounters.
No.
Some alien abductions, maybe.
We're star
Into
seeds.
that.
We are star seeds.
Triangle.
More than that, Callum. We're stars. It means that we're star seeds, but it also, because both of our life path numbers are master numbers, it means that
found that
we're
out,
not
yeah.
here for karmic debt. We're not here to repay karma. We're here for a spiritual experience.
Which is why you
I think
can't.
I
Which
gave-
is why you can't hold on to these things. Which is why you can't have these things as well. You can't attach to these things. so you won't have interest in it.
Which
in
is
a lot of
why
things.
which is why I recognise
is
that
okay.
the letting go, the releasing. I had to learn that lesson. It was so important for me to learn that lesson, like fully, to be able to let go of, like to be able to let go of somebody that I was falling in love with, not just let her go of her, but push her away because I was falling in love with her. Like that was fucking really hard to do, but I did it, man. I did it, and then later on, it was proven to me that I did it, and I did it successfully. I like learned the lesson. Don't ever get that attached to somebody. Don't ever put all your happiness in control of
Something else.
somebody else by giving them
Or
a piece of your,
something else.
And it's beyond relationships for me. It's
or
friendships.
something else. It
I
doesn't have
did
to be
this
a
to my
person.
friends. I did this to my family too, when I had to realize what my family had to go through and what they were capable of at this time. But it's beautiful because I see growth, and nobody wants to talk to me about the difficult topics, but regardless, there's growth happening.
Something for a lot of starseeds is or people that identify as is holding or not gaining karma and realizing that, because a lot of people have to deal with karma from previous lives and previous incarnations.
Getting off the karmic wheel, recognizing the it's about recognizing the sort of karmic debt and releasing yourself from it.
In every moment, being free in every single moment, free as you are in every single moment. So it's recognizing those moments that this would be a karmic, like there's something to pay back here. There's something else here. Do I need this? And it's okay. It's okay to actually gain karma if you're ready, if you're aware of it. There's experiences to be had.
Yeah.
But it's that karma that people are not aware of, that it's that ignorance now, and they're dealing with that constantly. But just to be in that space, in that state where you're not gaining karma, you're free in every moment to react as full expression as well. So karma really is a limiting thing. But it takes a lot of that self-control to do that. And that's what's learned, how to control yourself. But that's the greatest thing. That's the best thing about it, is because that's, you're writing the manual, and when you have the manual, driving's easy, or whatever you want to do. It's like, I know the rule. I know how to do it. Boom. It's the same with karma. It's just a choice. When you're aware of the choice, then it's easy. I say hard, but like the self-control is easy when you know it, when it's unconscious now. So, you've worked with your ego. So now you and your ego are one, working together as a unit. Same purpose. And to be purposeful.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just going to take you guys out for a walk with me and the dogs.
Sideways.
Well, it'll be. We shall go landscape when I'm able to, Give me 1 second.
Let's go for a walk.
Let's go
It's
walking.
a good walk. I'm going to go for a swim and a little bit later.
So remember, Dragon, that you're there with everyone at every moment as well. Just because they can't be aware of it doesn't mean you can't be aware of it. So just like calling someone's name or bringing up that image, you're there with them.
Yeah.
Take the time and spend. But you're making the time and spending the time yourself there, and they will get it. By the way, I mean that's bonding as well, because there'll be a bonding there that they don't know about.
Like Callum, for you, like now that you've sort of caught into this other point with your mind and like a clearing, what I've found is when certain things pop into my head, I'm now aware of it's not coming from me. It's actually coming from that person. I'm like, oh, why? Oh, and then, you know, sometimes even what the thought is. So be aware of that and know that you'll have that same effect with your children. You'll be able to kind of project that thought. They'll hear you, and and most likely it'll even be a comforting memory, hopefully.
Yeah, or feeling, or just a feeling, you know. And it depends on you too, whether what's more, what you read more. Are you better in the feelings with feelings, or better with thoughts, imagery, that sort of stuff? Whatever you're comfortable with, that's how you'll get it first.
Yes, because I'm a feeling
and then you
person.
unpack that information. Always be looking for what else is here, what else am I being shown, because you only see what you can handle at the start, and then the more you look on it and give it some focus, the more you get. Always that journey of discovery. It's like,
sorry, Richie's asking
We're
to get
doing
back
so
in.
many
I'm over
things.
here like an asshole. Sorry, Richie.
There we go.
Right, I'm out, so I can't do it now.
Shall I talk about sunglasses?
Yeah.
Sunglasses.
Yeah. I tell you, I
You
just
can
did
do if you want.
I just did a festival in the desert, you know, in the sun. And I'm white. Look at me. I got my nightclub tan on. All right. Love chat. Go Dragon. So I've got my nightclub tan on. There's no sunburn happening here. I realized this today too, as other people that were working on the festival were talking about sunscreen and burning and all of this sort of stuff. And I just look at myself and go, yeah, I haven't had that one for a while. You know, I used to get the sunburn and all of that when I wore sunglasses, when I put sunscreen on, when I put a hat on. What do we call that in Australia? So slip, slop, slap is the government sort of propaganda. Slip, slop, slap. Slip on some sunscreen. Slap on a hat. Or slop on some sunscreen. Slip on some sunnies, right? But what's happening when you put sunnies on? You're tricking your body, and your body thinks that it's now under a tree. It's now in the shade. So it doesn't produce the chemicals and stuff and the protection that it needs in the skin. It doesn't send the signal to the skin that you're under shade, so there's no protection. But when you're in full sun without sunnies, and it's very hard to do when you first do this sort of thing because you're used to sunglasses, so it becomes very bright. But as soon as you adjust to it, your skin is adjusting to the natural. So I used to use, instead of sunscreen, I switched to hemp seed oil and tested it, but I was wearing sunglasses at the time. So now I just don't do anything. And I'm white, and I did a whole festival walking around in the sun, setting up lights, doing all that. And I was the only guy there with no sunglasses, no hat, no sunscreen, none of that. And I'm still white as a ghost. Just a nice glow.
One thing is, okay, so I definitely agree with you because, like, I find myself and my eyes can be so sensitive as far as, like, fatigue, and I'm very aware of that. And the glasses add to it. I find this whole, like, waking up thing that happens when I take them off after I've been driving around. But that's one thing.
Waking up thing. Okay, so how do you get your serotonin? How do you get your melatonin?
Yes.
Most of this is coming through the eyes. Remember,
what I wanted to get at. Sorry, we're going to get at really quick because I've actually never really used sunscreen. I definitely did at periods because people, convince you to, and then I end up getting this natural, like, mineral type sunscreen.
I don't use it.
Regardless, I don't use it anymore. I haven't been my sunglasses, what I realize as you're talking about this is I do a thing where I kind of take them on and off. I don't wear them the whole time I'm out there.
Richie.
And I do this a lot when I want to get the sun into my eyes and my face. And I do this a lot.
Well, your hormone, the vitamin D, when are you getting this? When you're natural and when you're earthed as well, this increases all of what I'm talking about as well. All of these little parts are natural things that we've forgotten, but these things add together and synergize together to give you even more of the better thing, which
it's kind of like
natural being.
Yeah, which you know,
Kind
another
of like-
example of this is like me right now. I'm going on 2 weeks without washing my hair, and you know, it's
Natural
still going
oils.
through it's still going through a process. You know, there's still
Yeah, it will for months.
That's
Right?
what I thought, because I'm pretty sure I've fried
Balance.
my scalp. I'm pretty sure I've like, because
Yeah.
like I can see it flaking at times, like as it's healing. But I used to
But
have
it's
this
used to
like,
cycles as well, and when you change
Yeah.
that cycle, you've got to go through a few for your body to actually adjust to it as well, because these are your oil levels, how much oil it's producing, and when you strip it away every day,
yes,
it has
and then
produced
like
more. Your body has to adapt and adjust to all these things.
Yeah.
So getting
and
it
Manny had
back to
talked about
natural.
this where it's like been it helps with your skin because it's that oil that's been like missing. And think about like the possible regenerative aspect of that with your, you know, dark circles, or just obviously acne too, but like elasticity even, you know, because we talk about that when you lose hydration is when you start to see the wrinkles and stuff. Well, what does oil do? It holds in hydration.
Yep,
So
castor oil.
Yep. Yeah.
But we have, you know, we have that too, where we have more oils produced around the nose here, and you can use that oil
I've got quite
as well. You
naturally
know, just a
oily.
tiny bit of oil you can adjust, help your hair adjust, so it can feel nice in this transition if you want it to as well. You know, you're
How
just
many-
adjusting, working with
Can I
the
just-
oil levels.
Can I just ask how many people have their fucking cat follow them? Like,
Not me.
Cat whisperer.
I tried one day and she freaked out. After I saw you do this, I'm like, I'm gonna get Cleo to go on a walk with me, because we just kind of go around this, you know, the neighborhood. And I thought, oh, she could be able to do it. No, she gets funky about it. So there you go.
That's a team. That's a pack.
Right? So my pack-
Eclectic pack.
Oh my gosh. I haven't
so
cut my hair in
fucking
2
cool,
years.
man.
That's why
I'm
it's
getting there.
So cool though.
Yeah, your hair
That's so
has gotten really long, I feel like, or maybe not really long, but it's definitely longer.
Well, it springs up now, so the longer it gets, you can't tell until you have a shower or something.
Yeah.
or you wet your hair.
Yeah, mine is
Come on.
with the
Wait.
crazy.
Oh, you're fucking doing
I decided though, I think top of the butt is about as far as I want to go, because I hate like sitting on it, you know, and there's like a point where it's like, okay, that's a little too much.
Do you plaiting or something? Knotting.
So
My
maybe
brother's
I
got
need
very
to
long
put the
hair, and
plait.
he just puts it into a plait. Done.
yeah. Oh, look
That's
at how
our
blue
antenna,
it
by the
is.
way, as well. You know, we have a shorter antenna, a bit longer antenna.
Hey.
Sexual antenna, that's your pubes.
I don't. My
Yep.
antenna's quite
Yep.
alright. That's why I don't
Well-
need any hair.
You guys, they've actually talked about this. It'd be interesting how you men feel about it, because they actually say with women, if they have their arm hairs a little bit longer, there's a certain amount of pheromones that comes off of that. That's
Yeah, it don't work for me.
you know, it's part of a detector, and I know it's not like it. I think here's my theory. I've decided
Maybe
I
not a
can't
good one.
shave every day, and I'm not going to, and like there's a whole sensitivity with my skin on that. So regardless, though, I can manage my scent is the other thing. Like as I've gotten healthier, as I eaten better, I don't emit like weird smells like I used to. So anyway, I just
That's
Don't you?
that's
Like,
when you
depends what I've been eating.
realize
Yeah.
how much stuff you are detoxing as well. I mean, the smells, that's detoxing bad stuff from you. It's got to go somewhere. So when you clean, you don't smell at all, really. You know.
I think
And
might
it's
be
a good
fun, and
it's a
my
good
dog too.
communication with the self. It's a good communication with the self, because we block out smells too. That's one of the things that we do extremely well. If there's a bad smell, we will block out that smell, so we're not doing it, so we're not smelling it.
Why can I
But
not do that?
there's the mind in there when it's doing that at the start. It's a
Why
matter
can
of
you?
catching
Why
that
can you
and
not
being
do that
aware
when
of
you
it.
want to? Why can you
Yeah.
not do that when you want to do it though?
You can if you become aware. if you're aware at that moment where you decide to
There's
ignore
certain
it,
smells that I'm too aware of. There's certain
if you
smells I'm
decide to
too
do something else about it, then that changes. You know, I need this smell for communication with my body or whatnot, and then you can actually change things and use that as an indicator and stuff as well. But it's our choice. We just do it. It's just on automatic. All these things on automatic, you can change them all. You have control over them. So we believe that we don't. Well, not we, but most people believe that they can't control that this is just something that happens. It's like no.
Yeah,
it's
you
on
might
automatic
have
now.
to work at it to change it because
Yeah, you do.
it did become almost like innate, but it doesn't mean it's like, it doesn't mean that you can't. It's sort of like the gene concept. No, it's not just your genes. You can change.
No,
You
all
can
this,
change it. There
all
was
this
some of
can
like,
be changed, has been changed. We can see heaps of examples of all of this too. What do they call this sort of stuff? You know, miracles and like spontaneous, and they have names for all this sort of stuff. So it can be in their reality. Oh, but that's a rare occurrence. That just some gene mutation sort of thing. Just it's all nonsense. Really.
Yeah.
Because everything can be changed. It's just that template too.
I feel
You know,
that.
or going
Yeah.
back to a template, which is probably more important at the moment, is reigniting that template that one already has. You know, if it's changing or mutating or whatever, it's changing from something. That initial template is the hologram anyway, which is always there, you know, and available to everyone. You know, it's just what you're focused on. So it's a focusing issue.
Oh yeah, yeah. I resonate, and I think, I mean, that just goes back to meditation and how effective you can turn meditation into manifestation of almost anything. So,
but think about
100%
the belief that is
and the
stopping
importance of it. The importance of it
belief of the
translates
gene.
to our the importance of it translates into our everyday life by you know what we are all focusing on right now. What we're a lot of truthers and stuff are still really invested in narratives that that are being all different. There's alternative narratives, and there's all talking about how we're doing it, I do it, we all do it, but we're just breathing more life into it. We're still perpetuating it by
but there is a how
breathing
to an
life
extent, like what you do in waking people up and allow people having a different perception of that awareness and stuff as well, is actually reducing the energy going into it, which is this full package sort of emotional energy that they're doing, the fear and the anxiety and all of these things. That's really the loosh. That's the energy that's required to keep it going, that's sucking that energy. So releasing that side of it, releases that attachment to it, where they can now just see the mind part of it and go, all right, now I can adjust my energy in this too. But on the thoughts and stuff as well, in the mental space. But they have to see it to start with. And how do they see it? It's through talking about it and this sort of stuff, but in a natural way of, I just speak truth, you speak truth, we speak the truth that we know. So that's all, it's not ignoring it ourselves as well. So when the opportunity arises, to do what you do what you do, because like you get into conversations with everybody and there's moments when truth needs to be told or not held, and it's being with that flow. It's not, it's what they need to hear in the right space and the right frame as well to help them. So sometimes we've got to be selfless, in the knowledge we have as well.
I have more of an issue of
Double
it's
Richie.
not like I want to share. It's more that I feel because I have like a I've shared that even with the Jovian thing, that I have like a feeling of being worthy, that complex a little bit. And so for me, it's more, I don't feel I'm heard. It also comes from maybe being the youngest, or just that, whatever, I put it in that category because of, if there was any truth to, like, I chose this path so that I would have this sort of, vision or view of the world. I also say that, like, because I'm so tall, and like as a female too, I think that's in a whole other, like, I was given this to have a different perspective. And I think I've been through some shit, which is why I chose my parents, who were challenging yet super loving and unconditional at the same time. So it's been really interesting.
And it's those qualities. It's those qualities that we see, because with our parents and stuff too, we see ourselves to a degree there. So it's those qualities that we can identify for ourselves as well. They're lessons,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And the qualities we are not just as important.
You having fun over there, Kevin?
Yeah, I am cracking myself up here.
That's awesome.
I have a friend, he's a really great friend. We were on Grateful Dead tour for a long time, and he's a very charismatic guy. He's Indian and good looking, and he ended up being a yoga teacher. And I kind of like, Kundalini is dangerous. You got to be careful.
Yeah.
Because
that's chaos.
I went to like a music / yoga festival with him, and he was just like the stereotypical sleazy yoga teacher. So I do have some personal experience, and I think he probably has that stuff. Scent of samadhi. Like, what are you wearing? What's that smell? That's my body.
That's funny. That is really funny.
But
I've known a lot of people like that in my life who play that kind of role, kind of like
that card.
Yeah.
It's the intent, right? You start to learn and read people's intent.
Yes.
And you go, am I in the right place? Am I learning the right thing? Yeah. But a lot of the times
they'll make me real nervous. And I'm like, why am I so nervous around you? Oh.
And that's another point. It's that emotion. What is that emotion? It's like confidence in speaking truth as well. So if there's a nervous energy, it's not the right time. It's not the right time to speak. There's something internal that you need to work on. There's a message for you, not for them yet, right? The message for someone else comes in a peace, in a moment of relaxation, in alignment, in realization. And that's for ourselves as well. That's when we gain peace, alignment, realization.
Beautiful.
Gotta love it.
I know.
Yeah, when you get like tempted by these things, there's always like justifications that your mind or that will come up. And so if you're in that realm of where you're like in your mind, you're like, oh, I'm helping people, I'm doing this stuff that's like this ancient Kundalini work, and then say this happens. Well, that's just like a facet of it's just like it's slippery path, because for all the places that people could justify seduction, there will always be that.
I see that very differently as well. Like the Kundalini awakening, I've had 2 Kundalini awakenings, not from initiating, not from doing anything.
Oh yeah,
natural occurrences, natural happenings. That's how this stuff happens in nature. So instigating a lot of these things is not a good idea a lot of the time.
Right.
For people that are not
ready
for it or whatever. It's not the timing that would naturally and these are awakening experiences.
And I think going back to psychedelics, I think that I refrained from all those like book type teachings of that work because I read all the warnings first, and then through plant teachers, the plant teachers help you acknowledge those things inside of yourself and awaken those things in a more natural, in a methodology that we have utilized for eons. And so it's just like
share experience.
Right. And then
does that experience resonate with you?
As far as building the pathways for those realizations, that's up to the work you do. And then I feel also that by that inward journey, you find the path that's proper for you.
Yeah, which there's, one for each person and one for each soul,
Right.
Yeah.
But that's courage to do that, because it's in the face of all these things. It's in the face of what my parents say, what my friends say, what my things
that's why I
do. That releasing of that.
Our experiences might be similar, right? The experiences might be similar, but they're not the same. Everybody's experience is 100% unique to them, because they're seeing what's inside of them.
And that should empower you to, if nobody understands what that's like, and you can you can pick up from other people what it was like for them to go through, because there's like some level you can understand of that, then you should empower yourself to take that, what you've been through, and create something unique out of that, is how I see it, and empower yourself just by knowing that no one else will fully ever experience what you experience. Because
and to experience it all, to be that experience, because that is you. So your job is to be all of that experience, and to be fully aware in all of that experience. Yeah.
Be that selfishness or selflessness that we talked about, of sharing it and making sure we educate.
If we are all one, and I am you at some point in this game, I want you to have the best fucking life possible.
Fuck yeah.
If I'm going to be you, and if you're going to be me, I'm sure you'd want me to have the best fucking life possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's that. I see another in myself or whatever.
In Lakesh.
I see one having an experience. It's that I want for all, for everything, for all. So the more you can experience it, the more you're giving to all. And you can't keep it. You have to share it. So give it all, because it definitely is that two-way street, whereas the more you give, the more you take. It's just how it works. The more expression, the more resonance. And that's that where the two circles overlap, that resonance in the middle.
Yeah, and you know what though? What's interesting is it's like what comes to you, you may not accept as being the true give back, if that makes sense. It's sort of an
Bernie's back. Usually it depends on our perspective, and if there's a lot of beliefs held in there, it can be very negative and suffering. That's what that's what suffering is. We choose that.
Bernie,
have you cleaned the room yet, Bernie?
Not fire to the eye.
I know. It's like, hey, Bernie, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Sarah, Kevin, Richie, Callum?
Hey, man.
Everybody.
You're on that side.
There you go.
It's the Brady Bunch squares.
Yeah.
I can make this better, by the way, so it doesn't take over so much of the edge.
No, it's
not.
We're gonna lick of the flame. That's too much fun now that I figured that out.
Oh, that was awesome. I love the fire.
I need a little more weed for this. I just reach over and burn this pile.
You gotta go to the store. Dude, I was just thinking, I'm like, oh, last night I'm like, do I have enough for the morning show?
What up, Brian? Oi. One love.
That totally worked. This looks like some pretty good stuff, Bernie.
Sunday with the boys.
Did you clean the room? That's the
Sister.
question in the chat there.
The sisters and the misters.
Did you clean your room, dude?
I've been working on it. I've been cleaning my tent and my downstairs, making room for the spare room stuff and getting up the storage.
It's a process.
Start packing the bins next.
I have a feeling that some of us have
bins.
similar organization styles.
Yeah. It's a backwards world.
It's called organized styles of chaos.
Cleaning the inside spare bedroom by cleaning the outside tent, right?
You have to go out to go in this physical world.
Yeah.
Well, it's easier. It's easier to go out to go in. So all the tools that you use, tuning forks, all these things, you're going out.
My
to
best
go in.
trips were outside in nature. They were my best trips ever. Were outside in nature.
Right?
Connected.
And staring at the clouds.
Oh,
My-
man,
this is what I was going to say. Is that I think this is why I've never felt like
his head come up above the forest and look around, and then duck back down again. And a pterodactyl will fly over, and that all happened, mate.
Experienced that, and I was not on psychedelics, and I was in Drumheller. It was 3:30 in the morning. I shot it with a freaking laser that I had. It ducked down and flew out. I had like the hair on my back still stands up when I think about it. It was crazy. And it's like Royal Terrell Museum, Drumheller. Look it up. It's where all these dinosaurs or dragons have been found. And I swear I experienced one there. And it's crazy. It's a town full of pyramids too.
ooh, interesting.
Oh, look at that. Perpendicular rays.
Hey, I'm going to try to leave on my camera and go on my phone. I've got it queued up. So
No
it
worries,
should
man.
work.
Nice.
No whackers.
This is an Oregon.
Are all of you lovely souls also on Odyssey? Like Richie, I hope you're backed up on Odyssey.
I followed you, dude. I followed you.
Yeah,
on
nice.
Odyssey.
Yeah, you just said that. Very good.
the
Very
Wide
good. I
Awake
got
show.
Alien
Oh, I need to do
Scientist
that too.
started on there too. So I'm going to make sure to be one of his first followers. Actually, I should look that up right now.
Yeah.
And am I still uploading? Oh, is it almost finished? File being uploaded in another tab or window. What?
Bernie, did we tell you brought in the porn bots?
I did. I saw that they were there after I left. They were there. Like I brought them.
Right. Listen, this is the
Popping
thing.
back
Tony.
in.
I went in right straight away. I went to their channel. I reported them for spamming the live chat with porn spam, and then I blocked them, so they shouldn't be able to get back into my channel. And they did. And every time I went back to their channel, they were still blocked. My only option was to unblock them. So it's like they've got some sort of algorithm that gets them past you. Block. It doesn't matter if you block them. They just keep coming back in, and you just keep having to hide them.
What? Like how? It's just the unjust of this world.
No, dude, it means that we're doing something right.
It does.
They've unleashed the.
This is true.
The minions.
The ones that the flying monkeys that actually have the most sway, because the sexual thing,
pretties.
you know?
Oh wait, that's a Mandela effect, isn't it? Fly, my pretties, fly.
Yeah, I think it is actually. Yeah. Oh man, do you know what? Alfie is infested. I've just picked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
my.
14, 17 fleas off of his head. Picked them off and killed them. I love it when you put them in your nails and you crack, crack, crack. Yeah. And this sofa is infested. This sofa is infested, man. They're jumping up on my arm. I'm like, for fuck's sake, get that off. It doesn't, like, the weird thing is, it actually doesn't bother me. The room is infested with cockroaches. But the fucking dogs are infested with fleas, which means my bed's got fleas in it. It means the sofa's got fleas on it. It means they jump on me. But you know what? I don't get bitten. Because I think, what am I going to be scared? This little tiny little thing. You think how teeny fucking tiny its little jaws are, and what am I meant to be scared of that biting into my human flesh, into my
You see
my
this?
living flesh.
Also diatomaceous. Diatomaceous earth as well.
Borax.
You can sprinkle the diatomaceous earth onto the mats and stuff as well, onto their coat, and rub it into their coat and stuff as well.
So I just sprinkled this. What I did, because I had a mass infestation in this condo I lived in, and this is where I talk about that I tried bombs and it never worked. I sprinkled this in all the cracks, and I layered it as a light layer over all the carpets. But it's especially with fleas, you want to get into all the cracks and crevices. This place I lived in, they didn't have it closed up, if you know what I mean. They didn't have the molding put into it, so there was all these openings everywhere, and there was a lot of debris. So there's a lot of little food particles, and then that's what they live off of, all this dust and crap. So if you use this borax, you can sprinkle it into these crevices. Beautiful. Wait, hold on. Keep that up. Yeah. Right. Wait. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Between us, we got it.
Not to be taken.
And but like I have my, it's safer to have it around the animals. They won't eat it. They won't eat it. It's like
Cheapest thing in the world.
Soda.
Right, but that's what Sonia drank, isn't it? And she did when she detoxed with borax.
Yeah.
So
your body
it's not
goes some of it into boron.
But
so it's the
boron,
which is the active. So in a natural food, this is why I talk about raisins and cacao. Raisins have one of the highest amounts of boron in it, which is the natural organic form of this, whereas our body is converting this into boron. Right. So raisins,
grapes. I'm pretty sure I remember that very diluted boric acid in distilled water is good for ear infections.
Yeah.
I double look that, but I'm pretty sure it's like
3%. Over a period of time, you just take a little bit.
Olive
keep doing
oil.
it is the thing, because it's a detoxing.
Olive oil is good as well.
Right?
Olive oil is good as well, isn't it, for ear infections?
I'm trying to see where it's at. Oh, there it says purity.
It instantly soothes an ear infection.
It says purity 99.9% there. So that's the purest you'll get, but that's what they have to write. So it's just a pure salt.
Also, I found the
salt.
That's all it
Alchemy,
is.
salt.
Pure salt. That's all it is. It's pure salt, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's so. And also, all you're doing is
alchemy 101 right there, and it's the natural fusion.
You are salt.
It's just the natural breakdown and formation of atoms through the alchemical system of salts in the electrical universe.
Well, and like how much water consistency percentage is in a flea? Because maybe that's why the salt is so effective. Because it immediately dries it out. Because that's what you're doing is you're suffocating its exoskeleton. It also probably breathes through its the its skin. So that's the other huge difference between us and that and the insect. But it's just interesting, right? How because it's really a simple element. It's not with what you're using, and it works more effectively than these chemical bombs.
So, Bernie, maybe you can confirm or deny this, but I was hearing a man talk about distilled water, and that if you drink distilled water, That's the only water that your body can change the pH of. If you drink like pH locked, like something alkalized water, your body has to work to normalize between that pH and the pH that your body is at. But if you drink distilled water, like especially if you're in a healing crisis, your pH modulation should come through
structured
diet,
water is
not water.
probably even more powerful, like the different types of plasma
Yeah.
waters and stuff.
Distilled. The only thing with distilled water is it's still.
Yes,
You know,
it's
it's
still
not. It's
dead
not
water.
still, and it's still. It's like you can say it's stagnant, right? Because
Right,
then
but
you
then
put
you
the
would-
movement in, then you put the function in.
Right. Put it through the vortex, but start
Yeah,
with
so
the
distilled
pH
and
neutral.
then vortex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Isn't it? Isn't
Yeah.
it distilled though?
Yes, but what we're
it's
talking
still-
about there, so when it's in its highest vibrational state is when it's empty, when it's pure, right? And then you
Right.
start adding something to it, it gets heavier and heavier, losing its
And it locks
spin
the
because
vibration.
it's focused on what you give it. That's its focus now, that expression. But when you
It's got
take it
electron
away, now
microscope.
it's all, everything, all expression. Water is all, everything. It's not like it's holding memory. It is all memory. It is ether.
I would really
that's
like
a
to
bit of a
see-
switch in the mind there, because it's not like you're imprinting something. No, it is focusing on that part of the all, that intent, your intent. So that movement as well is the movement of this realm, giving it information of this realm to start with. Whereas
Angel
without
Wings,
the
this is what they tell us, right? Because they don't want you to drink distilled water. So if they don't want you to drink distilled water, you can bet it's
Pure.
not because it's bad for you. You can bet it's because actually it will benefit you more than anything. So what it does is distilled water is deionized. So it's basically pulling the
Dielectric.
ions. It's dielectric. It's pulling the
perfect
ions,
dielectric.
which are unneeded. You don't need these ions in your body. And so what it does is remove them for you. That's all it does. It doesn't remove nutrients from your body.
It's the same with the pH.
It removes
Hey,
positive
Richie.
ions.
Same with that salt balance.
Is it
Richie, look
positive
at
or
the-
negative ions?
Hydrogen balance, pressure balance. So we're
Sorry.
back to the hydrogen bomb, right? We've gone full
Make Bernie
circle
full
again.
screen.
Right?
Sorry,
hey, Richie,
Bernie.
take note of Venus and the color, and you know me. You
Venus.
know me.
Blue.
Where's Venus? Where's Venus? Where's
Teal,
Venus?
turquoise is my. That's
Oh
kind of my
yeah. Yeah, and it's one of my
Venus is one of my ruling planets. Obviously, I mean,
right. Teal
yeah.
is one of my favorite colors.
What's really interesting is the colors are actually like the exact same as each of the metals, but that these planets are named for, and then the reactions that they have with the water, and then they turn into these
Which is their
exact
frequencies.
colors.
That's their
Isn't it-
frequencies as well.
Isn't it funny that teal, turquoise, is kind of my favorite, one of my favorite colors. Like, I love turquoise, absolutely love it. And I've got blue eyes, and Venus is my planet. That's my birth planet. Is Venus. That doesn't mean I'm born on Venus.
I can recreate that for you, Bernie. Like if you send me a picture of that, and
Yeah, I have a JPEG of it where I've colored it in.
graphic.
And
Like that graphic.
Sketchy notes.
Put the type in for you if you
And
want.
look at that,
Color.
Saturn is black and white.
Yeah, fascinating.
So sulfur there, like DMSO. DMSO is sulfur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were
Mercury,
talking about DMSO.
Mercury's a lot of things.
We were
Mercury
talking
is a
about-
whole bunch of things. Like mercury itself is mer, water, curie, mixing of the waters,
Right, and red
which is
mercury,
that functional quality of the water as well.
Red
Yeah.
mercury is absolutely lethal poisonous to us. Like
It
it'll go
is.
it'll go through anything, and you like it'll absorb through. Like there's that doctor, that scientist that was wearing the gloves and everything, but she's still got really serious heavy metal poisoning and died because
So
it just gone straight through the glove, instantly straight through the glove, man.
this right here is ripped off because I used to have that red mercury chemical compound written there. And then I was like, maybe I shouldn't have that on there for everyone because I have yet to mess with it or see it myself. And God knows, some of the videos you see, it looks
it's not
pretty...
something you want to mess with, man. You really don't want to mess with that one.
No. And then it's like, is this a different type of red mercury oxide that is being produced by the copper?
What's that from? Copper.
This is from copper and silver.
Ooh.
Interesting.
So what is the organized structure? So which part of it is the organized? What has become organized in the process that has been done? Because the difference between like what you call a heavy metal, and a metal that is good for us, like what the difference is.
I only work with the soft metals and never lead because lead is scary.
There's a process that's happening
I
as
made
well.
lead into lead into monoatomics. It almost poisoned me and my former dog in like one day of just walking into my garage and having.
And this is the risk. This is the risk of this alchemy, because what we're doing is what happens in nature. Like what happens in nature too is these metals are becoming an organized structure, which that's what our body uses when it's converted into an organized structure through life. So like in our body, it's bacteria and stuff that processing, it's not us eating the food. It's the bacteria processing the food, shitting out organized metals. It's the same as like mercury poisoning and stuff. Yeah, but not if you're having from a fish, naturally, where it's naturally found. And what the organized metal will do also is chelate the bad stuff. Chelate
now put it in your mouth and do the same thing, Bernie. That would be freaky. Whoa. Angel wings.
Do not do this at home. Do not do this at home.
Family, isn't it?
Angel wings. The fact that you've got blue eyes means that we are genetically, we are connected, we're related.
Yep.
We have the same.
My mom has blue eyes.
We come from the same gene pool.
I have hazel eyes. Who's got hazel eyes in the club?
Hazel is actually a variation of green.
Yep. And what's cool is like with my eyes is that in the summer during the day they'll be actually pretty green. They'll be mostly green.
My sister's eyes are green and hazel. They go hazel in the winter and green in the summer. They go
Yep. And then in the winter they get more brown. They're still green, but they get more brown.
Perfect. Yes. This is awesome.
Everybody in?
Illuminati confirmed.
Illuminati confirmed. Okay.
You will talk to them, people.
I can't get into Zoom for some reason. When I do that,
double Illuminati. Double upside down.
I don't know.
Red eye, same as me, mate. Same as me with a darker eye. And do you know the other thing as well? There are times when the black of my eye, when the pupil is hexagonal. It's actually hexagonal.
You're like taking it to all extremes. Where is it gonna go?
You're muted.
Was it when you were on DMT by
No. I'll tell you what. I don't know if I
black pupils are just.
Yeah, I need a green screen,
and
then I can have things chasing me around.
Light blue.
Be careful, they're gonna take a scan of your eye. Don't maybe don't.
They've already got it. But is it hexagonal at all now? Maybe it's just
there is
they've had our eyes scans the whole time. Don't you worry about that.
The pupil's hexagonal. Wow.
Hang on.
The greeny. Green.
That was awesome.
He's not good cross-eyed.
You all saw my paws. Let's see your paws.
Oh, you got like gray blue.
Blue eyes. Blue eyes. We are genetically related, sir. We are. You're also from Cro-Magnon man.
Get back on it,
Bernie. You are Batman, sir. You are absolutely. And dude, you've got
I
a
have those
forest
eyes.
growing under your arms. You've got
Bernie,
a forest
pew, pew.
growing under your arms there.
Pew
Dude.
pew.
Nanu, nanu.
No.
More calling Orson. More calling Orson. Come in, Orson.
Awesome
Yeah.
here. How may I help you? On that note, I should probably get back to cleaning my spare bedroom because my aunt and uncle are coming. So, love you
gonna clean
all.
itself.
We'll catch you again soon. Was a pleasure, Kevin. Good to see you. Richie, everybody in the audience, much love to you. We will see you soon.
Cool.
Ta-ta.
Much love.
Peace.
We'll see him again.
And
We'll
number
see him
4.
again. Come back.
Yeah. He's gonna need another break. You know how it works. Yeah, the show's breaking down. Oh, that's hilarious. Oop. Where am I?
I kind of feel his plasma things gone now. When they were there, it was like my room felt a little charged. And as soon as his video shut down, it was like the light shut on.
Say that again.
Well, I think some of his plasma stuff is leaking through StreamYard because I noticed as soon as he left, it was like there was an electrical thing that got turned off in my room.
Yeah. It's basically a Tesla coil.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of shit going on in that room there.
Mm-hmm.
He's
a lot of information.
Yeah. He's
Did anybody else in the chat
though,
feel
you
that?
guys, because my brain feels different. Like, it's hard to explain. My head feels different. I get a lot of tingling. Like, that's how I
actually
get a lot of signals and feelings. But yeah,
after
you're
staring
right.
into that
There's a
camera just
pressure.
now. After staring into that camera just now, I felt like, oh, what the fuck? All I did was just move my eye closer to that bloody camera, and I feel like someone scanned my brain.
And I was like, don't put your eye up there. And then I wouldn't fucking. I also was doing that.
I know, but it's like they've already got it, man. They've already got it. I've done it before, not thinking about it. We did it when when me and Chris, Chris, Sarah.
We still don't have any power over me.
But when me and Chris first met, like 6 years ago, whenever it was, we went into Discord, and in Discord we all noticed it. We all said, "Whoa, look at this! Our eyes are hexagonal. The pupils are hexagonal, and they were blatantly hexagonal, but not all of the time." And it was like, "Wow, what's going on?" And then I had the holographic breakdown, and it was like, "Whoa, am I one of these alien beings that's projecting a holographic,
No, you're a clone.
My face, and I was like,
hexagonal
I could be an
clone.
alien. I could be an alien. Please make sure to subscribe to Burn Eye and a Crypto Alchemist on Odyssey. Absolutely, man. Please.
What about a
sure to do that.
hexagonal? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, please subscribe to Bernie. I was gonna say, what about a hexagonal? I can't.
Hexagonal.
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 Clearly, I'm getting a little. This is
Hexagonal.
what happens when we talk. Okay, anyway, lens flare. What would you say about that? Remember, Rich,
Say
when
again.
I was showing you that lens flare action?
Oh yeah.
I should show you guys,
Yeah.
and it was in a
Say
very
what?
magical place that I almost feel like I was in another it was the
That's
specific trip
definitely-
I took, and it
If there
felt
are
like I was in another dimension. I'm almost positive at this point, because
And if there are any
during this
photographers-
trip, sorry.
I was just going to say, if there are any photographers that not like proper serious photographers that are watching this or a replay or in there now, and you say, yeah, that's like a totally
never had
normal lens flare, then you
Never
can
had
say,
that.
hey, look, that's a totally normal lens flare. But personally, I'm like, whoa, I've never seen that before. Maybe like one of those, but there's yeah, no, you'll see.
I'm gonna pull
Hey,
it up.
Sarah.
Yeah.
Here, say heck.
Hexagonal.
No, say here, slow down. Just repeat after me.
Hecagonal.
I know how to say it.
Here, no, just here. Say heck.
Hex.
No, heck.
Heck.
Like heck.
Heck.
Zag.
Heck. Zag.
Zag.
No.
Anal.
Anal.
Okay, say it all together.
Did you say anal?
Hexagonal.
There you go. Hexagonal.
Hexagonal. Hexagon. I know hexagon.
What she said.
Hexagonal.
Hexagon.
So this is what, okay, when I get kind of tired, this is what happens to me. I call it, what's that word for like when you speak dyslexic? And I'll say sentences like backwards, and then all of a sudden like words sort of like change into other words, and I can't, and it's weird.
Just correct yourself.
What I need
What
to
you're
do.
describing right now, Sarah, is similar to what we were talking about earlier, the mushland.
Haven't
It's
been
when
outside
when your words and your sentences just become mush, and you know, it's mush. It's all mush together. Lixdexic. Yeah, that's exactly it, Timmy James. Lixdexic.
That's what I write.
Okay, let me show you the start of this too here. This is the start of the photos. That's my dog. You can't really see her back here.
Pay attention.
So look, you can see it's circular here, but there's a little bit. Do you see that? Okay, now wait, because it gets like more and more. Look at that. It's like projecting in a hexagonal.
Can you see it's moving into a cross? There's a cross there. There's a sort of a.
And here's, oh yeah, this was interesting. And there was a nest, and I can't remember if it was like right here. I think it actually, it's hard for me to tell, but I think the nest was like right here, and it was a rare long-eared owl and its two babies. And we ended up camping next to them and didn't realize it because we came in at late at night, so we couldn't see. But look at that.
Hexagonal. Hexagonal.
Hexagonal. It's easy.
Hexagonal.
There you go.
And there, look at them. Look at them. Like that bright green. No, actually, can you go back? Go back, Sarah, to the
look how
blue
many
line.
points you've got
Yeah,
from the
'cause-
sun.
Go back to the blue line, right? Because one again and again.
Oh, this. I know what you're saying. Sorry, I know which one you're saying. Hold on. There.
That one, right. Now zoom into the line and look, right, we've got that beautiful kind of violet, violet color, but there's also either side of it a hint. There's like a rainbow. There's a below it. There's definitely the hint of a rainbow, right? And then that red line. Look, it's just very strange.
Glass lens. Same as a prism.
It's never happened before, though, has it?
I've never had this happen in any of my lens flares before, to have this kind of quite this effect.
Yeah,
and the hexagon thing is weird too.
And if you look,
and this trip, the combination of what happened to me on this trip. So there's this rare owl that we can't.
Hang on. Just a disclaimer, because of our conversation earlier. No, we are not talking about having ingested or digested or smoked any DMT or tripping in any way, sense, or form. This is in the actual sense of the word, taking a trip on your feet, walking in through three-dimensional reality. Sorry, just
those are God rays you got right there.
A camping trip, like a camping trip.
Thank you. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But this is the same trip that I saw the bighorn sheep, and it was like nobody was there this whole time we were there. And this place is so populated now. There's a hot spring, so it's like this place to go. And now that but it was nobody was there, and it was the most beautiful weather, and it was I can't even describe that trip. I felt like I was in another world.
Look at the green. Which one is it? The green? Do you remember the vortex? Is that that's in the green one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or in the
Green's the center.
Oh, I'm making a video for Jitterbug, so you'll see that eventually. But
Ooh,
that's what this was
that's
for. Was I was pulling all these
that's-
photos. That was the
that's a
funny thing. I
UFO
was.
shot.
Say that again.
That's a UFO shot. The triangle. That
Yeah,
last
yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It feels like something like there was almost a message with that now. And I didn't even notice it until, so more or less what happened is I'm trying to make this, I put all of her photos and I just knew she was in those. I couldn't really see them. And I thought, well, if I can pull anything, I will. So I just threw all these photos into this other, and I was going through them with Richie while we were trying to, we were supposed to have a working meeting, and anyway, and then I saw all this lens flare, and we're like, whoa, I didn't even notice that before. And then again, what trip that was from was, yeah. So very interesting. Thanks for letting me share. Show and tell.
Anomaly.
Angel wings.
Hexagonal anomaly.
They were very chakra color, like green and sort of. Oh, there was like a maroon red and
blue violet.
Magenta. We talked about that.
Yeah, it did seem like chakra.
That just reminded me of being in junior high school, and I had a teacher who was quite odd. And like after spring vacation or whatever, when we came back the first day, he had slides of his vacation, and this guy, okay, his name was Mr. Waggy, and he was my science teacher, and I was also in the science club. So but he was very odd, so much that all the kids, like, he was the scapegoat of when you wanted to laugh at a teacher in junior high school. Mr. Waggy was the go-to.
I had a science teacher just like that.
He was colorblind, but the thing is that it wasn't only the matching the colors, because it would be like spots with stripes and plaid all together, in one outfit. And he would absolutely not pay attention to students that were misbehaving, which totally included spitballs. Like, kids would, while he was writing on the board, kids would be shooting spitballs, and they would be sticking on the board right where he was writing, And one time when he was talking, somebody launched a spit wad and it hit his glasses, and he didn't even miss a beat. He just took his glasses off and wiped the spitball off and put his glasses on and just kept talking. Then, like, the only the only place where it would be like reprimanding is like he would ask you if you knew what a meter was, and the answer to that was no, because that would cause him to stop what he was doing and get the meter stick and bring you over to the wall and put it down and have you stand there and show you what a meter was. And he could have 3 people in one class, and he would show them all if they said no, and everybody would just be like, no.
Okay, no.
And the end of the story is I made a volcano for science class, like, the Brady Bunch episode where they made the volcano.
Yeah, I did that too. Yeah,
I'm gonna make one of those. So he taught me how to do it with glycerin and potassium permanganate. And so the thing is that we did a little test of it, and it worked fine. And so the day of the thing, I had the whole volcano made out of clay, and we used a good amount of the chemicals. And evidently this potassium permanganate was old. It had been on the shelf for a while. So as I mixed it all together inside the volcano, it just sat there for a while. And little did we know it was going to do an actual more realistic volcano, because the first thing that happened was it started to smoke, and like it started really smoking, and then everybody started choking, and so everybody runs out of the room, and they put the alarm on. So the whole junior high school evacuates, and then we're out there outside the window watching through the window, and eventually this thing starts like sputtering up and shooting out like fiery looking stuff, you know.
You made a real volcano, a mini volcano, man.
Right, and
work on
they
the
had to
timing.
evacuate. They had to, it was so realistic. They had to evacuate the whole school.
Yep.
A little bit better. I'd one up the Brady Bunch.
Evacuate the island.
Oh man, they did a.
That's very.
They had to evacuate the school because they took a horse, and they brought it up 2 flights of stairs. And horses don't like to go downstairs. They were having a hard time.
No,
getting it
they
out.
don't.
What a bad idea. What a bad
They
idea.
really don't like
I know, because it's cruel.
Right.
At that point, it's cruel, right? And then they
They
did
should
the
have that.
thing where they
They
loaded
should have that clown arrested.
crickets, and then we had to get evacuated because they had to get all the crickets out.
Was it the circus was in town, and they were like,
No,
"We're gonna
this
have
is my
pony
high
rides on
school.
the
We
third
had a lot of
floor."
people die of drug overdose. I don't know if that tells you anything.
It's Tears for Fears, Brian. It's not Pink Floyd. It's Tears for Fears. This is the.
That's
This is
interesting because
the.
that looks like it would be like a Pink Floyd set, doesn't it? Almost.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, they have the round thing a lot of the time.
I always have that color scheme. I like the show I just programmed always has that in it because they're contrasting colors.
Actually,
you know?
maybe this one
Oh,
is
I love
Pink
those.
Floyd.
Mm.
Maybe
yellow
this one is
with
Pink
the blue.
Floyd. I don't know.
I don't know right now.
I made
but,
the Sunday
I mean, at this
show,
point,
Wide
the whole
Awake
audience is
show
bathed in
thing
emerald
with
green,
those colors.
while the artists and the stage continues to be magenta. I don't know. Just keep it in mind for later.
Oh, it's mad.
And as a reminder, people have noted that the character basically starts off.
Maybe that was Pink Floyd, dude. Mate, I do apologize. I thought it was Tears for Fears because he started off. We're talking about Tears.
Yeah,
for Fears.
that may have been Pink Floyd time.
Yeah. So yeah, I do apologize, sir. I do apologize. I'm not. I ain't savvy enough on Pink Floyd. Brick in the wall, basically. Brick in the wall, and
we don't need no education.
No, I could do 3 Pink Floyds actually.
Teachers.
Wish You Here, Brick in the Wall, and Uncomfortably Numb. Comfortably Numb, I mean, sorry. Not Uncomfortably Numb, Comfortably Numb. The Floyd must have lent it to him. No, I think it was probably actually Floyd. I think he was probably just talking about other artists that had used the magenta in their stage. Did you use magenta, Callum, or blue? Did you use any of those color schemes?
A lot.
There you go.
Usually
Was that
you've
your
got red,
choice?
green, blue, cayenne, magenta, and yellow. So you've got those. You put all of them together in the 2 different, so, you know, magenta and cyan looks amazing. Red and blue, so the contrast. And that's what looks nice to us.
And I just remind everybody as well, it's a double negative.
Complete.
We don't need no education. We don't need no education means we need education. It's a double
We
negative.
don't need no. Yeah.
And it's like we don't need no education.
Play on word,
man.
masterful
We
language.
fucking need it. We call these double negatives for crying out loud.
Right.
We don't need no education.
image of
We
the
need thought control.
Yeah, we don't need no thought control because we need thought control. That's why we don't need no thought control, innit?
Right.
Like, it's simple.
And if you think about the language and the subconscious and stuff anyway, we need thought control.
There's also
we need free thinking.
There's also the whole idea that the word no, there's only one meaning for the word no, and it's not negative. That's
No.
why when they say
Gnosis.
like, that's why they've associated no with negative, because it doesn't mean negative. It means no, gnosis, knowledge, no, to know. So when you
Most
say
important word.
no more war,
Powerful word.
no more war, you're saying, I want to know more war, please. Please show me more war. No more war. So it's double speak. That is double speak.
If you like, it's something to think about quite a lot and put yourself in that. Like it's redoing those spells that we cast. So if we're constantly aware of it and we start changing that wording, we start changing our lives as well.
Yeah. If you stop cursing yourself by saying, "Oh, I can't do this," and confirming it by saying, "Oh," when you don't feel too good, by saying, "Oh, I feel like," whatever.
Exactly.
Insert.
You own that state.
expletive. You're owning
But
it.
it's
And you're
also like diseases.
identifying
Like
with it.
I
You're
have this.
identifying with it. What
And I
you
have
could
that.
say, what you could say is that
I am healing
well
from this.
it feel you can
I'm going through
totally
something.
you can totally disconnect for like detach from go into your observer mode and go and just say, it doesn't appear to feel too good at the moment. It's complaining. It's complaining of a sore throat and like totally disconnect from it, and because it's your ego, really, it's this biological, electrical, bio electromagnetical fucking.
Sensor.
Well, we are a stimulus. We're constantly seeking data, aren't we? We need stimulus. We constantly seek stimulus. So we're a
If you want to be stimulating.
yeah, we're a
we're like serotonin chasers, I guess, is really what that would be, right? But like, because that's it's like a morale thing. We talk about this, so even if you're in a survival instinct, whatever you can do to kind of give yourself that little like spurt of morale, I guess, would be the best way to put that. Can help you survive and help your brain. So, well, it's why do we exist, right? What are we chasing after? I guess like what catches our eye, what attracts us, and then that all connects to like actually what attracts us is sacred geometry, that shape. This is why you look for symmetry.
Balance, yeah.
Yeah.
I am balancing. I'm healing, mending, balancing. I am balancing.
But it can be asymmetrical balance. It doesn't have to be mirror image balance kind of thing.
Think of perfect proportion, the golden ratio.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Maybe we're like creatures that we're climbing on this like web, and when we're climbing upwards, we're seeing light, but if we stop and if we look down, it's like infinite, web falling, like we climb so high already that even just to stop for a moment is unnerving, but as soon as you turn your gaze back and find a foot up, then you begin to make the climb. And then you may be aware of that, but it's not even significant. It's like climbing a ladder. It's like knowing the last step, the rung you took was there, but now you're thinking about the rung you're on.
The thing is as well, if you're climbing up a web or a net and you slip and you fall, you can guarantee that it won't take very long for your arm or your leg to get caught in it again, and you stop falling. So don't
exactly. But just the whole the whole penetrating consciousness of that fall, it isn't what we're meant to do.
Penetrating.
Yeah, it's not what we're meant to do. Wait, ban that guy again. He got back in the room. So yeah, it's just like what we're conditioned to notice, but it's maybe not what we're built really for. We're actually
let's
built
break
for
down the word condition.
Yeah.
Condition.
Yeah.
Some would say that word like Tion, shun, as well. You know, it sounds like
Tion. Is it actually ion? Is it like
yeah?
It's condish. It's a little bit condish.
Yeah, I mean it's it's like convince, contradict, condition. There's got to be something behind that with spellcraft and
movement.
Yeah, it's the
Well, that's the
controllers.
same thing as condition versus
It's the controller's mission.
Converse.
and dis-ease
concave.
again, like that. You know, that coincides pretty closely.
Condition, conduit ion. Convict. Convicted.
Right.
I am an ex-convict.
Conserve.
Constantinople.
Yeah, maybe it was a transformation of a
contrast.
Contrast. Rather be conditioned than convicted.
Say that again.
It was a movement because you would rather be conditioned than convicted. So at the time when they're sending all the people to the insane asylums and whatnot, that was conviction. You're being convicted. But if you took their new plan and you repeated it and kept your head down, that was to be conditioned. And that was meant to be a good thing because it kept your ass out of the asylum. And so then they just taught their kids that this is a good thing. You put it in your hair and it keeps it from tangling.
Conditioner, yeah.
But if you don't put that conditioner in there, you get dreadlocks, and you don't want that.
And that's bullshit. That's bullshit because my natural oil is what's keeping me detangled.
Yeah,
naturally conditioned.
Actually, my hair's softer. It's real soft right
contrast?
Are you using a wooden comb yet?
No, and I need to.
Yeah, because you're still on plastic. So if you use the wooden comb, it'll be even better.
Okay.
What about contrast?
I'll get that right away.
Because,
I'm making little switches like that all the time.
Because we say, what's life without contrast?
Callum, you got it all. You might as well just like pull your stuff forward and do show and tell for us.
I think maybe you should start making them.
A wooden comb.
No hair in it either.
Start carving combs.
The only place where I'd use a plastic if that was there, I'd do it in the shower or in water where you're sort of earthed as well. That'll take a lot of that static effect going on out of it.
I'd just like to say you have absolutely wonderful topiary skills there. Wonderful. Because it must be much like clipping a bonsai tree, you know, clipping the beard and keeping it so beautifully trim and sort of almost cone. Do you use a cone? Do you use a cone to put it, you know, how do you get it so fucking neat and long?
You use the beard paste.
That's what I want, man. I want mine to come down like that so that I can then start to plait it and I can go with the whole Viking look, right? But it won't. It gets to a point and it stops. It's like no, Rich, you're not programmed. It's a fucking. It's like a.
You'll get over that hump. You'll get over that hump.
Since I'm 21 years old.
Roadblock. You'll get over that.
It's a 23-year hump.
You'll get to that point and it'll, you know.
When?
And
Well,
come
I got
back.
to be honest. Actually,
Anything is possible.
I'm getting more hair on my cheeks. I'm getting more hair on my cheeks. I've noticed it in the last couple of years.
So think about
more hair
all
on my
the
cheeks.
spells that you just gave yourself in terms of what your hair is and what happens. That's exactly what happens.
I cancel all negative spells as Postmaster General, and
Is it possible for you to grow hair?
yes, whenever I want,
Great.
wherever I want. I'll grow out my eyeballs if I desire, but I don't. No, I don't desire that. Please don't start growing on my eyeballs.
And on the
Oh,
bum,
can you imagine?
like a flurry of hair on the bum.
Isn't that? But
There's
there are
stories of
people
people
who have
regrowing
that.
fingers, regrowing.
But there's people that have got that condition where they basically look like wolf men and wolf women because they grow so much. It's like everywhere. There's the guy that's got it. It literally grows right up to his eyelids. He's got so like it's just I wonder if that's real. Actually, now I think about it. I wonder
Well,
if
if you
that's
just keep shaving higher up on your face, eventually the hair will grow. It's about taking off the little fuzz hair, and then I've accidentally shaved a little too high. Now I've got it pretty high up. If I shaved right up to my eyes, I could do that. If there was work in a if the pay was good in a sideshow, and freaks had like rights these days, like Freak Lives Matter, I would go for it. Shave my face. Just you'd only have to do it a couple times. And then let it grow.
You're conditioning.
Yeah, I would be conditioning myself.
Your face, so, yeah.
That's self-conditioning. And I would also be even, separating myself even more.
I've just seen what the time is. It's 2020.
On 5 hours.
20 minutes past, yeah, we're 4 hours and 55 minutes. I need to
Climb down.
Do something else. No,
I
this has been a good talk, but I do think
I've been sat here for 5 hours chatting.
Yeah,
I want to go outside again today. If you can see, I've got a little sun going, and I want to go get a little more sun. I got a floaty.
I got to bump out
go.
a music festival.
There you go.
Because I'm gonna bump out.
Who came back? Right.
There we go. Look, Bernard. Oh, Sarah.
5 hours.
My job. I bring people in.
Back
Not
to end it at
you.
5 hours, y'all. One love.
What's that noise?
We can hear ourselves, I think, Bernie.
What was that noise? Was that us?
Sound like the police pulling
I
up
think
at
that was
Bernie's.
YouTube playing. I think he's got it. I think somebody muted it.
Mounties.
You got a police scanner on in the background. Are you listening to a police
The
scanner?
Royal Mounties.
Woo, woo. Police.
Let him
woo,
breathe.
woo.
Well, Bernie
Police,
can breathe
woo,
life
woo.
back into it.
Something in the police. Woo, woo. No,
Bernie
no,
can
no.
breathe life back
You can help us close it out. I was trying to make a cool new overlay. I was trying to get it done in time, but I didn't.
Those flames are pretty awesome as it is. Them flames are.
I think I'm gonna save that for you and let you use that for your channel since it's what I already took from your logo anyway.
Thank you.
Right now I'm trying to get some leaves put together, so we have some leaves coming in on us like this. I was trying to do that real quick, but
Hey, you could use some cannabis
Hey,
leaves.
that's
Some cannabis leaves.
Wide Awake Magic Treehouse. I like that.
Exactly.
I like that. Mindful exposures, always coming up with those new ideas.
So I'm just going to sort something out to eat, and I will be back very shortly.
I might take you guys to the water. I don't know how well the service will work, but
Well, I thought you were ending in 5 hours, so I was just hopping in to say hi and bye because I love you all. I'm getting the cleaning done. I'm about a third of the way through the room now. A third of the way through. So.
Oh, cool.
progress is happening.
Glad that we're helping you get through it, because you get to take quick breaks, right? Smoke break.
Exactly. You're making it manageable.
We're there in
You're
spirit,
making
man. What's happening is I'm visualizing your room is just sorted. It's just like magic. The magic fairies came in and just boom, did it.
Duffel bag full of duffel bag full of duffel bag full of wonderful Burncron clothing, of stuff like this right here.
I want that tank top that's not on your website. You have a tank top that's not on your website.
Yeah.
Do you want me to turn that into a graphic, or do you already have it as a graphic?
Well, I have so many graphics. I need to send you a bunch of graphics, Sarah. That is what I need to do. That is what I will get done soon. How do I end this?
And I need to make you and Campbell kind of like
a green screen on.
There we go. There we go.
There we go.
So you can, lots of shirts like this.
Flower of life, man. Flower of life.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's the seed of life. So I call that design the weed of life.
Yeah, but it's got a weed-like feel to it, man. It's totally got this weed-like feel to it.
Yeah, it's weed. Weed leaves.
The weed of life.
Absolutely beautiful.
And then,
man, I like that, and I like vest tops as
or
well.
anything.
I like vest tops, and I like that's
really cool.
Is that a bear?
That is a really cool bear.
Bernard means bear, so Bernard.
The Bernie bear.
Bear. The Bernie bear.
Bernie bear. Bernie bear.
Does Bernard really mean bear?
It does in German, I believe.
Cool.
Right. That's why you're so hairy. That's why your armpits are so hairy, man, because you are actually part bear.
I am part Russian Canadian bear, yes.
So, what does Richard mean, Dick?
What does Richard mean?
It means he's living on the island. Yeah.
We know
Richard means I can be a dick, yes. I can be a dick.
What
absolutely.
does Kevin mean?
Kevin, Richard means determined, and it also means king. My name apparently means king. No, it means king of the elves. My name it means something to do with being king
I
of
believe that. I believe that because Sarah's princess, right? So
how did you know that?
And the king of the elves, and then Callum the wizard, and Callisto Kevin. We have quite the team of the dream team.
We do have quite the dream team.
Dreams.
No pun intended, right?
There was a pun intended. All right, love you all. Gotta go. Much love.
Peace, man.
Bye, again.
We'll organize a proper one.
Yeah.
We'll organize a proper one with Bernie. Where we will talk to him about all kinds of stuff. What are you guys going to do? Are you continuing?
I'm going to call it because it's outdoors day. I need to get
I'm ready to go do something.
Nice. Cool.
But this is always so wonderful, and having all of you with us, and like Sundays
still got 22 people. Still got 22 people in the chat room. That's a master number.
Wow, nice.
Look at this. Angel Wings a little bit ago said
222. Yeah,
222 right now. Yeah, nice.
That's awesome. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Angel Wings. Thank you,
And
Dragon
actually,
Sage. And Adam
it's
Cook.
2027 right now, which is actually 11. Which is
Rich Heart. And Jimmy James. Thank you guys for seriously.
Jimmy James, good man.
Indigo. It's always good to see you, Indigo. Gumpy Bear. If you saw my message earlier,
I didn't see if there was an answer to that question about how
Gumpy Bear is a naturopath. So if you're down, if you want to do an interview with us, I'd love to have you on.
Yeah, man, definitely.
This is my pat, you know. Yeah, Brian Evans, thank you. Really appreciate it. Sherry Ives, gorgeous woman, inside and out. Jolly man.
And Sherry, I got the email as well. I had a glance through it. I'm going to read it properly after with the email that she sent us.
Fat booms, Arthur.
Arthur
Good to see
FE
you guys.
tour.
Thank you for being here, Tyler. Much,
And I
much
know
love.
that Rox, I know that Rox definitely wishes she could be here now. Hopefully everything's okay with
Yeah. Yeah,
with,
sending more healing
I'm
vibes.
sure
And to
it is.
Deanne as well. We don't, because Hippie Shake didn't show up today. She kind of said she may not be able to. And
Yeah,
India hasn't been around as
Deanne,
much, but just
and
sending
to
much love
Darren,
to Deanne. Red Eye.
Deanne's son Darren as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And his whole family, man. His whole family.
Yeah.
Everybody that's there. Everybody that's being affected by what's going on. And to anybody that's being affected by anything, if there's anything going on in your life, whoever you are, wherever you are, I'm pretty certain there's probably something that's either going on now or has gone on or looks like it might be going on, because we're all getting, we are, like it or not, we are in World War III right now. This is World War III, but it's a spiritual thing. It's massively a spiritual thing. So
yeah,
it's yeah. Nanu. More calling
Much
awesome.
love. Thank you. Much love, everybody. This has been awesome.
Love the new camera, by the way.
Yeah.
Love the new camera, dude. It's wicked.
Yeah.
I finally got that thing to turn off. It had a little logo up there. I got it to go off. Finally.
I didn't even notice it.
Cool.
I didn't even notice it, man.
It was advertising itself. I was like, come on, you're not all that.
In the year 2025, I will be 48 years old.
Shit. You're getting old, man. I'm just kidding. You're good.
It's pretty cool, man. I love it. And yes, nice one. Love chat. Trying it again. They got you straight away, man. You only got one thing in there. So, fuck you.
Love it.
So
Love
whoever
it.
it was,
Reverend.
whoever it was straight on that. Nice one. Thank you. Love you.
What was it? And the dating site,
the porn bot, yeah. I know, dating site.
Much love to you.
Only.com is where it's at.
Much love there.
If I believed that you actually were the best adult dating site, then I might even give you a call, man. But yeah.
No, maybe they want to be a sponsor. If they're still on, maybe they just want to be a sponsor. We could do a regular, PG advertisement.
Love hearts and stuff.
If you think if they were really trying to get us, they would be like advertising like truthersonly.com. Like, get your truth and your next honey right here.
Yeah, cool. That's an idea, actually.
That would suck, wouldn't it? Truth
dating site.
Maybe like apple pills over here.
That's my idea. That's my idea. Truth of dating site. It's my idea. I've copyrighted it. You can't have it. Fuck off.
Yeah. That'll be.
Let's do a truth of dating site, guys. No, listen. Shut the
That'd
fuck
be good
up.
money.
Let's
Shit,
not.
should we?
The last thing.
We're
meant to be single, right? We're meant to be single just for a bit because we can't compromise our free will like that.
Right.
Keep your
can't compromise our free will, man.
Yeah.
So we would say, and also we're not meant to spill the cup of Hermes. We're not meant to, we're meant to be retention and abstinence and all of that. So
most of the time I'm like, who would want to listen to this crazy shit? So right now.
So I know it's hellishly boring. Oh God! What are you talking about? Abstinence? Have you seen what shit's going on out there, mate? I'm getting fucked.
Pick your battles, right? Choose your battles.
Yeah. I don't know. Bomb's going off, so I'm gonna wank it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
No, spanking it.
I think it's more like just
it happened in foxholes and
I'm
stuff.
definitely not gonna just like, oh yeah.
What's that South Park song whacking it in San Diego. Whacking it, backing it, smacking it, dack, cracking it, smack. He's about to whack it. Whacking it, Joe. There's one thing that I know. Out of whacking in
like
San
Family Guy.
Diego. Whacking it, smacking it, blacking it, Jack. That song, man, it's brilliant. Fucking love it. Oh, brilliant. I'm gonna find it now. They're whacking it in San Diego. Oh no, do you know actually
Okay.
Oh.
I might have got it ready in time.
That was a good laugh.
Yeah, thank you. But I also got this overlay that maybe we can end with. We'll see how shitty it looks because I didn't do a stellar job. I just did kind of a quickie job. And then, Rich, you can take us out if you want. If I can find this
yeah.
shit.
Hang on.
You gonna show something?
Oh, piss off with your bloody
From
adverts.
this moment, you are not allowed to leave the house.
Oh, it's not the right size. We're in a tree house. We're in a tree house.
And here we are. And as we come through the dark wilderness of the jungle, we will find the YouTube creator. Here he is in his natural environment, sitting in front of a camera and talking to nobody. The mating habits of this elusive character are somewhat questionable, as we do see them often preening themselves in front of the screen. Now, Hank the wank.
There you go. I'll fix it for next time.
Possibly one of the funniest men we have.
I like how I move it in counseling.
Hang on a sec. What's that?
I'm still in the weeds.
You gotta bring it.
I'm still hiding.
Oh, that's weeds. I thought they were like lube.
I thought it was perfect camouflage.
I thought they were lube sachets of lube, man. We've been talking about.
No, that's the other sponsor.
Hey, listen, yeah, but no, get the wet. Shut up.
Oh, damn it.
It's the fire. That's the phoenix. That looks like the phoenix fire. The fire of the phoenix.
Yeah, somehow Bernie was getting his eyes like right in it. And it looked like sunglasses.
I'm eating it over here.
I wear my sunglasses
candy floss.
so I can see.
And the show is officially over.
Has broken down.
I love it.
Burning bush. Well, I'll tell you what, mate. You don't want to be sticking anything in that burning bush.
Yeah. Unless it's a burning bush.
Spartan
smoke
condom.
it. Good bush.
This is Spartan condom. What is a Spartan condom? You put it on your. Yes, Sparta.
There you go. Resourceful.
What is that, dude? Dude,
That's good.
Oh,
That's good.
I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing there.
Smoke. It's
Gotta light
weed.
it. Gotta light it.
It actually looks like a fucking tattoo machine, but there we go.
Sounds like one too.
That was my shuttle launch. Yeah, it's
All right.
official. The show's
All right.
officially
Pretty close
broken
sound effect
down.
going on there.
Don't know what's going on.
Broken down.
Anyway, much love to all of you guys in the chat room. We love you loads, and we will see you again shortly. It won't be too long. Sometime in the next week or so, probably. In fact, it will be next Sunday. I'll probably gather, but maybe before then. But definitely, I'll do something live before then. So anyway, ciao, 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 ciao.
Love you.
Oh, for crying!
In this life in the, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot, really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, you know, don't get miserable, or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going, and it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, you know? That's why I treat it like voodoo, 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 voodoo. I do find I still have a talent to like cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. But hopefully, that hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed.